Hello, everyone. Welcome to the final day of Campus Clash Generations. I am, of course, Walker. You join me at the moment in the playing room. Clearly, our level 5 Flamebringers getting ready for some FIFA this morning. That will be our first game of choice, and it looks like the Flamebringers getting that practice in early, ready for that bout. If you haven't seen any of the other action throughout these days, well, we've had a plethora of different games, 7 in total, including FIFA, as well as CSGO, Rainbow Six Siege, Mario Kart, Counter-Strike, Valorant, and League of Legends. You join me now, walking through in to our lovely, lovely hosting facility, where you will be joining myself and the ever so lovely Affinity on the desk for the rest of this final day as we get ourselves underway today. How are you doing, Affinity?
I am doing spectacularly. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm excited for how it all kind of plays out today and what's really going to go on. You know, we are in for a treat. We are in for what will be the decider for pretty much this wonderful trophy in front of us.
It is. One of these teams is going to get to take that home today.
They really are. And I'm excited to see how it all plays out. You know, we mentioned that it kind of comes down to a lot of these games, and we weighed it up a lot yesterday, but the way that the format will work for Campus Clash this year and for Campus Clash Generations is everything's based in a Colosseum format, but the game formats will follow one of these three. So a round robin, single elimination, or a double elimination. And we can quickly kind of wrap through those. For a round robin then, that will play out with the teams will play each other all of the times, and then they will be placed based on the number of wins. For Valorant, if there is the necessity for a tiebreaker, which there won't be, there will be a difference in rounds to determine the places. And for League of Legends, the team with the lowest total time to achieve victory will determine places. Also, for single elimination, that will follow a best-of-1 series. We would have had Overwatch, but due to technical issues, technical
issues.
difficulties.
Oh, okay. We went different ways there. Yeah.
Either one. It wasn't to be, so we had no Overwatch 2.
Whoa. I think what happened instead was equally as marvelous.
Oh yeah, no, we replaced it with some amazing Mario Kart, and
That was intense.
that was our first game that we had decided yesterday as well. Of course, once two teams are eliminated from the losers bracket, they head to a third, fourth playoff. The two teams go against each other in the grand finals to determine the winner. For double elimination, though, of course, we have best of 1 series until the grand finals smashed. Will be best of 3s, and once two teams are eliminated from the losers bracket, they head to determine a third, fourth playoff. Competition ends when the losers bracket winner challenges the undefeated team, and if the losers bracket wins, they go to a second final to determine the actual winner. So, what we like to call the run back, the redemption arc. If you come from the losers bracket, you got to do it twice in that grand finals if you want to come back.
Absolutely, and it's a difficult run if you're in the bottom of the double elimination bracket as well. You got beat quite a few teams with very little room for error.
Yeah, and it's also very little room for breaks as well. That's the other thing. When you have these sort of runs of a losers bracket, you're playing a lot more games than your opponent. You're having to play these extra games. That gives your opponent a bit of opportunity to scout things, but also it gives them more time to just mentally prepare for what's going on. You're going from game to game, back to back to back, whereas they've got that little bit of buffer to collect themselves, get themselves ready, and set themselves up. And that's what's pretty much going to be happening in our FIFA. Our level 5 Flamebringers representative, they had to play a couple extra games in that losers bracket to just get them to this final, where our level 3 and 4 Giant Slayers player, they had the opportunity to just get their games done, set themselves up, learn from their opponents, and understand how to beat them quite fundamentally.
Absolutely. Now, the teams that are looking to take the trophy, who are the front runners? Who are the contenders to take this marvelous thing home?
I think it's fair to say that the current bout at the moment, just from the way that the final sort of points distribution will be based, and from how this last day's kind of shaping up, is between the level 3 and the level 5 Flamebringers and the level 6 Kingmakers. And these are the current points as things stand at the moment that we can give you on the door. So it will be a tie for a few games. We've currently got scores for the likes of Mario Kart. FIFA, we can give you some. Same with Smash due to the way that their formats work. We have got the finals between the two teams that have got 0 in both the FIFA column and the Smash column. So that gives you a bit of a hint of where the points can be distributed.
But having said that, it's all still to play for. There's a lot of empty columns there.
There is a lot of empty columns, but the way that these sort of final
format,
games and the way that the wins have been distributed, it's been very much a bout between the Flamebringers and the Kingmakers. And I'm looking at those to kind of set it up. Of course, the schedule for today as well is going to be really interesting, especially with FIFA being our starting game. We'll then go into some Smash Bros later on, followed by some Rainbow Six Siege, some CSGO, League of Legends, and we're ending the day out with some Valorant, an exciting one, and it could really shape up to all come down to that final Valorant game.
It's a bit jam-packed, isn't it?
It really
Very
is.
different games. That's 6 different games back
Yeah.
to back.
Yeah, and that Valorant game, looking at sort of where the teams that are our front runners are most confident, that game could be the deciding one about the points right now.
It really could.
You're kind of looking at each of them have a little bit of a sort of drop back and forth. Like some think they'll win this title, some think they're like, yeah, we'll lose this one, some will lose this one, they'll win this one. It's very sort of interesting, and it's very reliant on that. But I just have to say, I'm loving the blue on this, and what you can do is in fact check out the Campus Clash Twitter, campus_clash on Twitter. We have Twitter Blue,
We do.
verified on Twitter. And you can find on there...
I don't think that's a good thing necessarily, though.
No, it's fine. We're verified.
We can edit the tweets because there's been a couple of spelling errors that hopefully no one's caught.
Never. Don't know what you're on about. But on there you can find a link to the giveaway where you're able to win some amazing prizes. You can scan that here, and the grand prize will be a Noble chair provided by some of our sponsors, along with 5 Ducky keyboards and 10 1-kilogram bags of sweets, all provided from the amazing sponsors we have for Campus Clash Generations.
Indeed. Now, I'm not sure about you, but I think I could take on a 1-kilogram bag of sweets. Give me 20 minutes.
In one sitting.
Oh, but production days are long. Nathan.
Production days
are long. You put a 1-kilogram bag of sweets just in the middle over there. Seconds.
Lena would... Affinity would just stop doing...
It'd be unhinged.
You just stop doing your job and just slowly start just like on camera, just
slowly, yeah.
picking and keeping for me.
I didn't get much sleep last night, so sugar might be the only thing that gets us through the day.
I don't think many of us have had much sleep these last few nights. It's been a very long, hard-working process for Campus Clash, and hopefully, if you've joined us for any of the previous games, you'll enjoy the show that we put on for you on those. And if you only join us for today, we hope we put on a show for you today, and you enjoy the amazing games that we have coming up for you, and enjoy hearing our wonderful voices, seeing our wonderful faces, and our wonderful talent who will take you for all of those games as well. Hopefully you enjoy what they do.
Yeah, let's hope so. That's what we're here for. And of course, as we said, the final day of this year's Campus Clash, so it's going to be a big one. It's going to be a good one. There's a bit of there's games for everybody here. If you're a MOBA fan, there's some League. If you're an FPS game sort of person, you've got CSGO, you've got Valorant.
Yeah.
I guess you sort of got Overwatch. That's got guns.
I mean, we didn't have Overwatch. We had Mario Kart.
We do. We don't have Mario Kart either today, so that's my bad.
We got Siege as well, which is also an
yeah.
FPS game, and then we've also got the likes of FIFA. We're ticking all the boxes.
Game.
We're ticking all the
Sports
boxes.
We are indeed. So there's a bit of something for everyone.
All the departments.
Not too much of anything though, so you won't get bored. Just a little bit sprinkled.
Yeah, we're kind of distributing things out between things to give you a little bit of everything to dip in and out where you feel necessary if you want to.
Absolutely. Now, you're level 6, aren't you? You repping the level 6?
I mean,
you going to be cheering for them today?
I asked you this yesterday, and I was waiting for you to reverse it onto me today. I think I'm going to have to back the level 6 students for the overall, but I think we have to think about this FIFA one. I really, from just the way that they played yesterday, I think it's going to be very difficult for the Flamebringers to kind of bring it back in that losers run. And I feel like the level 3-4 Giant Slayers are going to come out on top.
Absolutely. And if Flamebringers take this, they're one step closer to the trophy. Of course, your biggest contender. But without further ado, we're going to hand you over to the wonderful casters because we don't want to keep you guys waiting any longer. So, Connor, Ian, take it away.
Thank you, Affinity and Nathan. I, of course, am Connor. This is Eon, and we are here for the finals of FIFA. This, honestly, I think is the crown jewel of this tournament. We had the FA Cup quite recently. We've had the Premier League finish recently. We just saw West Ham take a win quite recently, so maybe that's a sign. Maybe we're going to see our London team take it in Tottenham. Get both those North London teams getting trophies this weekend. Tottenham might have their first for a long time. So let's see what happens with that.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens. Obviously, we're coming to the end of the real-life football season, so this is where players might start to play a bit more FIFA in the off season and get ready for the new EA Sports game. Today we've got Level 3 and 4, Level 5. This is going to be the best chance for 3 and 4 to actually take something home because we've only really got this as Siege. Level 5, this is critical for them because they're going for that title against the Kingmakers mostly. So having this advantage, this basically free chance for them, is going to be so vital in getting towards that Campus Clash trophy.
It is going to be very, very vital. Of course, we saw our players on Tuesday when we saw how well they played. We had Embo, who played more of a controlling sort of play where They're waiting for the strike to happen at the right moment. Whereas we just saw Sure Shots just throwing goals in the back of the net. Like Cameron, those 5 goals that we saw against them. It was a very much given that PSG versus PG mirror match. But then when you saw them going against different teams, having to think a bit more out of the box, a bit more controlling play, but still was just firing shots in left, right, and centre. I believe got a couple penalties in as well, which was very, very good for them.
It's utilised. Sure Shots used their offensive firepower that PSG possess to their advantage. I think if they do that again, we see a sort of PSG versus Spurs, which I know Embo likes to play. I think it's going to be so difficult for Embo to really stop that force that is Messi, Neymar, and Mbappe, even the likes of Hakimi and Verratti we saw put in an effort. So yeah, it's going to be so tough for level 5 to stop that. And I think if they do manage to keep this close, I think it's going to be so good for level 5's chances going forward.
It is going to be very, very good for level... Well, it'll be good for both of them. Like I said, level 3 and 4, they need to win this to kind of creep up that leaderboard. Level 5 need this to have that bit of an edge over level 6, our kingmakers. But you were saying about how they had like Mbappe, Messi, Neymar, all those strong things. I'm just sat there thinking, you've got Son and you've got Kane. And whereas you've got the powerhouse that is the 3 up front for PSG, those two together, they're more of like a duo. They're a tactical. The other 3 can do their own thing on their own. Maybe they'll pass it across and they'll get some good goals in from that. But I think Son and Kane work very, very well together. So you'll see Son play it into Kane, who'll get it in, or Kane play it into Son, and all the vice versas. But we also saw some unorthodox picks coming from that Tottenham squad, where there were some players who were either that strong, fast-paced player, or a player who had a cracking shot, could get it in from outside the box. So that could be a bit of an issue for PSG, who like to play it up the front a bit more and get it to their strikers, whereas Tottenham can play it from the back to the middle and still get a few good goals in, if not a few good chances in.
Well, I think the weird thing was, in that first game, we saw Embo just play Kane and Son up front, and that didn't quite work out for them, losing 2-1 to Villa. But after that, they brought in Kulusevski. That gives them more of an attacking force. It doesn't mean they don't have to rely on the defence too much, which, as we've mentioned throughout this tournament, is definitely a weak spot for Spurs in both FIFA and in real life. And I think that's where the key difference is going to be if we do see Spurs versus PSG, is that Spurs have a very weak defence that can be exploited very easily. PSG just don't have that. They've got the likes of Sergio Ramos and Achraf Hakimi to just sort of cover every basis. So I think that's going to be pivotal for them, is that they need to keep this close because Spurs' defence are lacklustre.
They are a bit lackluster, but behind that defence, strong or not, is of course you have Lloris. And Lloris is arguably one of the best goalkeepers in Europe, if not the world. He's had some very good runs in international football and for club football. And his name skips me, but the PSG goalkeeper also probably quite on par with that.
Yeah, Donnarumma's one of the most promising keepers coming forward of his generation. It's the height factor. He's so tall, which making it so difficult to both A, get lob shots, and B, if we go to penalties, it's going to be so difficult to get the ball past him because he's got just the reach advantage as well.
Yeah, because he's got a reach advantage, but we have seen these past couple of days with the new penalty mechanics that we see in FIFA, is catching some of the players off guard. We had, some players who had the controls right up to them to make sure they get that near accurate, as close as possible shot. Other players who are like, this is different how it was, and just kind of going willy-nilly. Both really worked because it was, a goalkeeper can be tall, a goalkeeper can be short, a goalkeeper can be left, right, centre, and I can still maybe try and get it in. Others go over practice, but to get things going as well, we have PSG taking a kick-off straight onto Neymar, who's playing it backwards to Verratti, gets it onto Mendes, who plays it to Marquinhos, and a little bit of they're playing a triangle formation, go for a bit tit for tat to go through, and already up the wing with Mendes, doing a couple of skills. They are being forced out to the edges by the Spurs players, but straight up to the through, with Mbappe getting it through to Vitina, and then goes for a shot, sweats it, goes for a Messi, gets another tap in there.
Straight away. It's the direct football. It's not something we was expected too much with the longer halves we're playing today. We're playing 6-minute halves. You could expect to see them hold the ball a bit better, maybe play a bit more possession football. But as we saw right there, the first 2 minutes, just direct through balls, and it was an easy tap in for Mbappe.
A very easy tap in from Mbappe, completely just using the wing, even though they're forced out, putting an advantage. Son, though, coming in from the other wing, playing it back in towards Kane, who doesn't quite get onto it. A lovely little bicycle kick from Neymar to get it through to Mbappe as a defensive play. Messi then gets a hold of it into Vitina, into Verratti, back on to Vitina again. And we've seen that same repetition. Even though Spurs are forcing them out to the edge, PSG are coming straight back in. So Sure shots really taking advantage of a situation that is supposed to be a negative from what their opponent's seeing, playing it on them. But Emerson Royale tries to go up, but Mendez stopping them in their tracks, giving it to Sanchez, who can quite easily run it up the wing.
Neymar coming up the wing now. He's got a very good advantage. Mbappe gets goal there. Again, it's the direct football. It's something that we said earlier, is like the defence for Spurs is so fragile that any chance PSG is going to get, they will capitalise on. And they're not being Spurs are not being clinical enough with their direct passing. It's just something that they really need to work on going forward. We are only 10 minutes in, as we see, I think it's Kulusevski coming down the wing. Got Son got a chance, and great defending there from PSG.
Yeah, PSG had a great defence there, but Kane brings it straight back into Kulusevski, who gets it back into who I believe is Son. Son is taking it around the box, has a lovely chance, goes for it, just goes wide of the goal. So Tottenham are recreating what they're seeing from PSG and playing it in more from the side, trying to think, hey, if I can't do it, maybe I can force your own trap. Goes for a lovely shot from the outside the box, doesn't quite get it, falls back into PSG possession, but Tottenham are still pushing forward. Sergio Ramos, though, nice and comfortable picking it up, plays it towards the edge, can either force a corner or a goal kick, but luckily gets it back out to Vitinha, who can quite easily get it through ball to the top like we've seen. Messi, though, decides to play it backwards and is trying to keep it safe in that further edge. So maybe thinking, instead of getting Tottenham to force them into the edge, they're actually forcing Tottenham to follow them and then get that position where they can then exploit that, go to the side Tottenham aren't at, and then go straight through, as we see there. But Kulusevski does retrieve the ball and is getting it back into the Tottenham half.
PSG have been really good at resetting the momentum. Every time Spurs has been coming at them with a lot of players, they slow the game down, look for that hole, look for the through balls to play through. It's not quite working just yet, but as we saw, that first 10 minutes, they cut through them like
butter, but of course, trying to get through there, but Hakimi stopping them in their tracks. It's just that repetition where Spurs are getting the chances, but sure shots and this strong PSG defence are just holding the back so comfortably and easily that they're not getting through. Like, they had the couple shots that have come from corners and a little slip up when coming from the edges, but every time that's happened, if it's come straight back into PSG possession, as we see here with Verratti coming straight up into the box, being forced out a little bit, but has options around him. Luckily, Dia is there to stop it. Son gets a hold of it and can go up the wing, and he's got that pace, he's got that skill to get there, but it is played back to Danjuma, who gets it all the way across to Emerson Royale, who has a lovely through ball chance, but doesn't quite get it through. That defence just staying so strong, and just goes back in possession PSG, who can take it up to the Tottenham half, and this could be another goal opportunity if it goes through. Neymar, loving a bit of skill on the box, but is forced out again by the defence, but still soldiering on as it goes through, but Spurs gain possession and force it out.
I think something that Spurs really need to focus on now is holding on to possession a bit better. It's something they've really struggled with, and if they hold on to possession, they won't be susceptible to the counter-attack as badly as they have been. Every time PSG have got the ball, they're getting into the final third, and it's been very difficult for Spurs to get the ball back. Obviously, we have seen them have good offensive chances, but it's just been tough. We see Neymar going through, great roulette, but Romero takes the ball back, resets the momentum. Royal to Danjuma, to Son. Son will play the ball to Perisic. Perisic playing a wing-back role here, as we've seen in the later stages of the Spurs season. Tries to get the ball into Kane. Again, they're just not being clinical enough with these final passes to get the ball into the box, to allow Kane to take these shots against Donnarumma. It's been easy work for PSG's defence so far.
It's been easy work. They have just been either not letting them go through, or just if they do fail, Donnarumma is there to stop them. Son gets back into the half. Kane is looking to go for a lovely goal, goes for a nice long shot. Donnarumma just reaches to it, knocking out for a corner. And we did see yesterday that Embo loves taking corners with Spurs, goes for a short corner this time round, but is stopped completely by Hakimi, who reads that very, very well and gets a lovely run and is going right up the wing and has all this room to go through. Spurs were so focused on being in that half, they had no retaliation. Verratti gets it, has a bit of pressure, but Sanchez is an option there, gets it straight through. Messi is now very, very close to the box, can go for a few skills, is going round and round this defence, luckily stopped and gets to Danjuma. Son did pull back a bit to try and help that defensive play, and he's able to go forward. You see Perisic does get a hold of it on that wing, and we nearly saw an attempt at that run again, which is very nearly a good successful goal, but the PSG using that defensive play at the top as well. Get out to Vitinha, and they're playing a very big trap at that halfway line to stop Tottenham getting any further, as Messi now is on the ball. Vitinha gets it back to Messi. Messi takes a shot and it's just wide of the goalpost. So PSG are just cutting through like butter, where Spurs are like trying to through a knife through some stone.
And this is what we mentioned. The defence is fragile for Spurs. As we see Vitinha making the ball up to Mbappe, it's going to be very tough for them to withstand this firepower. They need to control the tempo better. As we saw off the counter-attack from Hakimi, off that corner, they immediately slowed the ball down, allowed themselves to reset the momentum and find a path through the goal. We see them doing this now. It's possession-based football, and it's something that PSG are working to their advantage. Controlling the momentum, control the tempo of the game, you're just going to win it at this point. 2-0. It's so difficult for Spurs to break through this without getting that momentum back.
It is very difficult, and I do believe we did just see something that could help our difficulty. I think they did a substitution on behalf of Spurs. I didn't quite catch it in our little screen preview, but maybe it is going to be a very beneficial one. As we already see straight away, Son is in that box and is up the wing, loses the ball once, getting into the box. Hakimi doing a wonderful job there. Marquinhos playing it back and safe to Mendes, who just gets it straight forward again, and this could be a rinse and repeat. We've seen it again. Spurs are getting very close, but they're falling into that trap on the sides. They're letting players like Hakimi get it, and they're then just getting it through into the middle, who are then playing it up to the likes of Messi. Lucas Moura gets it through. Kane has a lovely little free ball to Emerson Royal, who doesn't quite get a good hold of it in the box, and just straight back to PSG. And now it's just that same case. We have Neymar Jr. Neymar has that pace, he has that shot, he has options around him if he wants to pass, but he's going all the way. Tries to get a bit cheeky with that goal there, but gets stopped. Højbjerg gets a hold of it and gets it all the way out to Son, who's got a lot of options and spaces, but shut down completely by Vitinha. And now we're just seeing it go back. PSG in that box. Mbappe back to Vitinha, who has a lovely football to Verratti, and Neymar just gets a cheeky little tap in there just past Lloris.
Yeah, something we've noticed is Spurs are employing a 5-2-3 formation. That can invite a lot of pressure onto you. You do not want to do that with PSG. You want to control that tempo, and we've saw them coming out this second half. It's the same old story. Like, PSG have completely taken control of this game. Sure shots. What this is, like, it's a masterclass from them. It's a tactical masterclass from them. The 5-2-3 just is not working. They need to make a more aggressive switch. They need to fully utilise the talents of Son, Kane. I think they've got Lucas Moura on now. But yeah, it's just so destructive in midfield. The fact that they've only got two holding midfielders, it's just not working for them. They need to switch something up fast.
It's not working. Like, we're seeing this is where they are losing that pace, where it gets to the midfield, and there's no options because the midfield can play it wider because there's only two of them. But once they play it wider, that opens up PSG go through the middle. Once they try and play it in the middle, oh look at that, PSG can go around the edge, and then you can't get to your strikers if there's more players surrounding you or going around you that you have to focus on two things at once. It does go up though, and Son and Kane are doing that thing we said at the very start, where they are playing it to each other, whereas PSG are playing it with each other. And it goes for a lovely header, but Donnarumma just gets to it. That is going to be a corner for Spurs, so a lovely chance here. Even if it's only one goal, that could be a little bit of pressure because of how close Spurs are actually getting in this second half, but it's not close enough to allow PSG to be totally terrified. As we see PSG just use their defence, get it round, playing a bit close to their goal, getting a bit too comfy. But honestly, with the Spurs defence right now, the Spurs offence as well, they can quite easily wait for that perfect time to get through that midfield trap. As we see here, as Mbappe has a lovely clean run through a goal, takes an amazing shot from far. Lloris gets a hand on that, similar to how Donnarumma did on the other half, forcing a PSG corner, which I believe is their first of this match.
Yeah, these were the two players that fully utilised the new set-piece mechanics the best. They are obviously scored goals from corners in the last few games, but again, it's these two keepers that are some of the best in the world at their particular skills. Donnarumma is an amazing shot stopper. Lloris is a leader of men nowadays with the Spurs squad, and Lloris is keeping them in this game because there should be like 5 or 6 more goals here.
There should be more goals. A couple tactics where, the defence is helping there, but Lloris is just holding his own every step of the way. Especially, Lloris can stay comfortably when it is in this side of the field, especially when the Spurs have that attacking prowess. Moura is able to get it through. As you see, it is going to Emerson Royal into Kane. Kane has a few opportunities to pass to. He has got a cracking long shot on him, so can go for a screamer from this distance if he wants to, but opts to play a bit safer. Gets it through to Højbjerg, gets it through to Lucas Moura. Lucas Moura has a great shot as well and goes around the defence, has an opportunity, but but decides to play it to Sun, who takes a shot and is just slaved by Donnarumma. And Donnarumma, again, forcing a corner from a shot that's so close up that most keepers would fail to get that, but it comes in and Donnarumma's quite comfortably got a hold of that.
It's just not clinical enough in the final third. It's just very disappointing to see the lack of aggression from them. And it's something we haven't seen throughout this tournament. Like, Embo's been very aggressive with how he plays, even with that sort of tactical style. And the lack of aggression is inviting pressure onto him. And again, as we see, very nearly gets one-on-one with the keeper. It was offside, sure, but it's just very disappointing to see from them. This should have been a closer game with how the prior games have turned out. Son gets the ball, the through ball to Kane. Kane gets the shot. Donnarumma, yet again, excellent shot stop. You need something like extraordinary to actually beat him consistently. They need 3 goals. It's 10 minutes left. It's hard to see how Embo's going to bring this back for Spurs.
It is hard to see how it will be brought back. Now, there's literally 10 minutes left on this clock. Mathematically, you can get a goal every few minutes, and you could still win this, but Embo hasn't really got the pressure to get this through, and Sure Shot's stopping that completely. Sanchez now has the ball, plays it on through to Verratti, who plays it through to Neymar, who has a lovely free ball to Mbappe, and Mbappe is in pretty much a 1v1 situation if he can get far enough, but likes to play it through to Messi, back to Mbappe, a little bit. I think there's a bit of pressure coming out now from Sure Shots. He's getting a bit greedy. He's like, I'm going to try all my best. I'm going to throw everything at you. Danjuma comes through, gets through to Sun. Sun has a lovely roulette there to try and get around, but is stopped again. This is, but there's a free kick happening, so a little bit of foul play. Goes through for a semi-short shot, goes into Højbjerg, who doesn't get a hold of it, comes back to Romero, who gets stopped again. Perisic, though, goes for a shot, blocked straight by defender, goes for another shot there, and doesn't quite make it. The corner is stopped, though, by Hakimi, going for a throw-in, so not as opportunity for Spurs, but still quite close to the goal. But it is just straight back into that PSG possession with Mbappe, go through to Neymar Jr., who then gets stopped, but very, very close to the halfway line, where Spurs are always slipping up in this situation.
Yeah, I just think this was a tactical misstep from Embo. Just the amount of midfield pressure they've completely lost by only having 2 midfielders has bit them a bit here. Mbappe on the edge of the box, goes to the shot, just misses. And yeah, at this point, PSG can sit back a little, relax. You've got this in the bag. 3-0 down with just 1 minute to go. It's going to be near impossible, barring an absolute miracle for Embo to bring this back. It's a misstep from minute 1.
It is a misstep from minute 1 with Neymar Jr. now coming in. Doesn't get the goal that he is probably aiming for to make it 4. We are in plus 2 minutes, so PSG have more time to make it a complete roll. Getting a little bit cheesy here with a goalkeeper coming up to take the corner kick. Would be lovely to see if he could curl it in. Another header goes through, saved by either Lloris or Lopez. I couldn't quite catch it there. Lloris does clamber through to get a nice little bit of the end game. Lloris staying back, so Embo knowing I've not got the safest play, but does close up the game there. 3-0 to PSG, our level 3 and 4 team taking that win, which is a very, very crucial point for them. And level 5 falling ever so behind on that leaderboard, but still had a very, very good run this FIFA, showing the sheer skill. We had 2 parallels, I believe, in this game. We had Sure Shot, who was a very, very out there player, very aggressive player, being like, okay, if I just throw everything I've got at you, I'm going to get a goal in. And then we had Embo, who's being like, I'm going to play more defensively. He was playing a very strong defensive game all throughout this week. And, it did fall back because he had a weaker offense in this match, but it still showed that football is a game where you can either be super tactical or super aggressive. There's really never any in between, and you either outweigh your opponents by just stopping them getting goals, or you completely whitewash them by not letting them get past you and scoring the goals yourself.
And I think the tactical approach from Embo in this tournament has worked for him. But the problem was this game, he tried to switch up the play a bit too much. Tried to switch his tactics at the worst possible moment. He should have stuck with what's gotten success so far in this tournament, and it's allowed for them to just drop a critical game going forward in this tournament. They really had an advantage going in that level 5 could, if they could win this tournament, going forward, that gives them such a huge advantage in the rest of the series, and they've just missed that opportunity. Level 3 and 4 taking their first win, taking their first title, and it's really not too many opportunities they had going into this. It's been just utter domination from minute 1 from Sure Shots, and it's just good to see that the level 3 and 4 still have a bit of fight.
Yeah, it's good to see they have that sort of fight. Yeah. What was your favourite player today? Now, I have a quick run through this before we have to cut off. So, do you have any favourite plays? Mine personally was when we had the, I believe it was Josh who used Villa and got I think it's Watkins to score a very long shot to try and nudge through to that next bracket. So, anything quickly before we cut off that you think was a good little bit?
I do have a bit of Villa bias to me, so like I would say Josh playing Villa there, but I do think sure shots fully utilised not just Messi, Mbappe, Neymar, but also the more underrated superstars like Hakimi, Verratti, Donnarumma. Like it was just all round good play from them, and that's just what we like to see. Like we like to see good all round play rather than just one or two players here and there.
That is absolutely amazing. And talking about superstars and things we love to see, we've got an interview lined up with us, so we'll see how that goes with our players and our lovely, lovely hosts, and we'll see you in a second.
Hello, hello, and I'm joined by the winner. Do you want to introduce yourself a little bit?
Yeah, my name's Josh. I'm on level 3 and 4. Yeah. I don't know.
And so a really dominant showing there. Can you tell us a little bit about what you think you can attribute that win to?
I mean, Donnarumma kept me in the game a bit. He made quite a few crucial saves. But I think I just played well. I think my build-up was quite good for most of the goals. And it helps when you've got Mbappe up top. That really makes things easier.
Awesome. And coming into Campus Clash, had you done much preparation? Or are you coming fresh in and relying on previous skill maybe?
I play FIFA quite a lot at home, so this was the game that if it was any of the games that I was going to win, it was probably going to be this one. Overwatch as well, but that got cancelled unfortunately. But yeah, I play FIFA like basically every day, so if I lost, I'd be quite upset.
And is there anything you want to say to the level 3s and 4s that were supporting you? I saw a lot of love for you in there.
Yeah, Gruff, he just loves everyone. He said he'd kiss me if I scored another goal. So
did he?
Not yet, no. So
Gruff, get on that later. Anyway, I will let you go celebrate with the others. Get ready. Are you playing any other games today?
I got Siege later on, and yeah, I'm in the final for that as well, I think. So.
Anyway, I'll let you go get on with Siege. And we're going to go to a short break, so go grab some snacks. We'll be right back soon. Hello, 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 and welcome back, wonderful people, for the final day of Campus Clash. And they are wonderful people, aren't they?
Oh, they are. They're wonderful.
You are looking mighty fine today, may I just say?
Oh, you're so kind to everyone. Everyone's looking great today.
They are. They really are. I'm loving the shirt.
Yeah, it's been a theme, hasn't it? I think if you watched all of the days, you've been able to see my progression through the new phase of summer I'm enjoying the summer weather.
I joined you yesterday.
You
I borrowed
did.
somebody's. Now, we've just come off the back of our FIFA game where there was a very, very dominant level 3 for Giant Slayer's victory there.
Yeah, I think you could kind of really see the level that the Giant Slayers player had over the level 5 Flame Ringers player. Like, I know them very well, and I tried to give them as many pointers as I could to, help them try and make it a little bit closer, but they just couldn't get going. It seemed like every sort of opportunity they had, they couldn't really take.
What were your pointers? I'm curious. What were your pointers?
I gave it my custom tactics I use in Weekend League and just went, run this, you should be all right. Because it's the same formation he was trying to play, so I was just like, use my custom tactics, you'll be all right.
He was not all right.
He didn't use them anyway. He didn't.
Okay, that's why.
He refused to take them from me, like how Josh refused to take them as well.
I think your team's laying you down here.
Yeah, my friends and the teams I'm backing, they're not performing as I thought they would be, which is
Coach Walker?
not Coach Walker rocking him. Coach Walker was a very, very small era of my my esports journey.
I think it needs to come back.
It will not be coming back ever. I'm sorry. If you want coaching, don't ask me. There's plenty of better coaches available, and I feel like the next game, some coaching might have been happening yesterday night to prepare some of our players for this game.
I heard there might have been some late night scrims as well.
Late night scrims, mid-afternoon scrims all through the night.
Ever since they came off of their game, they have been practicing for today.
They have, yeah.
And what game is that for? We haven't announced that yet.
Well, it will be for Unexcitable, which is Super Smash Bros. And I think it's going to be a kind of really interesting dynamic, the way that it plays out. The sort of picks that these guys have been playing for characters. We've had, obviously, Pokemon Trainer and stuff like that, and against a variety of different things, but mainly the Diddy. But they just couldn't really find that flow with the Diddy Kong, and I'd almost expect them to maybe make a change to try and counter the Pokemon Trainer. They were literally out on Twitter going, I need someone to help me prepare, and especially with how the points table is kind of shaping up, the Flamebringers need to be able to pinch this one. So as we now have a finalized score for FIFA, the Flamebringers are out in the lead at the moment, followed up by the Giant Slayers, and then a tie at the moment for third position between the Crown Guard and the Kingmakers. But of course,
More games to come.
Kingmakers and the Flamebringers have got this Smash Final, which will help them get some points. So at minimum, there will be a jump up to second for Kingmakers, and they could tie it all up at the top with the Flamebringers if they win here in Smash. But it's going to be a very interesting sort of way it plays out.
Absolutely. And are you going to be in the player room cheering? I saw a lot of support for mostly the level 6s yesterday. They've been very, very vocal.
Yeah. So the level 6 players, he plays Smash and he's a confident fighting games player, but like he was not very confident. He was like, I possibly could maybe take a round or two, but like I don't think I'm going to beat him. And then when we had that long sort of fight between the two of them to decide who goes into the winner and losers bracket and make it to this grand final, it really kind of showed that their playstyle just was very difficult for the Diddy player to really understand, and the Flamebringers player just couldn't really get going. And I think that's why they called all this emergency practice.
I think so. And we're going to see soon whether it's actually paid off. Do you think it will have? Or do you think maybe they've burnt themselves out a bit?
I mean, from what... you're going to love this.
Am I?
I think you know what's coming. What I've heard...
On the grapevine?
On the grapevine. It won't be Diddy Kong anymore.
Ooh. Has the grapevine told us what it might be?
The grapevine has indeed informed me what it might be.
Ooh.
But am I going to ruin that? Am I going to tell all of you?
Can you give us the first letter?
I. That's a
I.
big hint for you folks.
See, I'm not a Smash player. So I
think that gives it away even more.
It does indeed.
That's a little hint.
Little hint. So that's a little snippet of what's to come. But we are going to pass it over to our Smashcasters to get it underway, get to see who that mysterious character is. So Robert, Tarjay, take it away.
Thank you, guys. My name is Tarjay, and together with me is...
Yo, what's up? I'm Rob.
Yeah. So, we have a final game ahead of us today.
Yeah.
What are you hoping to see?
Well, we saw a lot of the same characters yesterday.
Yeah.
We saw Pokemon Trainer, we saw Little Mac, Pyramithra, we saw Diddy Kong. So I'm expecting the same characters today. I don't think we'll switch things up too much.
Actually, as the host just said, we're not going to be seeing a Diddy Kong today.
Ooh,
yeah.
okay.
I don't know. I think it's the case of the Diddy Kong didn't really fully work towards Pokemon trainers, so maybe they just decided the best thing to do was to switch.
Oh, fair enough.
As we can see here,
Ooh,
they are
Isabelle.
locked into the Isabelle.
Okay, okay. Another low rank pick with another D tier character.
Yeah, and as the host said too, they did actually practice for quite a while last night. I did hear myself that they were playing for roughly like 9 hours,
Ooh.
trying to figure out how to beat Pokemon Trainer with Diddy Kong.
Okay, okay. And it just didn't work out for him then.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, Isabelle's a great pick. It's got the she's got the pocket. And that can be quite helpful with a bunch of range attacks from Pokemon Trainer.
Yeah.
Should be quite annoying to deal with.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it works against Pokemon Trainer then.
Yeah. Is there anything from Pokemon Trainer that Isabelle can pocket though?
She can pocket the. Now that I've mentioned it, I'm like, she can't pocket the. She can pocket the flamethrower, can't she?
I've no idea actually.
I don't know. We'll find
the
out.
amount of
We'll
things
find
that
out.
can be pocketed. There's a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot. You can pocket like Pyra's, sword occasionally, like for a split second. So like, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some stuff that you can pocket as well.
Yeah. So we're going into it here. The Flamebringers versus the Kingmaker. And we'll just have to see how this goes.
Yeah, so far getting a bit of chip damage on each other.
Yeah.
Isabelle comboing on Pokemon Trainer right now, but they're even on percent.
Yeah.
And we've got like a bit of an edge guarding match going on here.
Yeah.
Before they enter the neutral right now.
Yeah. As we've seen Pokemon Trainer yesterday. We've seen the good use of switching between Squirtle, Ivysaur, and Charizard, dealing up that damage with Squirtle and Ivysaur, and finishing with Charizard.
Yeah, Ivy hitting a nice clean hit on Isabelle then, and Isabelle showing off that pocket, getting Ivysaur's Razor Leaf.
Yeah, the Razor Leaf.
And now she's planting one of those Gourd thingies.
Yeah.
Trying to get some damage, but she can't, unfortunately, grow to Gourd because Charizard finishes her off with a Flare Blitz.
That was a beautiful Flare Blitz there, but the Pokemon Trainer is sitting here on over 100% damage, so they are in a dangerous range. As we've just seen, they got sent off.
Yeah, it's still anyone's game at this point.
Yeah.
Like, we've just got 2 stocks. Isabelle's got a bit more damage on, but now, it's just, Isabelle's just hitting them with a hammer.
Yeah, and as we've seen from both players' skills yesterday, they are very even in their skill level. So I wouldn't be surprised if this goes all the way today.
Yeah, out of all the games yesterday, Flamebringers and Kingmakers were the closest, being the only teams to get to the 3rd round.
Yeah.
With everyone else being like a 2-0 victory.
Yeah.
So it's definitely going to be a close match for sure.
Yeah. As we see Isabelle closing the gap here, giving Pokemon Trainer more percentage, taking the lead.
Yeah, Ivysaur, they've got a lot of damage up at the moment.
Yeah.
And Isabelle's just getting some nice throws in with a Fishing Rod. But
Yeah.
here comes Charizard to deal an insane Flare Blitz, building up a lot of damage and knocking him back pretty far.
Yeah, because I feel like when you're at this high of a percentage, getting that Flare Blitz damage doesn't really matter that much. Because if you get hit by the right move, you'll get sent out anyway.
Yeah, Charizard's already at that range where like any strong hit from Isabelle or a throw, just like we just saw right now, is enough to deal a finishing hit. So even if you Flare Blitz to rack up damage on yourself, as it is a self-inflicting damage move, it doesn't really matter too much because of how high he already was in the percent.
Yeah. Isabelle was ready to fish, and they did definitely fish that Charizard out of the field.
Yeah, Charizard's a fire type. You want to do water damage, so fishing, might be good for it.
It really seems here that changing to Isabelle for the Flamebringers is definitely been the right choice, as they get sent out to the field, though Pokemon Trainer is sitting on 62%. So if they can keep up the pressure on them here,
yeah,
I think it's
really
looking
been
good.
controlling this match so far.
Yeah.
Like, even though, they're not too far in the lead, there has been a significant lead with Pokemon Trainer not even dealing at any percent to Isabelle on this final stock right now.
Yeah. Going into the Charizard here, which is... Oh, and there they go.
There it
Getting
goes.
the stop sign on them.
Yeah, and getting the JV2 stock right there.
Yeah. So the question here, how prepared was Pokemon Trainer Greyhound, like how prepared were they for a character switch?
Well, considering there wasn't any switches yesterday, they might have been prepared for another
Diddy
round
Kong.
against Diddy Kong.
Yeah.
So the Isabel switch might have thrown them off here. So maybe we'll see them switch as well for this round. Who knows?
Yeah. Now, I didn't quite register what map they went into,
Oh, I didn't see either. I
but
think.
we'll see when we get into
Yeah, we'll
it.
find
right?
out. A nice cheeky surprise, unless the eagle-eyed viewers caught attention of a map pick right there.
We're seeing the Isabel again. It definitely did work. So
Oh, for sure. And we're seeing Greyhound stick on Pokemon Trainer as well.
Yeah.
So we'll see how well that works out for them too.
yeah, obviously as we've seen, level 6 do really want to win this. So we'll just have to see. We're going
it's
into
Hollow Bastion.
the Kingdom Hearts stage here again.
Yeah, so we've got a nice early lead from Isabel here,
Yep.
getting 42% off right in the first few seconds of the game.
Yeah.
And she's continuing to just juggle Pokemon Trainer, rack up the
Yeah.
damage. Ivysaur's going for a little bit of a counter here, but there is
Yeah.
a big gap between them right now.
It is a nice switch though. Like you're getting juggled as a Squirtle and then going into Ivysaur to kind of stop that juggling.
Yeah, Squirtle's a lot more of a lightweight character,
Yeah.
so Ivysaur, a bit of a middle ground between Squirtle and Charizard, so it's a bit more difficult for Isabel to juggle
Yeah.
them. And we've been seeing a lot of pockets from Isabel, getting that Razor Leaf off of Ivysaur here.
Yeah, definitely taking good use of the pocket.
Yeah, Isabel's pocket can be quite deadly when used at the right
Yeah.
time, because, Ivysaur usually can, rack up some damage from a bit of range, got a
Yeah.
lot of range with that Razor Leaf and, its vines and whatnot. But Isabel's just able to, sort of counter it, get pocket it, and then approach and just, deal some damage with her pom-poms and whatnot.
Yeah.
As we see her grabbing
Ooh.
whacking with a hammer and then getting a forward throw to get the first stock of this round.
Yeah. As we can see too, Isabel has a lot more utility than Diddy Kong did. Diddy Kong was much more flexible around the stage, but I think switching the fast pace of Diddy Kong for the utility of Isabel is definitely been the right choice for the Flamebringers here. Oh,
Charizard getting a nice edge guard off here.
Yeah.
As we mentioned yesterday, Charizard has got a lot of jumps, got a lot of aerial ability, and it's just really easy for them to just jump off the stage, get
Yeah.
a forward aerial like that, and
Oh.
go for a kill.
Both players on the edge here.
Yeah, Squirtle just taking a little bit of damage from Isabel.
Yeah.
We're both at 2 stocks right now, but the the difference in percentage is quite clear right now.
Yeah. I've seen Kingmaker trying to go for a few spikes here, but it hasn't really paid off.
Yeah, they are getting a bit of damage on here though.
Yeah.
Starting to get off a nice little combo on Isabel.
But Isabel, obviously having the balloons and such, can easily get out of juggle. Charizard going straight into that mine there.
Ooh. We did see quite a few Flare Blitz come off of Charizard there, but Isabel just managing to read them, get the shields off, block the hit, and then going for a little counter of her own.
Yeah.
And managing to get that kill. So Pokemon Trainer,
Yeah.
almost getting a kill on Isabel here, but if they just need to get, if it's so close right now, they just need
Yeah.
one strong hit and they can even things out for this round.
Yeah, definitely. They have to. Oh, and there we go.
There we
We're
have
down
it.
to 1-1 stock.
Oh, Charizard accidentally walking into that Void though, which
Yeah.
isn't good for them because now they've already got 80% damage.
Yeah.
Oh, get racking.
Ooh. No!
Oh, never mind.
What? Oh.
What a spike from Isabel.
That was beautiful.
Getting another JV2 stock, taking the victory.
Yeah.
So it's one hell of a W for them.
Definitely. That was a beautiful spike. It's another thing I noticed with Isabel, right? There's a lot you gotta keep in mind of on the stage. You have all these hidden things and the pockets and all that.
Yeah, Isabel, going from Animal Crossing, she's just got a lot of items in her pocket. She's got a stop sign, she's got a fishing rod, she's got the pom-poms, she's just got a lot of items in her inventory, and it's not like Diddy with the one item with a banana, she's got several.
Yeah.
So you have to kind of watch out for them, because it's the same with Villager, you can plant something in the ground, wait for the opponent to just forget about it and slip up, and then you can get a lot of damage off on them.
And as we can see, compared to yesterday, where it was a best of 3, I'm pretty sure it's a best of 5.
Oh, so there's
today.
still a chance for Pokemon Trainer to come back. So we're going to see them pick the next stage over here. So we're going for a battlefield this time around.
A nice clean battlefield.
Pokemon Trainer.
Oh, we're at a bracket reset.
So,
Actually,
interesting. So we've got a
because obviously our level 6s made it all the way through, and our level 5s are coming from the loser bracket.
so we're going to see another best of 3 then between the two?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, so we're seeing the same characters get locked in again, Isabelle versus Pokemon Trainer.
I mean, it makes sense. Isabelle has been working so well.
Yeah, and even though Kingmakers haven't been able to take a stock off of Isabelle yet, it hasn't been, you know, it's still been quite close. So it's not been like, you know, a very large gap between the characters, like with what we've seen previously with characters like Little Mac versus Diddy Kong.
Yeah.
So even though, you know, they've been falling behind so far, there's still chance to come back with Pokemon Trainer. They've still, you know...
As we can see, the level 5's representative, J-Money, is seemingly looking very pleased with the victories so far.
Of course, like, you know, they've been doing the most with Isabelle. Like, Isabelle already racking up 70% damage on Pokemon Trainer.
Yeah.
But, you know, Pokemon Trainer's got the home field advantage with the music right now, having some music from the OG Gen 1 game. So maybe that might help, you know, you just gotta...
I do quite like the Pokemon soundtrack.
Oh, it is really nice, you know. Like 25, 30 years worth of music or something. So they've got a lot of good tracks. It's just nice to hear. You know, it's not the most, this track in particular isn't the most fitting for, you know, final match, but it's still, it's quite nice, you know. Maybe help the players relax a little bit, get their heads back in the game.
Yeah.
You know, just have a good time while having this final match.
Exactly. We did see Isabelle here trying to get a fishing rod off on Charizard, not hitting.
Oh, with
and Charizard is taking the first stop.
Yeah, getting a face plant on the stage for Isabelle. Pokemon Trainer's really high in percentage right now, though, so they're gonna live.
But that was not enough.
Really surprising range, 170%. So they're just gonna try build up as much of a gap on Isabelle as possible.
Oh, and there they go.
There they go. Only getting 11% damage off before they lose the stock, unfortunately. So they're still pretty even. Isabelle already catching up to the damage Pokemon Trainer inflicted on them.
Sadly, they went into that gyroid there, which they managed to avoid previously.
Yeah, it's just one of those items where, you know, you pop it in the ground. It's like Villager's Tree or Snake's Grenades. You can kind of just forget about them after a while, and it's just really hard to keep on top of. Sometimes you can keep notice them, but like when you're in a final battle like this, it's really hard to, you know, take the focus off your opponent and like be aware of your surroundings.
Ooh, we see some beautiful moves from Charizard here, absolutely not letting Isabelle having a breathing room.
Yeah, Pokemon Trainer's really got the percent up on Isabelle right now.
Yeah.
They're still quite close to each other, where a strong hit from Isabelle can hit the Pokemon Trainer off the cliff. But, you know, Pokemon Trainer's at a position where they can easily come back from this and take a stock from Isabelle to even things out. But Isabelle's just juggling them, getting off some combos. Ivysaur managed to break free from the combo, but not without Isabelle pocketing a little Razor Leaf for herself.
They got a nice hit in him, but it wasn't quite enough to send Isabelle off the stage. Oh, no, what's... Oh.
I was worried for them then. I was like, oh, they are going a bit too low off the
I was almost expecting a spike there. Well, Isabelle was trying to go for it, but it didn't quite land.
Yeah, but Isabelle has racked up a ton of damage on Pokemon Trainer right now.
Yeah.
So, you know, Pokemon Trainer's been trying to take the stock off Isabelle for, like, since their last stock, really.
Yeah.
But only just managing to take it. They're already on 132%, so they're going to have to do a lot of work to, you know, just rack up some damage and not get hit themselves, because any strong hit right now is going to finish them off.
Yeah. So they definitely have to somehow try and take the control of the game and finish it up.
Yeah,
without
getting a nice grab, racking up a little bit of damage on there, but they're going to have to start a new combo on Isabelle.
Yeah. Going to
Charizard
here. Oh, and there they got popped off the
Pop
stage.
It's like Isabelle really popped off that round.
Yeah. Taking the early celebration, you could say.
Yeah, you could say that, you know, really, you know, it's like Smash is like a party game fighter, so, you know, party poppers really, you know, help emphasize that. And we've got a lot of momentum off Isabelle right now. You know, 3 games in a row that they've managed to win.
Yeah.
So, you know, are we going to see another Pokemon Trainer, or are they going to try and mix things up to kind of like halt this momentum, change things up a little bit?
As we've seen, Flamebringers are definitely once again bringing the heat to
really
the
are.
Kingsmakers.
And Kingsmakers, they're still going for the Pokemon Trainer. It hasn't worked out for them so far, but, maybe it's a main of theirs. They just really want to stick to it. It is the 3 characters in one, but, Isabelle so far has just been able to adapt to all 3 of them so far. So
it's definitely one of those where if they had another main, it might have been worth trying to switch to it in one of the earlier games just to see how that matchup would go.
yeah, at this point though, like one game could, this is their last chance really to take things back. So they need to win the next 2 games. So it may be a bit too risky to change to a different main, especially if they're not as confident with it right now. So they're going to keep sticking with the Pokemon Trainer, starting off with Squirtle by the looks of it.
Yeah. Because I think, I would have suggested a ranged character, but a lot of the ranged characters could easily have their items pocketed.
Yeah, against Isabelle, you kind of want like a more rushdown character, like maybe someone like a Cloud, maybe like Mythra, Pyra. Just someone who doesn't have too many projectiles. Maybe they've got one in their arsenal, but they don't really need to use it a lot of the time, just so they can get up close and personal, string some combos together. Or maybe like a long-range character like Sephiroth, where it's not really projectile hit, but they've still got quite a long range to deal with Isabelle.
Yeah.
But Isabelle's pocket, as we saw, is quite nasty. Even though Razor Leaf isn't really a, it's not the best move on Ivysaur's kit, they've still been managing to pocket each and every one of them, and just kind of disrupting the flow of Pokemon Trainer.
Yeah. We are seeing the Yoshi's story map here.
We've had some really happy music and stages so far for the finals. It's not really been Smash has a lot of variety of music, and we haven't really seen the epic kind of final battle music. It's just been
it would have been very fitting with Final Destination.
Oh, of course. Final Destination has a lot of intense tracks, especially the Brawls theme and things like that. It's very iconic. But we've just had some really happy, happy-go-lucky kind of themes that are just really nice to listen to.
As we see here, Isabelle is in full control, sending Charizard straight off the stage. Yeah, not even 1 minute in.
Pokemon Trainer, they've ranked up a little bit of damage on Ivysaur, on Isabelle.
Yeah.
But it's just really not enough to take a stock off. But slowly building some damage. Unfortunately, couldn't finish that combo with up B just then. And now Isabelle's going to try some edge guarding on them, but Squirtle's kind of took over, missed another up B unfortunately for them.
Yeah.
And, Isabelle's just they keep kind of switching the edge guarding. 1 minute Squirtle's, edge guarding Isabelle, then Isabelle takes command, edge guards again, and then Squirtle manages to take control again. It's been we haven't seen much neutral gameplay.
Yeah. It might have been, I feel like it might have been a case of that. On the early game, they're switching too quickly from Squirtle to Ivysaur, because as we've just seen, Squirtle did a lot of good work there.
Oh, and we saw a really nice play from Charizard there, using Flamethrower not only to damage Isabelle, but also not fall for the Gyroid trap that's in the middle currently.
Yeah.
So they've been, so far had a good job of avoiding that, but unfortunately, as
Squirtle, the denial sign.
Yeah, they're quite light, so being on a high percent at the top flat platform, Isabelle was just able to get that KO.
Yeah. We see another Gyroid being put down. Very good Gyroid usage. Always trying to put one down when possible.
Yeah, I feel like with Villager and Isabelle, these trap kind of based characters, you kind of want to lay one down at all times, just in case, the opponent falls into them.
Yeah, and it also just kind of limits the map movements to a degree.
Yeah, it really does, because it really lets you take control of the map. Charizard getting a nice, clean edge guarding hit off Isabelle right there.
Sitting on 44%, they might just be able to bring it back.
Yeah, Squirtle getting a nice combo here, kind of getting almost 30% off. Trying to use the Razor Leaf to get some chip damage on Isabelle, but also get rid of the Gyroid.
Juggled.
I mean, it's jungle, it's a grass type, close enough. I'm still getting a nice throw off.
Yeah, trying to spike down Isabelle, they're not hitting.
Yeah, it was a really nice attempt there. Kind of distracting Isabelle. Will
this be it?
This might be it. Charizard going for another Flare Blitz. They tend to, maybe Isabelle's predicting Charizard a lot more.
And there
with the
they
back
go!
Throw. There we go. Squirtle is down and
out. A clean victory there for the Flamebringers.
Yeah, we can see the Flamebringers player right now, and Isabel just being very happy with their victory.
Yeah.
4-0, not missing a single beat, taking the W each and every single round.
Falling behind on the Diddy Kong yesterday, trying to figure out how to beat Pokemon Trainer just to go in with Isabel and
they just
wiping Pokemon Trainer off the map.
Yeah, they just looked at their Animal Crossing hours and probably like, right, I've got like 1,000 hours in Animal Crossing. Let's just translate that over to Smash. Let's pick an Animal Crossing character, get in a zone, and it just worked out for them.
Yeah, it definitely did. It definitely did.
Yeah, it was a really good game.
Yeah.
Even though, it was a 4-0, I feel like this was a lot closer than any of the other matches where, besides, obviously, Diddy Kong versus Pokemon Trainer yesterday, it was very close where they always got them down to the last dart, got them to a decent percent, but just Isabel always, came through at the end and got the kill, whereas a lot of the time yesterday we saw a lot of 3-start matches, 2-start matches.
Yeah.
Couldn't really get them to even out and be on the last slots. But yeah, I think that's all we got time for, so let's send things back to the hosts, and we'll see you later for the next games.
And welcome back to us.
Yeah.
And what a game that was. Commiserations. I know you were really rooting there for the Kingmakers. But a very hard-fought battle.
Yeah, it really was. I think what we've learned is practice does make perfect, and if you scrim, then it helps, and that's what
a lot of practice.
A lot of the it's clear to see that the practice that the Flamebringers player put in last night has come to good use. The way that they were playing there, Isabella, was really smart as well. I feel like playing for the grabs a lot and using the fishing rod so often, just playing that long game and being able to bring him close when he needs to, just kind of opened up opportunities for the Flamebringers that they needed, and that really kind of helps them get a very substantial lead and build on and break away from the pack almost, really. And if we look at how the table's kind of shaped out and the way it all kind of plays into it, that's already a 3-point gap
lead
that they've gained over the Kingmakers, who are in second, followed by the Giant Slayers in third on 6 points, and then at the bottom it will be the SUL Crown Guard with 5 points. But we still have many titles left to play. We still got Rainbow Six, CSGO, League of Legends, and Valorant left to go.
We do indeed. Now, as we said, this was a very crucial game for the level 5s to win, actually, because I know that you and Josh Ferguson were looking earlier today and tallying up how many games you needed to win and how many level 5 needed to lose. And this was really one that you guys needed, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. But speaking of people that don't lose, our amazing sponsors for Campus Clash Generations this year, the wonderful Ducky Keyboard, Noble Chairs, and of course, Sweet Cammy. We want to thank our sponsors for helping us be able to put on this event and never missing a beat. And speaking of never missing a beat, I think that the next game, they need to be on it if they don't want to miss a beat. It's very important. This one's going to be very interesting between the sort of other teams that we haven't really seen this one. We haven't seen the SCL Crown Guard yet. We haven't seen... We saw the Giant Slayers in the FIFA one, but, very short appearance in that. I guess the two shorter titles we've had earlier this morning.
It was a very short title.
They're gonna play into each other, and, we've got a very interesting game coming up next, and I'm excited to see how it kind of all plays out and shapes up and how the table really forms after this one.
It is, and we are getting into the point where a winner is emerging.
Yes.
It is over the next 2 titles. I think it is. Is it, I think it's when we have 2 titles left, when we've got our Valorant and our
League of Legends.
League.
That's
potentially.
That's where we'll, I think by League of Legends, potentially.
Yeah, by League of Legends, we will
know if the gap is, if the gap is closable. Because realistically, looking at how it's kind of shaping out, you're looking at the Kingmakers and the Flamebringers to be battling out just from how many of the higher end points they're able to achieve. So it really kind of looks into those two and trying to maximize the amount of points they can get. And of course, for our next game that we will be having, it will be Rainbow Six Siege, and it will be the Flamebringers, as we've been mentioning, taking on the Giant Slayers once again, as they did in the FIFA tournament this morning.
We've seen a lot of level 5 today, haven't we?
Seen a lot of level 5 today.
And we'll see a lot more of them later as well.
Yeah, we will. And it kind of shapes up into this nice sort of way that plays into their strengths. Level 5 have a lot of players who are very comfortable at any shooter, even if Rainbow Six isn't their main title. A lot of them are just comfortable shooter players, and by having FPS in your arsenal, you can play 3 different titles. Or
you can indeed.
It could have been 4 if we had Overwatch as well, because that, again, is a first-person shooter to a certain extent. So that adds another element to it. So that's over half of the game title pool.
You say to some extent, it's first-person.
It is.
You have a gun.
Some don't. Some have hammer. Some have mace. Some have Shuriken.
True. I take it back.
Not all have
they
guns.
still Shuriken. You still sort of.
Yeah, I
shooting
know,
it, right?
I know. But still, like, they don't all have. Some have funny beam. I don't know. Funny. Anyway, like, at the end, it's still a first-person aim-related game as such, like that. So.
Let's not say aim either, because then there are characters that don't.
Well,
We're getting sidetracked here, Nathan.
we're trying to explain how
We didn't have
Overwatch is a
Overwatch.
shooter, but we didn't have it, so we had Mario Kart
Doesn't
instead.
matter.
So, but there's still 3 out of the 7 titles that they played that are shooter-related. So
They are.
having that as a strong sort of fallback in your arsenal, like the level 5 students and the Flamebringers have had, it opens up this opportunity where they can be very strong in those sort of titles, and then realistically, it's only one more win in another one of the titles which they've just done in Smash that kind of puts the odds in their favor.
It does, and as we said, that 3-point lead already. That's a whole game, pretty much.
It really is. That differentiates first from last, and it
Does.
relies on closing out. I think from what I've been hearing about how things kind of shape up, the level for the Kingmakers, the next 3 titles that they face the level 5s in the finals of, well, to get the most amount of points and get at least 1 extra point on top of them, is going to be Valorant, League, and Counter-Strike, and they're the ones that they have to pull away from. And
Absolutely.
and
But
that's
titles they're confident in.
that's just to tie it as well, which is a critical thing. And it comes down to these next sort of games and how they really play into that.
Absolutely. But without further ado, we are going to send you over to our casters, because there's not much more we can say. Don't want to keep you guys waiting, and we really want to see who's going to take home this glorious trophy. So, casters, to the stage.
Thank you very much, Lena and Nathan. I'm Matt, also known as the Mighty Stuff. I'm joined by the wonderful Cole. We're here for some Rainbow Six Siege, obviously our final rotation of our round robin. We've got the level 5s Flamebringers versus our Giant Slayers. How are we feeling going into this?
I mean, it's just going to be a really good game, a lovely final. I know that both skill levels of both teams are really good. Hearing that there's an X-Pro on the level 3-4 side as well.
That makes the game just a little bit more competitive and spicy. Obviously going, where all the points matters at X-Pro, knowledge is going to obviously tied in the feather. But as a level 5, I'm just rooting for the boys. Obviously, they're going to put on a good show nonetheless. Whatever they do, they're going to have fun with it.
Yeah, and I mean, through being a Kingmaker level 6 myself, the thought of level 3 and 4 winning is what I want.
Oh, okay. So we got some rivalry here.
A little
between
bit.
me and you two. But no matter what, I feel as if Siege is going to be where the competitive aspect starts to
100%.
build in, because we've had
100%.
Smash, we've had FIFA. They've kind of just been casual. I know J Money from a level 5 has got quite heated, and he was just taking in all the glory. But now we're getting onto the the fast-paced competitive titles that we're used to seeing, and I think that's where all the points and glory is there to be made.
Yeah, well, we've been doing some calculations and what have you previously, and seeing where we lie when results come in. But for now, Siege, some game that we have a reasonable feeling that these have an experience level of, especially recently as well, as some don't.
Definitely, and I know a lot of our players, as R6, it's kind of been a first bringing to Campus Clash. It wasn't last year. It's not really been put on at the university. So a lot of our players are having to re-knowledge themselves in the games and play as much as they can just to get a feel for it, because there has been a lot of changes, a lot of new operators, and a lot of maps. Because from talking to some of the players, they haven't really played since Season 3 and 4, which is a long, long time ago.
Even myself, I've only really recently picked it up again. I've started enjoying it now, and I hope the players can too.
Yeah, and obviously that ex-professional, as you said, on 3 and 4, if they can be an IGL and a carry going into this, I feel like level 5s will have to try and climb that mountain and, weather the storm away, because if they have that level 3 and 4, dominance, because we haven't really seen it in many of our titles, other than FIFA, I do come in for FIFA, as we do get into map picks and bans. What maps you wanting to see? Because I know I have a couple favourites.
I have my favourites of the old maps. Bank, of course. Oregon.
Oregon is
also just really good maps.
Oregon is my favourite map. That was it sits in my heart because that's the first one I ever got Ace on.
Oh,
back in the day, back in high school, which is a very long time ago now.
Very, very big while ago.
Yeah. So, but no, map bans. I'm looking at some of the newer maps because a lot of people still confused on stuff like Nighthaven, stuff like Emerald, stuff like Stadium. People just dislike that map. That Albany Poem bad. Steambok as well with the changes.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about this in CS:GO as well. The experience of players is going to heavily influence these bans, like we had with Anubis and Ancient. We're going to have it the same here with Nighthaven and Emerald Plains, like you said.
Yeah, and obviously Theme Park is a map that's been in, but it's had a lot of changes, especially with new operators coming in. So they had that completely a while ago. They had that train element completely taken out and put with another aspect and more buildings to it. So Theme Park is a map that can cause quite confusion for newer players. So it's good to see it's been taken off by.
It's kind of in the same vein as well. Villa, very many rooms. rooms that you have to clear through, and all the map rotations that has through the basement that can be used extremely well with operators like Caveira. Pulse is also really good down there for understanding positioning of the attack and where it may come from. So, again, maps like such, and we now have the next ban of Bank.
Which is a bit, you know...
It's unfortunate because old map coming back again into sort of
feel like
play of Rainbow, and we're first time not going to be able to see it, unfortunately.
I feel like Bank is a Marmite relationship. I know...
Certainly.
Yes, I love hate. You either really love Bank or you just hate the layout of Bank. And I'm someone that does like Bank. I'm used to playing on it. I just love, you know... The window aspects of it as well, having that outside to inside feel of Bank is quite nice to see, you know, players experience with that, but getting taken off the table very quickly for the side of Giant Slayers. I feel like that might come into the pro player, because I know a lot of pros, they take Bank out because it's a very easy map to execute, as Chalet gets taken off, which is another map, you know...
Yeah,
we don't
had
really
some
see.
changes, obviously, recently in the way it was laid out, so for any old players or experienced players that have only played the prior Chalet map may find it a little bit difficult.
Upstairs
obviously,
and downstairs are
the same flow in essence, but there's more corridors downstairs, more angles to clear on placement of barrels and walls and stuff in the basement. It's just, again, something you'll have to take into consideration when clearing out angles and making sure that everything is cleared when they push in.
Definitely. And Villa, another map we talked about, it's kind of a labyrinth of a map, so I'm good to see that taken off, because it can get quite confusing with the amount of rooms and the amount of angles you have to actually check, and obviously it plays into what operators are going to be fielded, so it's good to see Villa off. It's a confusing map to watch, it's a confusing map to play on, so some players obviously just don't like Villa. I don't like Villa.
And I mean, that map as well is also affected a lot by the run-out timer changes that used to be 5 seconds is now 2.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, obviously, angles on the balconies and all of the run-outs, which we're not going to see, luckily. And although it does affect Villa, definitely affects every other map as well. So we get Cafe as the last ban.
That's a
so
weird
Oregon still up.
Oh, yes. If they pick Oregon, I'm going to be so happy. But Cafe, is a map that, you know, it's a staple in Siege.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people are comfortable on it. So, you know, getting taken away out the pool from level 5s, it could just be... It's like the Mirage situation with CSGO.
Yeah. And I mean, it has iconic moments through Siege's esports history as well. The G2 game versus EG at the Invitational Final being the first map that G2 turned it round on for the reverse sweep. So a lot of players are going to be used to it. It has had a few changes. We get Clubhouse as our map. So we had this yesterday, I believe, for some of the teams.
I feel like it's one-sided, because, you know, you take a lot of rounds in Clubhouse one-sided, and then you could get stomped the next round.
Certainly.
But it's a map that's been in Siege rotation for forever. You know, it's sad to see Oregon. I did let out a side that we didn't see Oregon, but, you know, Clubhouse is on map. What are you thinking of agents going into this?
Well, yeah, operators. Or I've talked a little bit to the level 6s who maybe don't have as much experience, and certain operators like Lion and Finker, operators that have very basic abilities that can be used and have a huge influence, like forcing defenders to stop like Lion is, or picking Doc and Rook on defense to keep healthy or gain armor, just to make sure that you survive 1 or 2 hits more. So
I feel with the newer players as well, having those very easy to execute characters is going to be
certainly
what's the thing, as we do see our level 5s offlane bringers are bringing the heat on the attack, and our Giant Slayers, you know, defending on Clubhouse. And I know Clubhouse, from my perspective, it's very nice to defend on. I know operators like Mute, you've got roaming like Caveira, you've got stuff like your pulses, you've got your Capcan traps. Stuff trap heavy on Clubhouse is very, very useful to implement. And so I feel like Giant Slayers, with the lead of a ex-professional, might just have the upper hand.
And yeah, with that ex-professional, they probably know the majority of the reinforcement strats and all of that as we get into the bans of the game.
I do want to see a Dockerby getting taken out rotation, because that is a very pivotal pick just to get rid of straight off the bat. You can also see stuff like Clash being taken away, things like Osa as well.
Yeah,
Osa's a very annoying one.
I know we saw a little bit yesterday the Glaz. So maybe that's something to consider being taken away from the teams as we get Jackal.
Which is, it's a normal ban. You see it in every ranked or unranked game.
It makes sense for Giant Slayers. They want to make sure that they can get their Caveira or Vigil or whoever it may be roaming and not be tracked so easily, and then making sure that the drones are being used instead of just the free track of the footsteps.
Yeah, definitely. And we can probably see in attacking. I wouldn't expect the Dockerby taken away. Stuff like the Lion, maybe even Blitz, taken away. You know,
that's fair.
Annoying shield flash.
Especially when you have certain players who have the experience of Siege, knowing that Blitz is such a strong operator, and the fact that they can push forward and clear angles really easily without having problems of being pushed so aggressively and the chance of being taken out as well.
Yeah, and obviously we see in the all chat Mira getting taken away. So both, both operators from the Year 2 DLC being taken away. As we saw some chatting there, their plans being foiled with the Blitz getting taken away. I heard level 3s and 4s quite upset at that. So
yeah, maybe Capcan as well, following up, like you said.
I did talk
Experienced
about them.
players going to be able to make sure that the doors are correctly used with the Capcan traps, their placement on level as well, because now you can put them as where you want them on each door frame and window.
Yeah, definitely. And
As
it's
we get
obviously
into the first picks.
to stop confusion, I'm put at this game. We're not going to call him that. We
No.
did that in the Valorant. Their name's Toast. So
Toast,
if
fine.
any confusion, I
Easy
feel as
enough.
if that's just a staple username for himself. So you see some different game audio. I
Yeah.
hear some CSGO headshots go on in the background and the Zeus being fired. But we do get into our preparation phase.
Yep.
So easy defense in the basement. You just set up very nice reinforcements and you hold this this basement corridor, and especially, that's why the mirror got taken away, because with that basement corridor and having a mirror up there,
Yep.
it's dangerous. And I can see probably a lot of our characters will defend from upstairs going to downstairs, because as soon as if you're an attacker, you get that
Certainly.
upstairs control. It's just easy to take the bottom
Yeah,
floor.
and when you get that control of kitchen, opening the hatch, opening up all the angles to make sure the arsenal is clear in the back corners that you can't quite see from the hatch, is also really, really good.
Yeah. Mute as well picked up as another character I want to highlight. You highlighted Rook.
Yeah.
On the attacking side, easy to execute characters. They have hard breaches. They got Hibana. They have the Glaz you were talking about, IQ, just to snuff out those bandit tricks.
Yep.
So overall, it's expected to see from attackers and it's expected to see from defenders. So it's quite a nice
Certainly.
team comp to clash against each other.
Yeah, we'll just see the guys coming over from the dock area now through attack.
Let's see if there's any cheeky shenanigans going on as we see Manny here. Maybe looking for that door play as we see two players defending in that, that tunnel leading onto site. Opting to repel, maybe take the top floor leading down, which is an interesting
There
strategy.
is tiny bit of room presence as well towards the kitchen and strip club side as well. Now clearing through as much as possible. A good push here from Ash, making sure that they're checking angles as well.
Yeah, and a lot of our players, this is the tricks I wanted to see. The Valkyrie just hiding and lurking. As the Apologies take some damage, and I feel as if Embo always finds that aggressive angle, and he's already in the basement hunting some of the players. But this is what I was talking about. You've got to snuff anyone out because he hasn't checked his corner.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, he hasn't checked his corner. He knows Mute's there, but he doesn't know someone's waiting for him round that corner. Oh, nice flick from Embo. Straight takes down shots, and Apologies takes down Manny. EP gets hunted on the Valkyrie, but Flower Boy also goes down, and Sabrina has to find a way. Throws down the satchel charge, and a nice spray down through Embo. And Embo's already on site. It's up to Trickster, Foxy, and Toast to try and defend this basement.
Yeah, and Lars trapped in this tunnel as well. It's a really hard position to push out from, especially only having the 1C4. Good cover on the corner as Trixie Foxy gets the first kill for themselves.
Yeah, and obviously, I was just going to see how they execute this as a 3v2 situation. I know Apologies found a cheeky kill, took some damage from that fight. They dropped the diffuser. They're just looking to try and enter through this ceiling, and it's very nice from Trickster, Foxy, and Toast. They're being patient. They're not letting anyone just stand in their way, and I feel as if Foxy might just get spotted out here from the Ash.
Yep, just opening up a few angles on this barricade, making sure that they can peek. It is a little bit precarious to do so, now fully getting rid of the barricade. There is angles here from Foxy. Does send a few shots, but can't quite catch.
Yeah, and the Rook MP9, sorry, whatever that gun is, it's a very pivotal gun, especially ACOG on defense. See, and Toast move closer into sight, and all three of them moving through the same direction. Smoke pivotal with this Glaz pick, as we see a very nice contact from Caesar, finding the flank onto Foxy, and it's all up to Toast in a 1v3 situation. Finds one with the cheeky headshot onto Apologies, doesn't check his corners. Sneaks around this corner, they know where one is, they're getting pinged heavily. Glaz getting taken down here, turns it into a 1v1 situation.
And the
Just
diffuser's
Caesar
down.
versus Toast. Diffuser down. You've got to check your right though, buddy. Caesar sneaking through the hole in the wall.
Love.
Cheeky headshot from Toast. 1v3 situation. Clutches up for the side of our Giant Slayers.
Yeah, I think there's maybe just a little bit of a communication error there. The hole obviously being opened up by Ash and then pushing around through to Moto to make sure that they can push into the church. Just leaving that angle exposed. They did get rid of Foxy's very good play and making sure that they could get one site, but then they didn't follow up and use the smokes to cover the angle that Bandit was watching.
Yeah, and I just had miscommunication. They had three members,
Yeah.
and they push in one on one, and they just Toast isolating the 1v1s very, very nicely, and they will move into And the upstairs bomb site here, you know, the less popular one though, usually go into the bedroom, but they seem to be defending the money laundry room. So
yeah, I mean, with Clubhouse, it's had a very long age of how it's been held. The garage wall there being reinforced from the top side, so maybe not being played from the bottom, and making sure that it's easy enough to cover the main outside wall that Foxy is now lovely reinforcing as well.
Yeah, and Foxy and Toast are staying to the same operators. We've seen a different side. We've seen another trap operator bringing in the Forest, but an Oryx. Now this is a champ that a lot of people like the rotation speeds and the versatile playstyle you can have with them. And it might be Manny going for a cheeky spawn peek down on the ground floor. And obviously, what do you do as an attacker going into this composition when the threat of a thrust is high?
I mean, I think in every case you want to drone well, but knowing, if they know that there is a frost, droning is pivotal to each push that they make and every small inch they want to take. They're now collecting up the roof. They know where the bomb is, so they're going for the roof side attack through construction, possibly.
Yeah, I feel like that's the main strat. But Embo here, aggressive in every FPS they play. The IGL for most of their teams being a dominant factor in the victories that our Flamebringers have bring onto the table. So having that IQ push, I don't think a lot of our level 3s expect it. An IQ just to come zooming around the corner already in sight.
Oh, yeah.
It's very, very nice to see. But we see Manny lurking around here, trying to find a cheeky pick if they can.
Yeah, previously in that bathroom as well, getting that one pick in the first round. And again, sitting in a similar sort of position. Still outside for the team of Flamebringers, just making sure that they can take as much control as possible. Now heading over towards that big garage, opening up the lower wall to make sure that they can get anti-hard breach, anti-covered.
And it's nice to see they've opted for the Maverick. The Bandit kind of shut down the Hibana's game plan. I don't know if you've spotted them there. I feel like they have. They've spotted maybe a wiggle. As Embo takes on Trickster Foxy. Embo here, already, being the leading factor. Has a couple kills to their name. Manny here, maybe looking for a different, form of play. Might be looking for the exit through this window. They do, and he's found 3 members. But he gets the down. Manny picking up Caesar. Found 3 members, kind of lacking, but they'll just get a cheeky kill.
That's also a really good frag, and now we've got the Pro League HUD on. They don't know points, so they don't know this player is down. See if we can get the flash coming through.
Flashes themselves. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe seeing some misuse of utility, but they don't know they're downed, but they will bleed out eventually, and Frost might be able to want to rotate. Manny still here down Sabrina, trying to do the best that he can, and Toast here, who had a killer clutch. Sabrina finding a couple of feet, trying to shoot them down, but they now know where the Jaeger is hiding, and it looks like attackers, although they find VG, which is, kind of a blunder, reloading their gun. Sabrina.
And shots covering as well, taking the second frag too, as Embo getting one in return.
It's now a 2v3 situation. 2v2, Manny just bled out from the side of VG. Shots and Toast, the Clutch Meister. Shots finds a very nice headshot on Embo. And it's all up to Apologies, trying to clutch out the round in a 1v2 situation.
Yeah, what we've seen from Giant Slayers is a really good level knowledge of heads, as we see Toast getting the final kill of the round, and again helping the defenders to 2-0.
Yeah, that's a very sharp angle just through the table. Obviously, where the wall was blown up from the side of the defenders, they're taking a 2-0 lead. In this Rainbow Six, winners, that both teams won their previous games the other day. So
yep.
These two have all to play for, especially in the points contention. Because if Giant Slayers, take this game, their points somehow skyrocket and they're back in contention. Because I know they won the FIFA this morning. So it's nice to see. We're seeing very similar staple characters. So shots again on the Frost. The only person who's really changing up is Manny, who's a very, has that versatile playstyle of this roaming characters.
Yeah, and we've seen the Vigil now this time, and in the first round it was the Bandit, I believe, that was in the precarious position of roaming.
Yeah.
Because they already placed their utility down. They don't need to be on the site anymore, because in downstairs you don't need to trick. But in this case, they'll mostly sit on site. Depending on how they want to extend the site here, they can extend into the office just above the site, or in this view, they could also extend into construction and the money room on the right there, and see if they can hold that off for longer, and then fall back and wait and see if all the utility then is used.
See Flower Boy pick up the Fuse, which could be an interesting one, because I know Fuse is quite popular with newer players. We've seen Manny maybe looking for a very nice spawn peek here, seeing what they can do.
Unfortunately, no one's spawning on that side.
I do like the pick of the Vigil though, a very potent Roma. Just having that use, but like very nice, like the AK that they're having. I think it's an AK. I'm not really sure. I can't remember what the name of the gun is, but that rifle is just so prevalent on defense because it just it shreds through armor straight away. And the Lion you said picked up in the pre.
Yeah, I think it's just a really good disruptive operator. The fact that you have to force the defenders to stand still, like obviously previously extremely powerful, seeing all the outlines, but now it's only a ping, so it's not so bad.
Yeah.
As we see Manny come in here through Paul and the main living area or bar area.
Those going to be the one to try and found the bomb. They know where they're playing, but where are they hiding? You know, it's a very slow start to this round from the side of a Flamebringers, just trying to find as much information as they can. But how do you attack this site with 5 defenders, you know, surrounding this upper floor?
So right now you want to take out the wall that Trixie's standing behind, the reinforced one. They only have Hibana at the minute to do that, so they may have to use all of their Kairos to get a gap big enough to walk through. Again, we'll see. Drone taken out there. Manny playing really close to the windows as Foxy gets the one onto Jim Window.
And the threat of Fuse automatically just straight away taken away. Usually when I step on a wall, but the windows have been destroyed. How do our Flamebringers attack this? If you lose this round, you're 3-0 down going into, you know, a very tricky situation. As Glaz here hiding on the window. I don't know if they know that someone's hiding around that wall corner. And Manny here just lurking secretly. If you hopefully there's a frost trap waiting for you, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, Glaz shouldn't really push in this window anyway. Surprised it's playing so close. It's a really good shot there from VG.
It's clipping the head of Manny, so now it's a 4v4. Although if they don't think they know where the frost is, it's apologies. Opens the side wall, just trying to find anything within that corridor. It stops the cold defenders from rotating around as Caesar here, getting on the aggressive towards this window. But they still have not entered sight as the frost trap goes down. Shots takes up Caesar. The over-aggression did not pay out for them. And it's overall very, very slow to see if Flamebringers can take this round.
Yeah, VG also pushing in from that cash money side, pushing now into that room specifically, droning out. It's a little bit far away, and with 30 seconds, it's not very long to get that anywhere close. So they're going to have to dry push this.
They're going to have to just have that explosive entry, which the Flamebringers have tried to see. I think they might. Oh, that timing is just awful. You've got to watch the gun, the lineouts, and we see Frost here taking a kill straight onto Embo, but Embo does find one in return. Apologies here. Having to enter site, Frost just takes another one. Triple kill for Shots. And it's all on VG to enter this site dry. And Shots here with a quadra kill on defenders round. The traps really work out for them.
Yeah, well, like you said, the bedroom and kitchen site here, one of the stronger sites. So the surprise coming in from Cash, but they also win this round. It's not really a problem for the side of Giant Slayers, who are now 3-0 up and 2 rounds away from taking the win. Yeah, just really good crossfires there at the end of the round as well, making sure that the picks were taken early, and then when they set up, they were always one next to each other, so that the refrag could happen if the kill does go to the side of Flamebringers.
And if obviously Giants win this game, they're on match point, which is something difficult to see. As we are seeing the implementation of the Fenrir, the newest operator in Siege, a very scary operator. I know it can catch a couple people out with those traps that, you know, cloud in on your vision. So
you might say the Omen of Siege.
Oh, the Omen of Siege. That's a very nice nickname. But Manny here, if they can implement it, because they've had a stellar over the game, they've just found very nice angles. Obviously, they haven't got as many kills as some of their counterparts. As Toast here, 4-0, Shots here, 6-1. And the only really ones that are answering that is Embo, who's 5-3. So Flamebringers, you're going to have to step up now. Otherwise, you're in a bit of a tricky situation going into the defense.
Yeah, and maybe a little surprising that their Ashe player, who's played Ashe every round, Caesar, not on such a big frag scoreline in the sense that Ashe, it just is that fragger in Siege. A duelist of kinds, in reference, obviously, to Valorant, if you're not so familiar with Siege.
Definitely, seeing Flamebringers found it, but here comes Manny, jumps out the window, and Apologies gets stripped down.
That's a really good pick. That's the hard breacher down now for Flamebringers, and that's just a really good pick from Manny, and he stays alive as well. There's no trade on it either.
Have that knowledge just to jump out at that time and just catch someone. That's Siege experience showing for itself.
Yeah, and like I've been saying, it's just a really good pick. There's now no real opportunity to take down any reinforced walls, so they have to frag out now. They have to use information to their fullest and get every single corner of every single site, as we see VG now in the main garage and pushing also from blue with Fenrir.
That's the clouded site from Fenrir. they now know that Fenrir is around lurking, and if you get hit by that Manny here, taking out a drone, they know someone's above, and they know 2 people are in that corridor, and you can't really attack from any other angle. You either go down from kitchen, or you have to go down the main stairs, which is not really a place you can really attack from.
Yeah, you have to, no, you're forced down the main stairs. Now there's 3 or 4 in blue, and trade kills of Foxy and Flower Boy.
But Manny does go down there. The Flamebringers actually found a way onto site very nicely. They actually down shots there. So actually Sabrina and Toast, I know they've been in this situation before, but Toast gets clipped down. And it's all about Sabrina. Shots is down, you've got to clutch up, takes down Embo. You're now in a 1 versus 1 against VG. And VG still not, pushing on site. They're in the upstairs. But Sabrina doesn't really know that. They don't know if they can go for the Reg. They don't know if the Glaz is hunting them down. They're still just up in the upper floor, and I feel like VG, you have to make a pedal now.
I also don't see the diffuser on VG, so it might be down at the minute. Unfortunately, there, Sabrina couldn't pick up the fallen teammate. Not knowing where this Glaz is still a problem. You have to make sure that you're safe in what you're doing.
This now just gives him completely away. Sabrina might just peek it and just find a cheeky kill onto the Glaz through this, blown up wall. But VG, you're going to have to make a move now. You got 40 seconds on the clock. Can you be the clutch meister that your team needs? On a Glaz, it could be very interesting to see if they can hit their lined up shots. But this is a very nice angle from Sabrina. As soon as they go around that table of bomb site, they should just find them. Misses the headshot. Glaz spraying through, and Sabrina clutched up the round.
And I think maybe there's just a bit of panic there setting in for VG when in church. The amount of shots taking so quickly, I'm not sure, I couldn't see the recoil control, but maybe just trying to make sure they get the kill in the end. And yeah, it's another win for the defenders as we switch sides, see how Flamebringers want to defend this.
It's a match point for Giant Slayers, but we did see Embo might be kicking themselves. They just found the flank onto Sabrina, but just couldn't finish the kill. We've seen a knock get picked up from Manny. I think that's a comfort pick. Knock is someone that you don't really expect to see from the side.
Very heavy frag side on the attack as well. They may change out. The attacker change is plausible, I believe. Oh no, we don't have 6 picks, so you can't do that. I'm not sure if
I'm not sure 6 pick is implemented. If it is, there might be a change.
It's not. It's definitely not here, but there's also the attacker swap as well, where you can switch your attacker depending on.
Very.
But I'm not sure if they've implemented that either. So
I've seen the Tachanka picked up for apologies. Very memed on character, but had the changes. The turret is now a handheld gun pretty much, and the flame grenades are a very nice way of blocking
very
off
strong,
attackers.
very strong on sites where the default plant is just the best plant, and so making sure that they can flame around that one default spot to continue there. As we see the Maverick and Sledge swap from the Thermite and Nook. Still a very heavily fragging team, Zofia and Ash wanting to do such things.
Yeah, and obviously Embo here. Can you pull anything off? You're 7 and 4. You're kind of carrying your team right now.
Yeah.
If, on the mute is quite a pivotal pick, especially with the cheeky, just nice little suppressions on those devices and the gun as well.
I don't want to say it, but Embo has equal kills but +1 to the rest of his team.
This is interesting. They're in basement, but they haven't reinforced this corridor.
And Maverick Flamethrower very reasonably silent, so now droning in, making sure it's clear. Trying also to take as much advantage of the kitchen as well. Tachanka holding the stairs.
It's a very aggressive angle as well. The fact that you're holding stairs from that angle and not from lower down or playing in kitchen. It's quite nice to see this Manny here with the knowledge. I feel like that's the knowledge of Siege coming. They've already entered site and they haven't suspected a
it's
thing.
It's also clear as well.
But
the
never
timing.
mind. Apologies with the Tachanka. Big gun slays Manny. So 5v4, Flamebring, it's now your time to shine. Can you pull this game back?
It's also not great. Again, the hard breacher is going down. Obviously, you can send 1 fuse charge through a reinforced wall.
Yeah.
So that's going to go down and see if they can get any damage or a pick. They do have the hard breach charge, so it's not necessarily that Manny dying is a problem. So Fuse opening the hatch there as shots coming through and
tagged through the floor there. Broke down a piece of the panel, and this is the thing I was talking about. You see Sabrina dueling here with the likes of the Pulse. So overall, this is a quite heavily contested, upstairs area. Giant Slayers can't really force themselves down. Shots, who's one of your main characters, has been lit up, but takes down Caesar there, just tricks the Foxy. Finding 1. You've turned the tables, 4v4 situation.
Yeah, a little bit surprised on that push there, because the hatch is open, and you're then exposed in that position. Sabrina now down, but traded back with Toast getting the kill. Let's see if the pickup comes up with a hole in the floor.
It might not, as Toast there bringing up one of the members, turns it into a 4v3 situation. Embo, Apologies, and Flower Boy having to defend this site, but they're all up in this kitchen area. I feel like they might just all drop in one by one, but Apologies in waiting arms of this push.
There's also very low health bars on the team of Giant Slayers. There's one person on full, and that's the Fuse. So the drop comes in, the first kill of Apologies comes through.
Apologies just having to watch Hatch again. Takes down one of the drones to spot him out. One player has dropped in. Apologies tags them very low. Sophia also entering site, but is also so low. Sabrina takes down Embo. Apologies takes down Sabrina, and Trickster Foxy trades on Apologies. It's now a 1 versus 1. Flower Boy versus Trickster Foxy.
Luckily, Trickster Foxy's the one with the health, picking up the diffuser as well. Now starting to plant.
To defuse. Flower Boy retreating, kind of trying to bait the diffuser. Flower Boy suspects it, pushes down. Trickster Foxy falls to Flower Boy, and the clutch comes through, and Flamebringers take their first round of the series.
Yeah, luckily the map is not over. We go to another round of the defending Flamebringers. Yeah, just a really good round in general there for both teams. The reasonable clear that came through on the kitchen. So unfortunately, Manny got timinged on the Tachanka, turning around and seeing Manny. It wasn't looking at him.
And Apologies being a quite clutch factor there. Picked up 2 kills and damaged a couple of them as well. So that gun coming through. As we see them playing Legion now. Legion is a very, obscure operator. They got nerfed into the ground with those traps, not being visible and knowing which ones get set up. But it's still a prevalent thing to, take out your foot.
Yeah, so we're already seeing the not possible switch. We're thinking about the Thatcher, which would be very helpful. They obviously got caught a little bit on some of the anti-hard breach utility of the Blitz in the previous round, or the Cade, I think it was as well.
Yeah.
So someone else is going to take up the Thatcher. We're going to keep the Thinker because, again, a boost in recoil control and health is always good.
It's always a strong factor when you're on site as well, because giving that team health to your teammates just makes you, even if it's just one bullet, they can win a gunfight completely. As we aren't really seeing much changes to the side of the Flamebringers. Early the Legion coming in, and the Bandit getting swapped out for Jaeger, which is maybe a comfort pick for the side of Caesar and Apologies. But now they've got a clutch again. It's a 4 rounds to 1.
Yeah.
If they lose even one round coming up, then it's all over, and level 5s will fall to the likes of our Giant Slayers. So, what are you thinking now in terms of attacking this, upstairs again?
I think it's where you want Manny already in on the barricade here of stock.
Yeah, stops VG in their tracks. They obviously trade blow for blow, both very low HP. Get spotted out by this drone, and Manny is now probably on the hunt here, just trying to peek at as they fall. VG losing the gunfight to Manny, you're obviously running the shotgun, facing into a knock. It really isn't the situation you want to be in.
Yeah, Thermite now going down onto the Jacuzzi wall as well. It's also soft breach, so I'm surprised they used that. Maybe a certainty so that any breach charge wasn't just taken away when it was placed on the wall. So
Yeah,
fair
true.
enough.
Here comes Caesar getting shot down from the likes of Toast. So 5v3, Sabrina gets traded on by Apologies. Surge in comes onto the Giant Slayers, sorry. So level 5, so you're in a 3 versus 4. You've got the likes of Embo though, and Flower Boy still in a very nice healthy situation, whereas Apologies is around about 20 HP.
Yeah, and maybe they want to take away the rest of this wall with, I'm not sure they have breach charges, no. They don't really want to waste a thermite charge on it, so they're going to have to leave the wall the way it is.
It's Embo here. Yeah, spraying through a window, got tagged up, I don't know who from. They got a bit tickled as a frag grenade gets cooked here. Throwing it into the window, didn't find any piece of damage though. Apologies, getting healed up from the likes of Docs. Peeks around the corner and Embo gets taken out. Manny here already onto the site and Diffuse comes down. Flamebringers, you've got Apologies and Flower Boy trying to clutch up this round. You got Toast here, catching the run out of Flower Boy. I think they also spotted the likes of Apologies. Apologies having to clutch up with 4 members as Knock runs into the bullets almost. Apologies finds 1 kill, but the Diffuser is still cooking.
Yeah, very little health left. Have to see how the rest of this round plays out. 22 seconds left on the Diffuse.
Apologies, he's going to have to move now. Finds the kill, shots, and Giant Slayers coming out on top in this match of Rainbow Six Siege, slaying, our level 5 representatives of the Flamebringers, and it's overall, it wasn't really that close. There were signs of life from level 5, but they just couldn't capitalize.
And I think maybe it comes into the fact that you take the defense first, and then you get the mental edge when you win 4 rounds in a row and on match points. So, yeah, Flamebringers really well to win that next round after and try and maybe start snowballing into more rounds. Unfortunately, it didn't occur, so we'll just have to see what happens with the rest of them. So that was the finals.
Yeah, it was the upper upper teams, you know, which is nice to see level 3s and 4s kicking it into gear because they fell short with our Valorant and CSGO, but coming in with Siege and FIFA clutch, very nice to see. And our Flamebringers obviously falling short at the, you know, the challenge, which was the Giant Slayers. They do take still, you know, second place within Siege, which is very nice to see. You know, they're still tallying up that points, and I suspect they're still in the lead when we look at the table. Probably when we pass you to the hosts. So, you know, a very nice game to watch, though. It showed a lot of Siege knowledge, and it showed some players that were quite inexperienced, but overall it was quite fun to cast.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, and just seeing the few things that happened, the run out really good, and the clutch of the 1v3 we had in the first round, just some really good generally plays across the board from both teams.
Yeah, and obviously we want the level 5s to, you know, I wanted the level 5s to win it out. Obviously, you know, maybe that Siege knowledge that level 3s and level 4s just kind of just crowded and just put the flame on that Flamebringers was trying to bring.
Yeah, and I mean, there's definitely no doubt that the Flamebringers knew what they were doing. They very much put on a good enough performance for what they then got in the score. Wise, obviously, there is just that disparity in both teams.
Yeah, and obviously it is finals day. We had a bit of fun with Rainbow. We've got a couple of games. I know I'm joining you again for the last game of the day with Valorant, and you obviously got your
League of Legends.
You got League of Legends, which is my favourite game. It's good to see you on the casting side of it because I did, you know, the first day and you're doing this the third day, so that's nice to see. But yeah, obviously we have actually an interview lined up. I'm not sure who it's with. I suspect it's probably with, you know, the ex-professional. Obviously, it's going to be one of our level 3, level 4s representatives after that dominant victory. Anything you want to say before we pass it off?
No, I just really enjoyed the game. It was really good. And again, just can't wait to see some more action throughout the rest of Campus Clash.
That will be our C section closing out shortly, but we do have a short interview with you, so we'll pass you to them now.
Right. And I'm here with one of the level 3 and 4 winning team members. Do you want to introduce yourself?
I am Harrison, or known as Manny in game. Yeah.
And you had an absolutely dominant showing in that game, coming top of the leaderboard at the end there as well, I think. Have you been putting much practice into CS? What was like last night like after the victories?
Well, obviously, I've been putting in time for a long time practicing on Siege, but ultimately it was about getting the team together. I know how to play the game, the team don't. That was the problem. So we've been putting in the hours for 2 or 3 weeks before this, all just getting in stacks, playing the game for when it matters. And ultimately, I think that showed today because my performance wasn't the best today on this game. I barely came top, and at the end of the day, for a lot of those rounds, it was down to my team carrying it. Matt got a clutch, Josh got a clutch, Foxy got a clutch. Everyone pulled the part today, did the role they were needed of, and I think that's how we won.
And what was the mentality like? The level 3s and 4s for R6 have been very vocal. Can you tell us a bit about the mentality, you know, the team spirit?
Yeah, of course. I mean, when we were going into it, the main goal was just keep spirits high, and ultimately, as long as we've got a good mentality for these sorts of things, we feel like we'll succeed, and that's exactly what it was. So you saw in the game, we got 2 clutches in 2 rounds where we just shouldn't have won, and the mentality after that is incredible. Everyone jumping up, screaming and shouting, and that's what you need to be successful in this game, I think, because as long as you've got a good mentality going into these sorts of things, then you'll be able to pull these rounds out that you never should be able to win, and I think that's what made the difference there.
Absolutely. And are you playing any other games, or are you done with Campus Clash now?
I'm stuck on CS and Valorant today, but I'm not particularly good at those, so I don't think I'll be pulling out any good numbers today.
So the confidence from R6, you don't think it's going to carry over, or do you think there's maybe something that's going to roll on?
We'll see. I hope so. Hopefully we can pull out a good performance, get 3rd place if we need to, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Absolutely. Now, I'll let you go celebrate with your team and warm up for CS and Val, because CS is up next, I do believe. So I'll let you go celebrate with your team.
Thank you very much.
Anyway, we are going to cut to a short break, go get some snacks, go get some water, and we'll be right back soon. welcome back to the final day of Campus Clash Generations. I am, of course, Finity, and I am joined by the one, the only, the magnificent Walker.
Oh, how are we? How are we doing? I've
too.
just enjoyed some Rainbow Six Siege. Obviously, got to see the game that was happening off stream and how that is kind of shaping up everything and how
How
important.
was the game off stream? Because we didn't get to see it.
We didn't get to see it. So it was another sort of one-sided scoreline affair where our Kingmakers came out on top against our SUL Crown Guard. So, it's an extra point for the Kingmakers there to try and keep them in a sort of close battle and try and keep it alive almost and open up an opportunity for things to play out in many different sort of ways.
Absolutely. And I know the level 6 is also quite a loud bunch as well.
Yeah, they were surprised. For a lot of people that don't play Rainbow Six Siege,
They were very hype.
They were very hype at the end of that when they won. And I think it's because none of them, in fact, played Siege. And they were all very excited
They pulled
that
the victory out of the ether.
Yeah, just pulled a victory out very comfortably in a game that they had no confidence in whatsoever.
Those are the sorts of ones that you want to be winning, though, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
It's those that you're a little bit nervous about because it gives you the confidence. The ones that you are confident about are going to go well.
It's not even winning, it's just maximising the points. And,
Yeah.
after two sort of rough games yesterday, or a rough game yesterday when they took on the level 5s in Siege, it was very much out of their favour. And it was about trying to maximise as many points and try and not lose out too many to the Flamebringers, which is what the Kingmakers see as their closest competition at the moment. They're the team that they're really just trying to get as many points as. And as things stand, it's kind of a bit of a pack starting to form in sort of sections. So obviously it stands with the Flamebringers out in front with 14 points, followed up by a tie for second place between the Kingmakers and the Giant Slayers on 10, and the SUL Crown Guard on 6 at the moment. But we still have 3 very big titles left to play for.
We do. And that's quite interesting, is because when we started our day and we were doing our predictions, we only really talked about the Kingmakers and the Flamebringers. We did not talk about the Giant Slayers. We didn't see them closing that gap.
I think it's the reason why is due to the way that the format has worked. These sort of earlier games that we've had has been where the Giant Slayers have been in the finals or been at the opportunity to get the higher end of the points. The next sort of the next titles that we have, the next 3 that we have, they aren't in that sort of position to be getting as many points as they had done earlier this morning. So it's kind of very difficult. And with the schedule being the way it is, with Counter-Strike coming up next, it's another one where there will be at least a point difference between them and the Kingmakers at minimum. And then the same for League and the same for Valorant. There's going to be some points between them. So they are, even if they don't win all those games, the Kingmakers are still going to grow away from the Giant Slayers, which is why we kind of disregarded them from the conversations this morning.
Cruel. That cuts deep.
It's not even on me. It's all down to the way that the format's kind of worked. If it was spread out and a bit more sporadic, and maybe they had one title they were really good at this morning, and then maybe save one for later on in the day, and maybe we had like Siege a bit later on, it would open that opportunity, and then you'd have to add some good consideration to it. But because of the way the structure kind of runs and the way the finals and the round robins have ended up working out, it kind of works that way as such.
But there is something we do have to consider. There might be a tie at the end. Now,
yeah,
we don't know what they're actually going to do to settle this if there is a tie.
No, so as things stand, and I can quickly explain the way that the tiebreaker could happen. So the 3 games that we have remaining, the games that we'll be seeing for the most part will be between the level 5 and 6 teams for at least Counter-Strike and Valorant. So they will be in the finals for those 2 titles, which will mean there will be a points difference. Now, if level 6 Kingmakers win both of those 2 titles, they will get an extra 2 points. I'll put them 2 points behind. And then they are also out in front with League of Legends at the moment, where they are 2-0 and have already faced the Flamebringers, who have to face Seoul, the Crown Guard, in that game. If they lose that game and the Kingmakers win their game, it will put them down to 3rd place in League of Legends, which will get them 2 points, get the Kingmakers 4 points, which means that the 2-point gap closes tie.
It does. Now, we've not actually been. It's a bit like Tom Holland, where he's not allowed to know the script or the ending of the Spider-Man movies because they'll spoil it. We've not actually been allowed to know what the tiebreaker is going to be. So that means you at home are just as clueless as we are. But rumors on the magical grapevine is that it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, I'm excited.
It's not going to be. It's not going to be a boring sort of And it won't be a rematch of any games, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And the way that the tournament structure has kind of been playing out and the way that it all works with these Colosseum-style format and the way that it all kind of plays out, it allows for points to be earned in different titles in different ways, and kind of explains the way that the points are being allocated for all of those games. And with the round-robin style, single elimination, double elimination style, you kind of rely on that comeback and potential reset that we saw earlier this morning in Smash as well. We saw the bracket reset come into big effect and allow the Flame Ringers to get those extra points and reset the bracket and then do it once again to get the victory in the end.
Now, talking about the bracket, the CSGO is actually going to be it's a single elimination bracket.
Yeah, so it will be a best of one. It will be our finals that we will be seeing between the two teams of the Flame Ringers and the Kingmakers, and it is going to be a very heated one. I've been hearing through the grapevine that potentially a lot of strats and a lot of counter-stratting has been going, map bans. There's been so much debate from both of these teams about what they want to aim for, what they want to try and avoid, what the first ban is. Just they are so micro-thinking everything right now to try and get the edge and just help them get over the line.
Now, again, we talked about this a little bit briefly yesterday when we had this CS, is the map bans. We're not really allowed to talk about them too much, but one thing I would like to just point out, as hosts, we get to speak to the players a lot more and get to know them. And one of the level 6s is particularly adamant on trying to take it to a map that he knows that nobody else is going to pick. So Mirage insta-ban, because that's the map everybody knows. Now that Dust 2's gone, Mirage is the one.
Yeah, that's the thing. You don't have to worry about picking between Dust or Mirage. You can just ban the one, and it offers you so much opportunity, especially.
They've decided that they want to try float some of the more difficult, lesser known maps, I think. So lately, I think they were talking about maybe floating Ancient.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I've spoke to them quite a lot, and the way that the direction's looking, it's between Ancient and one more map. We're not gonna explain it too much, and we'll save it for the others. But they have that angle of going to maps that are lesser known. But from what I've been hearing as well, the Flame Ringers are aware of this and have been practicing, and or maybe not been practicing, but are in the loop and understand that is the direction they want to go, and have been thinking of ways to potentially block that move with
they were learning nade lineups during the R6 and Smash games.
Getting the practice in.
They were getting the practice in. But yeah, I don't really think there's too much more that we can say on that.
I mean, it's in a very nice position, CS:GO, and with, potentially, we had the last CS:GO major recently. This could be one of the last CS:GO tournaments.
This might be the last ever staff CS:GO event.
This is probably the last staff CS:GO game.
Goodbye CS:GO.
Goodbye
CS:GO. It could be the last game, but without further ado, we should hand it over to Matt and Ian to take this away, our final ever CS:GO game on a staff's broadcast.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we haven't got Matt today. It's me. It's me, Roddy, joined by Ian.
Hi.
But we have got our finals of CS:GO. They were saying on the desk how important this is going to be for the level 6s in the Kingmakers. They need to win every game. So if they don't win here, then that's it. So in some ways, it's going to be the most important game.
Yeah. So level 5 had two big advantages earlier, having final matches against the level 3s and 4s. They didn't take advantage of any of those. So hopefully we'll see them bounce back a little bit, but level 6 have to be thinking, okay, the momentum's with us now. We have to take this game, take Valorant. It's all down to League then. So we will see the IGLs for both sides take this extremely seriously, because this is make or break for both sides. If level 5 win this, that's the entire tournament over.
Yep, they were saying on the desk as well how much preparation has gone in from both of these teams. I was in the green room and I was overhearing Harvey, who I think is going to be the standout player, or he will at least be IGLing in-game leader for the Kingmakers. He's really aiming to get. He had two options. He was saying he wants to get a map that either he can IGL on, so he can lead the team on, or he wants to get a map that Ewan on the enemy team is uncomfortable on.
Well, here's the thing, he has good knowledge of all the maps, really, so I expect him to really broaden his map pool. But if I'm the IGL for the level 5, I'm banning Overpass immediately, because as we saw in the last game that they played, Harvey was so aggressive down mid on the CT side, and it's what allowed them to get such an early lead. It's what allowed them to completely dominate the map entirely. So Overpass would be a permaban for me on the level 5 side. We know that they're aiming for... The level 6s are aiming for a more out there kind of map. So maybe we see something like an Ancient. We could even see Anubis, the newest map. And it's just going to be interesting to see how they figure out their map pools going into the final game of CSGO for Campus Clash and possibly for Staffs Esports as a whole, as we see CS2 come in sometime this summer.
Yeah, that's a good point. We recently had our last CSGO major. Will probably be the last CSGO tournament held at Staffs. So that's a kind of interesting, actually. I hadn't thought of that at all.
Yeah, we see the momentum going into Counter-Strike 2 as well. Like, maybe some of them have somehow like miracled their way into getting beta access. Obviously, they tried Mirage. Like, Mirage has been added to the beta now, so maybe they've been tinkering around with that a little bit, using that to get hidden strats going forward for this game and for CS2 in the future. So we'll see however they can adapt to both games.
Yeah, certainly. We'll be heading into map pick ban shortly. Another thing that I wanted to talk about in terms of map pick ban is Nuke was a map that it's going to be one that the level 5s and Flamebringers really want to ban, but they might not really have enough bans to get there. And then if they get there, it's going to be one where the lineups I assume only Ewan's going to know the lineups for that one.
Yeah.
Because it's a pretty difficult map, really, and it's like the flow and the nature of the map is kind of weird in how outside interacts with the rest of the map.
It's the layering of the map as well. Like, both bomb sites are on top of each other, so even if you hide out in the B site, for example, you can still get hit by the A bomb. As we see Mirage getting banned immediately.
Yeah, something you talked about.
That makes sense. It's the easiest map available to players now that Dust 2 is not in the active duty pool. So we'll see Mirage banned by the Kingmakers. I'm expecting to see Overpass or Nuke here from the Flamebringers.
Yeah. Other maps that they could go for. Okay, the Ancient ban kind of suggests that they want to get on an easy map.
Yeah, Ancient is one of those maps that's easy to play around with, but it's very difficult to master. Mid control is so important on Ancient, so maybe the Flamebringers realised we don't necessarily have the best utility usage, so we want to avoid that 3-lane pick. Nuke being banned, this makes sense as well. There's some inexperienced players. Nuke is not a beginner-friendly map in the slightest, so it's interesting to see where Flamebringers go with this.
Yeah, also somewhat surprising because I thought it was going to be a map that Flamebringers would be banning. So this is actually quite handy for Flamebringers because they wanted to get rid of that anyway. But a Vertigo ban, again, standard. It's a map that not returning players are going to know.
This is barreling towards a Inferno pick. Flamebringers are going to want something they know, and Inferno is one of those maps that everyone has a basic understanding of. If we see Inferno being banned there,
okay, that's going to leave us with Anubis
choice there. So we've got 2 maps left, and again, this could be an Anubis pick. Both teams, I don't know how much experience they've got on Anubis.
Yeah, we've got Anubis and Overpass. You were saying that Overpass is going to be really important.
Overpass should have been an immediate ban. If we get to Overpass here, Peapod is the MVP on this map so far, and for this tournament. If they get CT Overpass, it's going to be so tough. We get Anubis.
Yep, that makes sense. They know that Peapod is going to dominate it.
This is a very T-sided map as well, just with how it's laid out a little bit. So early pressure is going to be vital. If they get through mid easy enough, it could play well. But it's going to be about who uses their utility on both sites and who can come out, who has the more map knowledge of the newest map in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and because of the reason it's so T-sided is because of how open the sites are. It's really easy to throw utility into them. There's just windows onto every site, so flashes are perfect for executes. If you know any smoke lineups, they help as well, which we know that Ewan probably does know.
The thing with Anubis is as well, the CT spawns are actually closer than you'd think to the bomb sites themselves, so they could get a chance to properly set up. We could see a lot of sort of more traditional setups from them if they know the map well enough. But it's going to be a key for the attacking side to get aggressive fast and make sure they don't fall into any defensive traps.
Yeah, kind of with that way that mid interacts with this map. If you don't know like standard CT, like if you don't know the like I'm not sure what you call it, but your rollouts where you're throwing the same nades at the start of every round. If you don't know these to control mid, then you give a lot of control over to the T side.
And mid control is not necessarily the most important because there's also canals you've got to wonder about. Like you can easily go for a B execute and rotate through canals to A. So it's going to be important. Like if they've got the map knowledge, they can use these canals to their advantage as well as the standard mid play.
For sure. In terms of IGLing, do you think that Pom Pom is going to be comfortable IGLing on this map?
It's going to. I hope we see good IGL. It's going to be important to see the calls being made. Like if they can control the mid-run rotations, it's going to be vital. Like we could see a lot of success from them. But if they make iffy calls, like if something goes wrong early, it's going to be how can they adapt to the situation and make those calls to their team to recover well and make these executes go forward.
For sure. And like another point to do with the two teams themselves, we were saying yesterday how the players weren't, lots of players didn't know Rainbow Six Siege, and hence it was going to be a very raw mechanical game. In terms of an esport that you can play, Counter-Strike is like the rawest, most mechanical game that you can play.
It's one of the premier Counter-Strike titles, one of the big threes, like with League and Valorant, Dota, that sort of thing. So we might see players have some experience with it, but again, I doubt too many players are going to know Anubis, barring the IGLs and maybe a few players here and there who really shone yesterday. I think Foquim was pretty understated for the Kingmakers. I think they did a good job, and it's just going to be how do they adapt to the new map? Because again, the experienced players will know Inferno, they'll know Mirage, they won't know Anubis. Yep. We see pro players struggle with Anubis quite often.
For sure, yeah. I remember the first time I watched Anubis, it was like 14 rounds to 1 on both T sides. Like hardly anyone could scrape together a CT side.
It's one of those things where like if you learn the map early enough, you could dominate quickly. Like as we see to the pro levels, the likes of Na'Vi, Vitality, even Monty to an extent, have all studied the map quite rigidly and have basically dominated ever since on this map. So if the IGLs have learnt, the smoke layouts, if they've learnt, where is the best place to really execute and what's the best timings, they can really dominate this map fast.
Yeah, so definitely do a preparation then, because we were talking about how much Flamebringers had prepared just in terms of their like map specific preparation. We were seeing them just during the games before. They were going into maps and they were learning smoke lineups. They were maybe learning rotation speeds, or maybe they were learning callouts, just so that they're going to be a bit smoother and they're going to have some strategy lined up for whatever map they get thrown at.
As we saw in the last few games from them, though, they picked standard maps. Obviously, level 6 dominated on Overpass, and then we saw Mirage coming out from the level 5s. These are maps that everyone knows. So, I mean, Overpass not as much as Mirage, but people have a good idea of where Overpass lies in the current metagame. Anubis, there's a lot of chaotic actions to it. So, will they handle the chaos? Will they adapt well to the new map? We got some new players. They're going to be the key to this point. It's not just going to be the IGLs. It's going to be whether the IGLs can rally the troops, for example, and lead them to victory.
Yeah, and that might end up being quite favourable for the level 5s, because we were seeing how just consistent they are as a team, right? Like, even though we know that Ewan's going to be probably the standout player for them, Embo has been so consistent across every game that he's played.
Across all the shooter games as well, Embo's been just on top form. Like, we saw in Siege, he was getting multi-frags. Even though they lost that match, they were still getting top quality frags. And yeah, he's going to be one of those key pieces for level 5 moving forward. As we come into the game now, we got the I think it's the Flamebringers on the T side. There's a good chance for them to get the momentum early. Go into the pistol round. So he's going to try and make a play into A.
Yeah, and an interesting thing as well, they haven't full bought. They've got a few nades on Embo, and then they've got these 2 people with armor to enter into the site.
Early interactions from Caesar. He spots Fokum, gets 1. This is a full A execute here. Gets a second, takes down Fokum.
They do need to get the bomb down. Plant's beginning. Purge is isolated here in heaven. Ballard gets taken out trying to rotate in. Peapod's going to get 1. He needs to put in some work here though. Gets double swung. Embo gets the headshot, and it's left in a 1 versus 4 for Purge.
This is going to be an early round for Flamebringers to get. Pistol rounds are kind of important at this point, but it's whether they can really convert them is going to be the real question. It was a fast execute onto A. It's something we mentioned before. Like T-sided is so good on this map because they take control of it early. Like the CT side can get onto the sites pretty quickly, but they don't get the map control that they really want going forward.
And you can see maybe a bit of strategy here. Because of that Embo not buying on the first round, he's now got full utility on this round. Even though he's on the Galil, it doesn't matter too much because he's against Nico, but full utility probably shows that they know what they're doing with their utility.
There's also absolutely no buys whatsoever from the side of the Kingmakers. I think this is a smart strategy call. Don't waste the money too early, build up the economy. And yeah, even if you lose this, even if you get mowed down quickly, just try and make it expensive for them. Like, if Embo goes down, his money's not the best. He won't have a loss bonus to really work with. So they'll be reverted back to pistols if they lose this. You see, this is Ox getting mowed down, Fokum going down, Ballard's down. It's just up to Purge, 1v4.
Yeah, and they seem to know about this as well.
It's not. I don't expect this to really play out too well. It's going to be another good conversion.
Is going to mean that we're going to have our first buy round next? Or
maybe 1 more pistol round, a couple grenades, like pistol upgrades, more than likely. But we do have good money on the side of the Kingmakers, so they might experiment a little bit. We could see a scout coming out. We could see full utility and then just pistol upgrades. Be interested to see. They go full guns.
Okay, that's really... They've also bought helmets.
It's a
kind
gamble.
Because they knew that they were full AKs, so the helmets is a blunder, but they have no utility at all, which is going to be really hard to defend against executes.
It's a gamble, but as we see on the side of the Flamebringers, they have pretty much full... They have full... It's a full buy. They've got good money to the side. It's just a solid way. If they don't pull this off, Kingmakers, it's going to be difficult for them to come forward in the next 2 rounds. They'll be reverted back to pistols. See Fokum getting tagging NE. Holding the site well, but gets mowed down. And this is another solid execute.
Obviously, just really comfortable on these
He's not having a great start. And that's what I was saying. This was a big gamble on the side of the Kingmakers. If they just went with the pistol upgrades, they would have had good utility, good economy for a full buy this round, would have been a full gun round, and it's just a bad start for them.
Yeah,
great conversions from the Flamebringer. Caesar with 5 kills. He's really been the leader so far.
And here's our first kind of a switch up. It looks like they're maybe not. It looks like they're sending two players towards mid to B, or maybe just even mid. They're really comfortable with execute. It looks like this is what they've learned, and they're just gonna keep rinsing and repeating until it.
They're comfortable with the A execute so far, and we get Zeus come out, but gets taken down. Fokum not having a good start either. Purge gets taken down as well. That's 2 from Embo, and he coming for the flank.
No room to work with here for Ox.
It's a 3v2. This has gone weird. Ballas gets taken down. This is going to be 4. Peapod is probably going to save here.
Yeah.
But
there's a lot of time to hunt him down as well, though. And I don't think Flamebringer is going to be scared to hunt him down because they have so much money in the... well, most of their players have so much money.
Realistically, Peapod can look at this. If he gets 1, it's a good chance of getting this. But it's got to be a safe call. 4-0 Flamebringers. This is a rough start for level 6. They really need to take this game, and it's the worst possible start.
Yeah, but thankfully, they finally now, on round 5, have the money, have the cash to get a full buy. They're going to have utility, they're going to have rifles. I wonder if they're going to go for the AWP.
Possibly. I do expect 5 AKs or 5 M4s coming out. It's going to be tough to see how they really play this one out. They do have full loss bonus, so if they do lose this, they could probably get another buy-in. But if they do keep losing these rounds that do get weird in the mid round, so like the 3v2s, they keep losing that, I don't see a way for them to really come back into this game.
Yeah, I did see an AWP getting picked up there. I wasn't entirely sure which player it was on, but where do you think the AWP is best suited in this map? I would want to put it on the A site, just because that's where every execute has come in so far.
Every execute's coming through A so far. We see Fokwin with the AWP. Maybe try down mid a little bit, try and see if you do get those flanks coming in, and maybe just try and flank from Canals a little bit. It's all about the mid-round calls from the IGL, and fully utilising each player's skill set. We see 3 A1Ss and an A4 from the side of the Kingmakers, whereas we've got full AKs, full buy. It's just a solid lineup. Embo coming through Canals. People's going to find this one early though. Takes down 2.
That's a huge play from
People. This is a good start. They're going to try a B execute. We've not seen this from them yet.
Counter utility is in preparation though. I think they're going to be happy just baiting this out, but Peapod is going to dink through the smoke there.
Spray through the smoke. Great spray. Takes a lot of damage off Sagurto. And they're just going to re-rotate, re-evaluate the situation. This is where Ox can really cut them down at the hill. This mid-round's vital. They're going to molly the mid. And we'll see a rotate up to A more than likely. 50 seconds on the clock. Peapod, full control of Canals.
I wonder if Sagurto is going to clear this. Oh, but swings out from Peapod.
That's a
It's going to
3K
find
for Peapod, but gets taken down. No ace for him. Heavy damage on the side of the Flamebringers, though. Could see a save coming out here. They do have money to waste a little bit, like Tortaken on 10k, Any on 64. So they do have money to spend, but double shot there from Purge.
That was only 1 bullet. Double headshot.
That was impressive. And that's the first round on the board for Kingmakers. Kind of reset the momentum a little bit now. They do have the full buy. They need to make this as expensive as possible for Flamebringers.
And we were saying how important it was going to be for Peapod to stand up for this team. He is the IGL, making that key play, that little bit of a mid-aggression to find that double kill.
He's also on 5 kills now, 3 assists. He's really, even though they've had a rough start, he's really fragging out. Just a little bit. They're going to try up mid, but 1 from Fokwim.
He's going to have to fall back really far after missing that shot. Going to hand over mid-control to the T's here. Misses a second shot, and he's tagged down to 20 HP.
And this is one of those another times where I've cursed the player, because I've saying before the start of the game, Fokwin really impressed me in that first game, and he's really struggled going forward here. Missing those key shots. If they took those 2 down, they would have had to reevaluate the entire round. Ballads goes down. They've got A site to themselves. See a bomb plant.
He's in a duel. He does find the kill
Ox
though.
Goes down. Embo really playing well this entire tournament and every game is played. It's been a real standout for the level 5s. As Any goes down, Fokwin takes 1, but he is damaged. Sagurto goes down from Peapod. This is a 2v2. This is doable.
They've actually found themselves in a 2v1 here. They can make something out of this round. Tortaker's going to find 1, but he's against the AWP from Fokwim.
And Fokwim is damaged.
Gets
Great
the kill.
Round.
That was so close to being
This was a solid play there from the Flamebringers. We'll see another full buy from the side of the Kingmakers, but again, getting that late round push, getting those last 2 players was vital for them, as they now have wrestled back the little momentum that the Kingmakers got from them.
And double AWP setup actually coming in from the side of the Kingmakers here. That's really interesting. They want 1 in this mid, in towards mid control. This is a really passive angle. He's not pushed up at all. And then the second AWP, it looks like
It is inviting pressure onto them a little bit. Peapod only has a FAMAS as well. They're not exactly the best. It's not ideal, but you can still do a bit of damage with them. Peapod has been the top killer so far for the Kingmakers. Is really showing off a little bit with 7 kills. But Embo takes down 1, spots the second. Caesar goes down off Ballads on the AWP. Purge takes down Sagurto, so the double AWP setup is working for them. Peapod takes down Embo with the FAMAS. That's 2 with the FAMAS. He could probably go for an upgrade here.
And
that's
again,
the
just
second.
this kind of game sense from Peapod, knowing when to push, when you can exploit these rotations, and when you can find control of the map. He's been so good at it in these past 3 or 4 rounds.
And here's where a little bit of chaos comes in from Anubis. It's a low buy round now for the Flamebringers, so we could see a sweep here from the Kingmakers. We could see 5 alive after the kill. As you see, Smoke cutting off B site now. Peapod has the angle. Embo with a very aggressive. Peapod gets
Peapod's been
taken
caught with
down
his pants
early.
down there. They've given over the site, but Purge has got one. Tagged down
Purge
very
gets
low and
murdered.
handing over the ult
This
now.
has got weird fast. It's now 4v2 on the side of the Flamebringers. They do not want to wrestle. Oh, they do not want to handle the full buys on the side of the Kingmakers. They've got upgrades now to work with.
That's an important frag. Takes away the AWP.
It's going to be down to Fokum and Ox. Tiny bit of chip damage on Tortaker there. Ox is getting taken down. Fokum gets the 1. This is still doable. Caesar in a gunfight with Ox. Doesn't spot any. Doesn't clear. Fokum gets taken down. That's 6 on the board.
That's such a blunder as well. We were just praising how well Peapod was doing, but then being just kind of not even too far up, but just not having his gun out when he's peeking into that.
That was
aggression.
around that the Kingmakers really needed to win. It wasn't a full buy. The economy was really bad on the side of the Flamebringers, and now by winning that round, the Flamebringers have got upgrades to their guns, and they've got a bit of cash to spend on utility. So this could get bad fast if they don't get some wins here. It's just not an ideal situation to be in. See Peapod lurking through canals, but mid's already been taken by Embo.
He will be able
Embo's
to.
aggression has
yeah.
been key in every single one of the games he's played. He's been the real standout so far for me. On the side of the Flamebringers, Peapod gets 1. The lurk on canals worked. Skirter goes down as well.
That's a
Gets
triple for
second.
Peapod.
Third, actually. 2v4. They do have full control of mid, though. Peapod lurking on canals. That's a 4th. On for the ace. And steals the ace away.
Balor's just with the refrag there. They're not gonna mess around. They again, we just need to reiterate how important this match is. If Kingmakers don't win this match, they cannot win. So there's no fun and games. They are playing to win.
Now, I'm sure, like, if they were completely dominating Campus Clash so far, he'd be a little more annoyed that he stole the ace. But being 6-3 down in such a pivotal game, yeah, you're not gonna care who gets the kills. The problem with them is they haven't won consecutive rounds. They need to get this round here to really kickstart the economy going.
And this round here is actually another kind of weird round where we've got a few players just not being able to buy, and then on the T side we've got no buys at all coming out from Tortaker and a Deagle for Ember.
Yeah, it's going to be a weird mid-round. That looks like they're going for a full A execute. Only Peapod on the site. Peapod takes down 1. He's really been fragging out. Purge also there to support, but Peapod taken down to 20. And they're going to rotate now. This is where
It's a really good
map
call as
knowledge
well.
come in advantage here.
If we take a look at the back, if we take a look at the map, the Kingmakers have kind of over-rotated for this. So they've only got the 1 player, and even now, Fokum's leaving that A site. It's going to be completely open for the side of the Flamebringers.
Yeah, we're on a very balanced site, and surely Peapod's realised rotate back to A. This is they're not pushing B anymore. They're gonna plant. They're gonna get the plant here. Tortaker
Kind of
gets
a weird
the extra
plant,
money there. That's good for them. Peapod gonna tag the 1. Gets taken down by Tortaker. And 3v2. 2v2. Caesar.
Tortaker's desperate for that weapon though. He tries to get into heaven and gets...
All I see is that they'll get the plant and that... Yeah, they'll get the defuse. That's the first time they've got consecutive rounds to the board. 6-4 Flamebringers.
And that was not even an easy retake to make there. They were in a 4v4 retake. The only advantage that they really had was Tortaker didn't have a weapon, but he did get a kill by himself. So even without their leader there, without Peapod, they managed to win that round. So.
But I think the Canal Lurk's really been paying off for Peapod so far. When he does pull that off, he's getting 2-3 kills every map. He's getting multi-kills. He's on 14 kills now, which, yeah, they're losing. That's getting 14 kills with only 4 rounds on the board is a little disturbing, I'd say. You'd expect 14 kills this early into the game to be on the winning side. See Fokum holding A, take down 1, and that's a great win there. That's 3 on the bounce for the Kingmakers, as it's a closer game now.
Yep, didn't struggle with that EK round at all. Very clean. They've got really, really good weapons now with the double AWP setup. They've got a lot of money in the bank. This is actually even, I would say, to be honest. Like, even if the T's win this round, there's money for a buy on the next.
Yeah, with 3 rounds on the bounce now, you'll see
Fokum backstabbing balance.
You'll see money being cashed up a little bit for the Flameringers. We'll see multiple gun rounds going forward, but if they keep losing these, going into the second half could be a bit weird.
And I just want to mention that smoke there that we've seen. I think it's been thrown every single round, and they've been doing a lot of mix-ups with it. Like, I think it's a one-way smoke, so you get Canal's control with it, but sometimes they're just pushing through that smoke as well. So it's been up to Peapod to try and peek into that smoke, or it's hard for him if he is peeking into a player, but the times when they're throwing that smoke and they're not holding the angle, that's when Peapod's really found advantages.
Fokum's also recovered really well from a rough start. He's playing the A anchor really well. See a flash onto the site. Fokum gets mowed down. I should really stop talking about them because every time I mention them, they get killed. Ballard's taken down. Ox going down. This is a fast A execute, and this is the round for Flameringers here.
There's Peapod with 1.
And Purged. Just the 2. This is not a round I think you want to be going for. Ember gets taken down.
Okay, this is playable now. They have utility as well.
Wasting a lot of time on this clock. No real defuse kits on the site. Tortaker 1v2. Misses the shot, gets Purge.
Left in the 1-on-1, both down to 46.
Yeah,
47
this is the round for Flameringers. He won't have time for the defuse.
Has got the kit. It's going to be really, really close. No, he doesn't.
He'll try and save as best as possible. Gets killed by the bomb.
But so much economic damage there. It was 2v5 when they went for that retake.
It's not too bad on the economy side. Both teams can still go for a full buy. With AKs, M4s, the likes. They can still go for their traditional setups. We'll see Fokum getting the AWP.
And I think Tortaker's misclick there. He bought a scout. Unless that may be intentional. They're going to swap the AK over... Yeah, okay. So they're a little bit short, but Scout's not the worst, as long as you can hit those heads.
It's kind of the lower rated sniper rifle you really want to be using the AWP, but the Scout can still provide a little bit of damage. It can still provide a lot of good utility for them. So we see them completely taking out this Canal's Lurk. This is a smart play from the Flamebringers. It's smart tactics.
And there's no Peapod to challenge Embo this time.
Ballards has the sight. Fokum aiming through A, so the bomb is still close to A site. Ember gets taken down.
And Ember had a really good position there, so it's unfortunate he loses out on that aim duel. But here's Caesar.
Ballard spots Caesar. So this will be the quick rotate through Canals, which maybe before the start of the game, Canals provides such an easy route for the T side to rotate between the maps.
Yeah, you can see it now because the Kingmakers, they're so keen and almost over eager to rotate now that it was only Fokum on A, but he has managed to hold it down with Purge.
And this is a great A site. Fokum really showing off as the A anchor a little bit. 8 kills. He's really providing a solid basis to work from. Sigurta gets taken down. Couldn't hit any scout shot. 5 alive.
This is such a competitive half now. The maximum that the Flamebringers can make out of it is a 9-6 lead. And as we were saying, it's T-sided. That's maybe you even want a few more rounds than that.
Yeah, you realistically want to get to 9 now. You have but it's not a good buy for them. They don't have the economy to really push this. If the Kingmakers really get one more round, this could very easily be an 8-7 half for the CT side. And that'll give them momentum going into the second half, which they're going to really want. That's 1 taken down from Tortaker.
The Molly's going to slow them down a lot, though.
And this is falling apart fast. It's 4v3, 4v2. And the low buy just really bit them there. 7-all, we're all even. This is not the conversion that we really wanted to see from the Flamebringers. They had such a good start, and that's all almost been wasted. It's all even now. We'll see mostly full buy going into this.
P90 coming
half.
out, that might suggest a rush, because he did have money for a rifle there. I wonder what they're going to do with this. It looks like a B rush. I assume Sigurdsson is going to be taking the lead on this one.
With the P90, you don't want to waste the time. You want to rush them. You want to try and get as many fast kills as possible. We get Purge taken down by Tortaker.
Balances that aggression in mid. He catches one on the drop. Catches two, maybe.
And they both ran out of bullets. It was who reloaded faster. On that side, it was Tortaker, who's really showing out today. 13 kills.
And that was 2 B players that went down, so the only B hold now is left from outside of the site. This is Ox doesn't have the angle onto the plant.
4v3. This will really set the pace going into the second half as we switch sides. Sigurdsson gets taken down. That's not too surprising if it was only on a P90. Ox will take the bullet there for Peapod.
All onto
Embo gets the lurk, takes down Peapod. This is the round. Folkum's going to have to... He's going to have to make a miracle happen. He doesn't have the time. He needs to get this defuse.
Gets onto site. He has full utility. Just doesn't stick it.
Doesn't stick the defuse. That's the round for the Flamebringers. And that's the half. 8-7 on the T side for the level 5 Flamebringers.
Just clinging on with their fingertips to the lead. They had a commanding lead at the start. It started to slip away, but they do have one round.
Tortaker and Embo really leading the side well. It's a good T side from them, but they really slowed down a bit near in the end of the half. Good to get the 15th round on the board. It's whoever wins this pistol and conversion is going to be in a good setup going forward. As we see the Kingmakers move to the T side now. Peapod, 21 kills. It's an elite performance from them, even if they had the team had a slow start, he did not.
And really early info here. That's big for the CTs. They're prepared for this A push. That's a huge nade. Oh my god, that was like 200 damage in one nade.
Huge utility damage. And this is going to be... As they come into the site, there's just going to be headshots down. Balance goes down as well. Embo with a 4K.
On for the ace. Doesn't get it.
The ace. Ox saying not today. Sigurdson's the last one on this site. It's all up to Ox. No real point saving on a pistol round, so they go down, and that is 9. It's 9-7.
Yep. Okay. So that was kind of a good read actually. They had a stack already prepared for that B execute. Maybe they just got lucky. Maybe they'd done some preparation, but that worked out perfectly for them. That nade was just incredible. I don't know how you could even land it. It was literally in between the feet of 4 players.
Solid utility work from the Flamebringers, but I really think that was a miscall from the side of the Kingmakers. I really think they should have been a bit more patient with it, lurk down mid, and really try and take control of the map before they rush. It was just a miscall there, and they really can't afford that at this point. We're coming to... It's 9-7, we're 17 rounds in now. And we're in the second half of what is a pivotal game for them. They lose this, they lose Campus Clash. Simple as.
Yep. Very low chance of winning this round. They're kind of actually against a scout, so this is pretty good for them.
Moving scout as well. They get tag damage, but it's not enough to get the kill. They're going to rush this. Gets 1. Falcon with the duelers. Peapod now gets an M4 ballot on the scout.
Somehow they've made something out of this round.
And they have control of CT spawn.
Yep, they have flipped sides on the map.
Falcon goes down. Ballad goes down as well. The scout just not able to do enough damage, but they do have a side to them. As we'll see the bomb going down.
Sigurdsson and Embo now left together. Peapod is effectively out of this round with only 8 HP, but he does have the M4, so if he gets an off angle, it's possible.
There we go. 40 seconds left on the defuse. This is
all up to this is Ox. The other. Double dink.
Getting Sigurdsson, it's a 1v1. Embo has the better gun though, and is going to take him down. That's 10-7 in Flame
And
Bringers.
somehow with that Glock he made it competitive, but a pretty huge blunder actually coming out from the Kingmakers. They shouldn't have lost so much. Even though they won the round, that was not what they were
It was a
looking for.
solid early round from the Kingmakers as well. Get City spawn, that's hard. They basically took the entire map early and wasted it. So we'd see 10-7 now, full buy coming out from the side of the Flamebringers. We see the first proper gun round on both sides in this second half. Peapod really needs to rally his troops here a little bit.
Yeah, and we'll see what he's got prepared. I'm sure he's got something. They're going for what looks like an A setup. It's actually really fast.
Very fast A rush. Taken and Embo both gets taken down now.
A site's clear again. Do they know it? They're going to have to clear out
They
these
have
angles.
to rotate. They need to plant this bomb early though, because one thing I saw in the last round is like Ox wasted time on the bomb plant.
For sure.
Caesar's going to come up through, but it's 5 on the bounce there.
And that smoke's going to buy so much time.
This is not a site they can really take.
Yeah, I think they're just calling for the save now. Maybe going to look for some exit frags, but
try and hunt down people trying to escape the bomb.
Yep. Just going to post up.
Be the smart player there. Save the guns, get some money back, because if they lose these guns, the money's just not on their side to rebuy in, and it will allow the Kingmakers to get back into this game. It's going to be 10-8 now.
We were saying how their stacking of sites had kind of helped them out in the pistol round, but there they only had the one player on A, so as soon as they got taken out, they didn't have anything left on A. And it's kind of swings and roundabouts, peaks and troughs there. Sometimes it's working out for them, sometimes it's not. I wonder if they're going to go a little bit more standard now, just do 2-1-2s, but we'll see what they do.
And I think something that's been understated is how effective the A site's been for both T sides so far. Realistically, on the CTIGL, like, I'm putting more people on the A site because that's where the aggression's been coming from in these mid rounds. We see another B rush now. Takes down Sigurto. They have the B site already. And this is going to be one of those rounds where they might have to save again. They just don't have the money to compete. Ember takes down one. Sprays through the smoke but gets taken down quickly.
There are some low health bars here. I wonder if they know it. Unfortunately, Peapod's going to take out Caesar. That's going to make it 10 times harder now.
Peapod wins the duel. They're going to have to try and salvage a gun from somewhere. But as they do, this is not a site you can retake. This is another save from them at 10-9.
Yep. It's so competitive, this game. It's really... apart from the beginning, where they had about a 5-round lead, there's been nothing more.
And this is what we expected. These are the two best CSGO teams at the university available for Campus Clash, and we wanted to see a back and forth action. Level 6 Kingmakers have the full momentum now. They really want to push the boundaries of what they can get away with and what they can really trip up the Flamebringers on now. You see 9-10. There's only a 1-round difference in it. They need to get 16 to win the game. And as we see, Peapod, as we've sort of dubbed him the IGL for this, he's on 23 kills, leading by example, and that's a good thing for them. Urge engaging, misses
Embo.
one but gets traded.
Sigurto doesn't choose to swing there, but he's very up close. If he can dodge some flashbangs, this could be a very powerful position.
He's only on the UMP as well, takes down one, again, trade again. 3v3, but the Flamebringers are on low health.
People's whiffing a bit, but Tortega can't punish it.
And they have full control of the map now. As you see, a rotate up to A.
Oh,
Gets one off
Peapod.
Canals. This is not a rotate up to A. This is a B flank.
Peapod really knows what he's doing. He's
Takes out Ballards, but gets traded again.
We've just seen that so many times from Peapod. He's dominating mid, and dominating canals. That is his playground.
And now we're all even. 27 kills on the side of Peapod. He's having a fantastic game. The money is so good for the Kingmakers here. 10k on at least 3 players. And we're going to go into a sort of pseudo-eco round. We'll see a scout, we'll see SMGs.
This is really awkward. Really awkward.
This is not what the Flamebringers really want to capitalise on any sort of minor mistakes that they make here. Purge on 13. He's having an okay game.
Biding
Sugoto
their time.
really struggling a little bit though. As we see Annie get chipped. They're on 8 now. 10 to 10.
Looks like they're going to rotate over to the A. They're executing before they've got the backup, but
Solid control of mid there, and that's almost the round over again. Caesar's got a hell of a job on his hand if they want to attempt the retake. Doesn't look like they're going to. It looks like they're going to save. And that's 11 on the board for the Kingmakers. Folkwim takes down the 1, trying to come back in.
God, things are really starting to fall apart. The house is on fire and they need to put it out.
It's all fell apart. It's such a great start for them. And really, it's only been Embo and Tortaker that's capitalised on that fast start. It's been sort of disappointing to see from the level 5s in this half. But again, excellent work from the Kingmakers to recover. And we're now, this is their first lead of the day.
Yep.
11 to 10.
And I want to see Caesar. They again can't buy. I want to see them just half buy or just have some money so that they can get a proper buy in. They need a proper buy. It's not working out for them with these half buys.
One of the issues they've had though is the only player they're making these rounds expensive for is Ballads, and Ballads is still getting full buy basically every round. So the economy is such a good position. Ox is on full money. He's on 16k. This is a dire situation from them, even though if you just look at the scoreboard, it looks balanced.
But take a look at this. They've run all the way into T-spawn almost. They're coming in behind. They've got...
They completely abandon A site. This
Yeah.
is it's a rough call, but they're going to try and flank through both sides of B. A, sorry. Peapodle.
I don't even think they know about this, by the way.
Site, taken down. 3v3.
Couple guns now. Embo does win
Embo
that
takes down
duel.
another, gets traded. Folkwim having a great round.
It's 2 versus 2. They have potential for another rifle.
And even on a T side, Folkwim has been an A anchor for the Kingmakers so far. We'll move to the pistol. See utility usage. They need to plant. They need to stick this bomb, but it's not going to be enough. Go for the ninja defuse. And gets taken down with a pistol in the smoke.
That's so unfortunate. Had he had a helmet, that might have been a different story.
Loses the gun, but that's fine. They have the money. 12 to 10, and they could easily go to 16 from here without dropping another round. It's such a good position for them to be in. Caesar will take the AWP, a couple grenades. This is not the position the Flamebringers want to find themselves in.
But this is going to be a key round, and a key round for Caesar in particular. I think this is the first AWP that they've got on defense.
4 and 4s and an AWP. As we see another fast execute onto B.
Sugoto needs to find some frags here. He gets one.
He's even trades on both sides. It's 3v3 and another fast execute. And this is what the Kingmakers have excelled on this T side is rush them fast, don't let them rotate early.
Yeah, they're really punishing what seems to be just an uncomfortable CT side. They don't look like they're comfortable.
Poor CT communication, but this is what we mentioned before the start of the game. Anubis is a T-sided map because of just how much map control you can gather in the early round.
And yet again, we're seeing a save come out from the
Yet another
Flamebringers.
save from them. At this point, I don't think they have the rounds to really afford this many saves. It's 13 to 10. Only 3 rounds left needed for the Kingmakers to take this map and continue Campus Clash.
They need a Peapod factor. If they're the Flamebringers, who is going to be that Peapod factor?
29 kills from them. Embo on 23. He's had a good game as well. He's had a good all-round series of games. Really been an MVP for level 5. But again, Peapod, he's the CSGO expert for this level 6 side. He must have drilled it into his players' heads that where they can really take advantage of Anubis.
Yep, and there's the
coming
AUG
out.
finally finding what it needed, and another kill from the AUG as well. Changes are working.
That to this mid round, 4v2, but 3v2, sorry. Ballard's working wonders with the AWP. He's on 2.
The bomb is down. CTs aren't holding it, but they're scared to go for it. They do know there's the potential of an AWP holding the sight line.
There's potential. Ox is going to try and peek through mid. I don't think he's aware that they pretty much have full mid control. So they're going to rotate to A site, but this is where Ember can really utilise those canals to his advantage.
Let's see how aggressive he decides to get. He is shifting his way down.
Henny is the A anchor, but Ember will meet them at the site.
He doesn't have the
Spots
crosshair placement,
2,
and he's really pinned.
Ballas also spots the 1, misses the AWP shot, and this is where Ember will try and re-rotate back to the B site. And they're really cutting the time in half now. There's 35 seconds on the clock. Any just this 1 A anchor to their name. If they clear any, they've got the site to themselves. They do clear any.
An
This is the
excellent shot
site.
from Ox. That was a super tight angle.
2v2 now. There's going to be a difficult retake to get. Balance has worked wonders with the AWP today. On this T side, that is. Only on 7 kills, but been effective nonetheless.
Yeah, and kind of an off angle here for Ballads. Certainly won't be expected. That flash is going to buy him maybe some
Ox
noise
has
cues.
been an economy machine today. It's a 1v1. Ox versus Embo. Embo, the star player so far for the Flamebringers. Can he clutch this?
Oh, he's out with the Molotov, but the timing
Misses
for
the
Embo.
Molotov, misses the site, and that's Kingmakers on 14. 2 left to go. And again, this is what I was saying. They could very easily just lose all these rounds like in a row. Flamebringers have no momentum to them. They need to readapt to the situation they're in. They lose this one, the money's not going to be too great. If they lose this one, the momentum's completely shattered. And we could, like, if they lose this, 16's on the board quickly.
Yep. Again, like, they're all over the place. Their communication's completely gone now. The weapons they're buying are not in coordination with each other. Embo's stuck here against a B execute, and he's only got the USP, but he does find a head.
Gets 1, gets 2.
And somehow they're doing it. Somehow the Flamebringers are clinging on with what should not be a buy, but it works out for them, and they stabilize.
The pistols work for them again. They've had good success with pistols, and now they can use their opponent's weapons to upgrade.
It's the most unlikely scenarios, and Flamebringers...
It's an unlikely scenario, but they've been struggling with these gun rounds so far. They need to convert this round, get an eco conversion, because if they lose this again, the money's not there for them to really play around with now. So we see Embo again. Canel's luck, it's been so pivotal for the CTs. Both teams have really worked Canel's well. So Sigurto anchoring the site, gets 1 but gets traded. They have A site again. Again, a fast rush has made for difficult retaking positions for them. So see any getting mowed down there. 3v3.
A little bit of over-aggression there. Oh, and
Don't know
Ox is
about
going to
Ox.
find Embo. Maybe, not quite. Embo does get the frag. He's now behind Ballads. This is a 3 versus 2.
Embo wins the duel.
Blinds
Flashes
himself.
Ballad, Peapod goes down. It's all up to Ballads now. Waste a bit of time for them, but that's another round for them. They need
There
to
we
stick
have it.
this.
The duo of Embo and Tortaker. They're actually thriving under this pressure now. They're finding rounds. They're making plays. They're bringing the factor that we said needed
And
to be
it's the
brought.
duo of Embo and Tortaker that's really dragged this team kicking and screaming to a 14-12 position. This is doable for them. This is something they can really push towards. We could see overtime still if they get this next few rounds, but it's going to be difficult. Again, Peapod needs to really reset the momentum a little bit. Say, right, the 2 rounds left. We can't wait. We can't let this go to waste. See another orc come out from Sigurto.
The AK to hold
2
mid as well.
AKs and an AWP. See Tortaker get aggressive a little bit down mid. But
And you
no
can
one-
see that momentum shift it's reflecting in their gameplay as well. Just look how much slower the Kingmakers are in these rounds. They're almost scared. They're tentative. They don't have that same aggression that they were showing before.
And the rushes have been halted. See Embo go down by Ox. Ox has been very good in this game, has been one of the key pieces of the puzzle for Peapod's squad. See them fast rotate to A now.
And that's a huge player to take out as well in Embo.
Again, it's that we've got 1 A anchor and 2 down mid. That's going to be easy for a quick rotation. See them coming down canals now. Purge has the site to himself. He's communicated to his team, like, B site's clear.
Caesar has legged them and spotted it out, though. The rotates have come in pretty fast. They have a lot of time to work with on this retake.
Caesar will get smoked out. As we see a 5v4.
Sagota makes the push,
5v3. This is falling apart now for the level 5 Flamebringers. This is exactly what every level 6 wants to see as we get them to match point. This has got to be a save call for Tortaker.
Yep, that is
save
a match.
gun, don't try it. There's not enough time.
They should probably hunt him down as well. They want to get this rifle out of his hands if they can. They're closing in around him, almost like a pack of wolves. He's isolated in mid here.
I think this is one of those runs where they really couldn't afford to lose too many players because it was only really Ox with a full bank of cash. We will see another 4-buy from them. Match point now for the level 6 Kingmakers. Great recovery from them. And Peapod really, again, as we said, it rallied the troops. He resets the momentum going forward, and level 5 is just having a bad day.
Yeah, up to 32 kills now for Peapod. Having an absolutely incredible game.
Yeah, he's been the key MVP in this round, in this overall match. The entire CSGO tournament has been the MVP, which was, to be honest, it was to be expected. He's kind of the CSGO expert for the level 6s. As we see, Sagurto being the A anchor gets 1, but gets taken down to half health. So we'll take it down to half as well.
An important
Caesar
kill
getting
and
warp
a
angle.
kind of a weird play from Purge there. He went in completely on his own. He was sprinting in. They heard him coming. That nade's going to find decent damage on Sagurto.
See a flash going and they'll rotate round. This is where solid Canal's advantage takes place. Like, they have full control of Canal, so they can rotate between sites whenever they want.
But there was Embo with the mid-aggression. He's actually found the bomb for himself as well.
Full control of the bomb now for level 5s. See, Folkwim has eyes on 2.
Good jiggle peek from Embo. He's got the info now, and
he's got the info, but he didn't get any of those kills. 40 seconds to go. It's going to be tough for the Kingmakers to seal the deal here, end the game. As the Folkwim goes down, Peapod gets the 1, gets the 2. It's still doable. Peapod goes down, all up the ballads now in the clutch, 1v3.
Finds the first, but a quick trade from Sagurto.
Quick trade. 15 to 13. Overtime still doable. We'll see another 4-buy. Ox can really be that utility guy for everyone. He can buy everyone utility because he's the money guy right now.
Yeah, and we can see that these rounds, they're coming down to... It's almost not even teamwork, it's just players stepping up when they need to step up.
Yeah, solid star performances from Peapod and Ox. But even on the side of the Flamebringers, we see Embo with 29 kills. That's elite performance
and
from
here's that
him.
aggression. God, he really doesn't want to show if he doesn't have to.
Really aggressive through that smoke.
Focus going to spot him, but he finds it. Embo fast enough to get the kill.
And the key part is there, he also didn't allow himself for the trade either. So Embo really getting the first frag, entry fragging to an elite degree, gets the 1, and now Peapod needs to really reevaluate how he and his team want to take these sites.
Yeah, you can imagine he's got this puzzle, he needs to solve it. He just needs 1 round. That's all he needs. But how does he find it?
Embo holding the site well. He's holding them off. 55 seconds to go. Still about half a round.
And they seem to know that somehow they seem to have the read.
Solid utility usage there to hold them off B. As we see a rotate coming around now. Sagurto has the site but gets taken down. Peapod yet again 35 kills.
Are they going to expect a second mid player though?
Again,
Needs
Canal's
got 1
aggression
damage
from NE. takes down the one. It's a 3v4, but they do have a site.
And Caesar's got Peapod. He's just playing time now. He's just running away. He's holding angles, peeking into the AWP. You can't do it.
Bomb. That's going to be the round. 14 to 15. We go the distance.
The maximum distance in our first half. An absolute no-biter of a game. There's money for both sides. Not perfect money for the T's, but there is money.
No, this is a really bad spot for the Kingmakers to find themselves in, because they're not going to have enough money to get for a full
I'm
buy.
wrong.
They
don't have the money at all.
Pistol upgrades, maybe a couple SMGs, maybe a scout. But yeah, gun rounds have suddenly started working for the Flamebringers. As you see, Embo really 30 kills, 22 on the side of Tortaker. Those two have really kept this team in it.
And we've seen Magic on half-lives before, but can Kingmakers do it now? If they get this round, they get the game, and there's nothing to worry about. They can keep their comeback going.
However, we could see overtime. Overtime's a very real possibility. With the low buy from the side of the Kingmakers, we had full CT buy. Misses the one.
And here's Sigurto.
Knows there's two there. As they take down Sigurto. Caesar misses a shot. Any getting hit. Ox goes down.
Now Tech9's putting in work. He's almost got Heaven control as well, it looks like. Ballard's coming up on the other half as well.
Ballard's on the Deagle. They've both got him. Caesar gets the AWP, but again, this is all falling apart from
4 versus 2, and it's just the pistols doing work right now.
It's looking like we will be going to overtime, barring Magic from
Peapod
Peapod.
sides 2. It's left in a 1-on-1. Peapods has a smoke, he has a flash, he has a bomb. Peapods can do it right now. There could be no overtime. It's all on
the
Peapod.
Two start players of both sides. It's too long. He's got a defuse kit, but he also needs to clear Peapod.
Just dumping utility. He's trying to buy time. He doesn't have the info. We don't have the info. He spots him. He finds the head. Peapod has kept Kingmakers alive.
And what a tight game from the level 6 Kingmakers. They're still in it. They've still got a fighting chance of taking the Campus Clash trophy. Excellent work on the recovery job for them, because that start of the game was diabolically bad. It was terrible from them. We expected a better start from them, but they recovered well. They went down 8-7 and a half, lost the pistol, and then won straight from there. It was dominating on the T side.
It was for sure, but it had gotten so close there. That was people stepping up there in a 1v4 again. We've seen this so many times across different games. We saw it in Rainbow, now Peapod as well, stepping up in 1v4s to win the game when it matters.
And it seems like it's always the star players when it comes to this. It's always the players we expect to really lead the team. Peapod, we hyped up at the start of the game of being probably the best CS player on any roster at Campus Clash so far. And he came through in the clutch. He gave level 6 Kingmakers that win they really needed to push them up. As we see from level 5, this continues their really bad day.
Yeah.
I don't think they've won a final today. They have 2 more to go, as well as they still have Valorant and League. They can still win those, but it's going to be tough for them to really bounce back from every loss that they've had today.
Yeah, and it's so frustrating if you're a Flamebringers here, because you've so close in all the games that you played, and you just can't quite do it.
There's no clinical edge to them, I don't think, at this point. They've lost the clinical factor that's made them so successful throughout this tournament. And in that game, just like we spoke about it, going into the half 8-7, they really needed more sides on the T-sided map. They only got the 8, whereas Kingmakers completely dominated the T-side. Yeah, they had a little bit of a fall near the end, but it was just complete domination for the level 6 side, and it's what we expected to see from them. Now going into the next few games, can we see them bounce back a little bit?
Yeah, only time will tell, really. We have got an interview, though, so we're going to send it over to them very shortly indeed. I'm not sure which player it is, but I would love to see... Actually, I would love to see anyone, really. I would like to see Peapod, if it is, but maybe it's not. Who knows? Goodbye.
and I am joined by the one, the only, Harvey. Emotions are running high right now. Can you tell us what's going through your head?
I mean, I've not played CS in ages. I've not had the time. I've been working. I've been doing all my uni assignments. I've started playing again in the last few weeks. Like that's my comeback game. I'm back on CS now.
And can you tell us what your scoreline was at the end, just for the people that didn't quite see it?
I was 39 and 20. I think I had a 1.9 something HLTV rating.
Absolutely huge. Now, as we said, a little bit of a rocky start, but how did what sort was the turning point for you, the tipping point where that comeback started to kick in?
So I was shot calling for most of the game, and the biggest thing that I kept trying to do at the start of the game was call timeouts to break their momentum. I think it's something that we've not seen utilised at all throughout Campus Clash so far. So I was just trying to break the momentum as best I could. And then we started winning a few rounds from there, and it started getting even at that point. So we were just like, come on, keep going, keep going.
And what was the team mentality like? I've got to know. We were screaming down in the green room. It was absolutely hype. What was it like in the room, on the team, in the comms?
Mentality was strong throughout the whole thing. I don't think there was a single... I started to think, this is getting close now. We might get washed after the first few rounds. But after we started winning some back and it started to get to... It was like 6-4. I was like, we've got a real shot. We're still down, but we've got a real shot. Mentality from everyone else was just strong throughout the whole game. Everyone just kept composure.
Absolutely. And you've got Valorant up later. How are you feeling going into that after such a dominant showing on CS?
Valorant isn't as much my game as CS, but I'm feeling it now. I'm feeling it. I'm ready to get in. I'm gonna try not to be quite as ego, but I'm feeling it. I'm ready. I'm ready to bring the fight.
Absolutely. Anyway, I'm gonna let you go celebrate with your team. Calm down, because I imagine after a clutch like that,
you beauty.
After a clutch like that, you gotta go celebrate with your girlfriend and your boyfriend, it would seem. Anyway, we're gonna go to a short break. We're gonna calm down up here in the production room as well, because we are hyped beyond imagine, and we will see you very shortly for the next game.
Welcome back, everyone, to Campus Clash Generations. I'm, of course, Walker. Joining me is Affinity, and we have just come off the back of probably the most hyped game we've ever had here at Campus Clash. A game of CSGO that went down to the wire, 15-14, into a victory for the Kingmakers against the Flamebringers, and it keeps the dream alive. It keeps the chance of the tiebreaker on the board, and I'm still in shock.
So am I. The green room hype was insane. The hype up here, the hype in the playrooms could be heard from all over Stoke. It was incredible.
It really was, and I think we need to have a kind of look back at some of those plays and some
absolutely.
of the replays that we saw from that game.
That end clutch better be there.
They were amazing. Yeah, I know, honestly. It was just beautiful. I think we need to have a look back at those and give them a watch and see how it all kind of plays out and just remember some of those highlight moments and really what went on. And we're going to have a look at some of them now. I kind of just want to leave this just plain, just enjoy some Counter-Strike as it goes.
Yeah, let's just sit and admire.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, we heard it in his interview, but Harvey went crazy.
He went nuclear. He was insane. A man unhinged.
I've never seen him ascend to that level. You know, I play with this guy all the time, and he's amazing at the game, but that's just a new level of greatness for him, and he had moments of excellence.
I think it's the new A4 that buffed him.
It's not even, the worst part is, it's not even a new Aim for A4 skin.
It's just a new name.
It's just got the name tag changed to ChatGPT, which I think is a nice touch with an M4A4 cybersecurity, and then his Empress is also called Icy Spicy after Ice Spice, which I find amazing.
Absolutely, and it's just. He said before the interview that it was the drop down from Canal that was the round that turned things around for him.
Yeah, but I think we need to also remember how well the Flamebringers played that game.
They did, absolutely.
They were just a few fingertips away. They were so close to bringing it back. They had the nice lead going into the half, and for a map like Anubis that is so CT-sided, to go into the half leading on T-side, it's so impressive. And moments like that from Vokwan to clutch up, deny the defusal, and ultimately that's the huge thing that wins the round. And we saw highlight moments from every single one of the players here, and they just came alive to win it out, and Harvey just putting on a show, putting on a performance throughout the game. I'm going to see it here. What won them the game? A lovely 360 flick. Make it another flick to clean up there.
This is the clutch that won them the game.
And
we get to react to it again.
And it's the worst part is it's so well played by the both of them, by Embo and Peapod here, that it was tooth and nail. It could have went either way, and it came down to Harvey finding that all-important bit of luck from the tap on the bomb, landing that shot, and wins it out. And it's a lovely hit through the smoke, and that is heartbreaking for the Flamebringers, because that would have been where they rounded it out. If they had won that game, there was no comeback. They'd have already won.
They would have. But for now, keeps the competition alive, as we can see here. Flamebringers on 17. Definitely taking the lead here quite dominantly, but again, 2 games left.
Yeah. For those wondering, because obviously we've mentioned that it's a lot of bouts between the Flamebringers and the Kingmakers. They've already faced each other in League of Legends. They did that on our first day, and it was the Kingmakers coming out on top in that one. So it comes down to this next game where they don't even play each other. It will be the Flamebringers taking on the Crown Guard in that game, and that will be what could open up the points and allow the opportunity for the tie. But it is the Kingmakers on 14, followed up by the Giant Slayers on 12, and then followed up by the SUL Crown Guard on 7, who are trying to make a little comeback, try and keep their reputation. They won last year's Campus Clash. They're trying to return to greatness and not be humiliated this year.
Yep, indeed. But again, still to play for, because even if they're not playing for the top spot, we are still playing for 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Well, mostly 3rd and 4th here. And that still matters. You got to try to get yourself in the top 3, and it could go either way still.
It really
could. It's not guaranteed.
It's not guaranteed. But you know what is a guarantee? Our amazing sponsors for this year's Campus Clash Generations. We want to thank Ducky Keyboards, Noble Chairs, and of course Sweet Cabin for helping us be able to create this event for you guys at home. And hopefully you've been enjoying all of the action today, and we want to thank them, of course, for helping us putting on and creating an event like this one.
Absolutely. Now, I believe the next game we're going on to, as we've said briefly, is League.
Yeah, it will.
And we have the level 5s versus SUL. So we have our Flamebringers once again taking the stage versus the Crown Guard, somebody that we've not been able to see today, I don't think. Did we see them during FIFA? No, I don't think we did we?
No, we've not seen them through anything. But the way that League of Legends will be working is the round robin format. So the teams will play each other in equal amount of times. We have one game left in that round robin format still to play, which is the game you will be seeing on stream. Teams will be placed high dependent on the number of wins that they receive, and if a tiebreaker is needed for League of Legends, then the team with the lowest total time to achieve their victories will determine the places. But pretty standard, but it almost works like a final as such for this kind of game between level 5 and Soul. Even if it doesn't mean they get the most amount of points, it still feels like a grand final as such for the level 5. If they win, they win overall. If they lose, it goes down to Valorant, which
it does. I'm kind of hoping that it goes down to Valorant. I feel that would be a brilliant conclusion, but we shall have to see.
It could be the greatest storyline, and I keep holding this lovely Karambit that's been 3D printed, and I feel like Harvey's going to need a load of these after that. That's the amount of money he's won in my heart from
he's
that game.
won. I feel like he's won the game. He's won the heart of us. Hopefully, he's won the heart of you at home as well. I sure hope so. He's a very sweet person.
It really is.
Very hype as well.
Yeah,
and he's just come off the back of a night shift as well. This guy is crazy.
Yeah, and the way that the schedule will be working, of course, as we said, will be League of Legends coming next, but after that it will be some Valorant. So, as we say, League of Legends comes next in a round-robin format, and then Valorant will be a grand finals between the Flamebringers and the Kingmakers, of course, but it's still all to play for. It comes down to League of Legends still. It is out of the hands of the Kingmakers in this game. They don't have the opportunity. It's not on them, and of course it's a round-robin as well for Valorant, but feels like a grand finals, feels like a single elimination. So in our hearts, these games, they feel like finals, even if they follow a round robin format. So it's got a nice feeling to them, I guess.
It really does. It really does. And I'm super excited for this. But again, this could be the last time that we look at this trophy not knowing who it goes to. Should we say goodbye to it, should we?
I mean, it's not leaving us after this game, Affinity.
Yeah, but it's no longer ours after this game, maybe.
Whoa. They're not. No. So keep this.
Don't worry about it, production.
You saw nothing, guys. What trophy? What
trophy? They're playing for glory. That's what we're playing for. That's what it's all about.
No trophy here.
No trophy here.
Don't be silly.
What's a trophy? What even is?
What is this trophy you speak of? No, but it's been a really exciting day. I think every single game has had hype moments. We look at what we had this morning with the FIFA game. That level 5 game, realistically, they could have tied it up and ended it all there. If they'd won that FIFA game, come out on top. Likewise with the Kingmakers, if they'd come out on top in Smash when they had the advantage and forced the Flamebringers to force the reset, force the switchback to get the victory and get all the points, it could have been done there. And it's so many amazing narratives. It really has to be. And there must be a little bit of nerves creeping in and adding some fire to the flame.
Talking of creeping in, I think we should let our casters creep onto the screen and take the League of Legends away. Keep you guys waiting not much longer. So, our wonderful casters for potentially the deciding game at the trophy. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Affinity. Nathan here with Big. How are you? Excited for League?
I'm excited. I'm also getting nervous.
Yeah.
I'm a level 5. I'm supporting the Flamebringers, and they're really starting to fumble the bag right now.
Yeah, we won't talk about them and how like they are to Arsenal yet until towards the end. So yeah, level 5's into the London team. How are we feeling that the fair is going to go?
I would predict that the level 5s are favoured here, but just from like the league that they played yesterday, I was kind of like the first game they played. I was really happy with it. I thought they were playing clean. Like the mistakes they made were bad, but they didn't matter.
Yeah.
But then the next game they played, I started to get nervous, and I was like, this team isn't looking like they're working as a unit, and there's just a lot of things which shouldn't be going wrong that are.
Yeah, is there any performances as well from the first day that you think may carry over, and who you're maybe betting on for the Flamebringers or London here?
Well, I heard that today is the day that Cameron is tryharding. So,
okay.
I'm looking forward to watch him. I think he will be playing for London campus. I'm pretty sure he will be. Because I know that they're mixing teams with
level 3 and 4. That's for the level 3 and 4 game.
Okay, so we'll have the full London roster for this game. Yeah, okay, that's good. So I know Psyduck's going to be playing better, and I I didn't get to see Kybert play as much as I wanted to yesterday, and when he did get to play, he was in that stomp against Sarcasm. So he didn't get to showcase it, but I want to see what Kybert can bring, what he can offer.
Yeah, are there any picks you're looking for either teams, knowing the players?
Knowing the players, I mean, I talked a lot about yesterday how Torteka was going to be on stuff like Silas Akali and Aurelia, but interestingly, he didn't seem that keen to pick them. Like, he even banned out his own Akali and his own Aurelia, so or the team did at least. I think they should change that up, and they should go on those champs, because I want to see him on a 1v9 champ. I don't think he should be on Orianna again. Yeah,
well, luckily for himself, Orianna and Silas banned out. Obviously, the opportunity to play Akali, and with the chance I've had to play with Psyduck, the Echo ban coming out there from Framebringers is something that he likes to play, and Ezreal following too.
Yeah, and I heard from Psyduck, because he obviously a lot of the games that he'd had, he wasn't happy with, but one of the games that didn't get streamed, he absolutely popped off. He was like 10 kills in 18 minutes or something. He was completely diffing mid lane. So I don't know what champ he did it on. I know he played Nautilus in one of Nautilus mid in one of the games. I think that's a really
stomp.
Yeah, that was the stomp.
Earlier,
I think if he can get that, he should get it, because it's a very like reliable. It's simple to execute on. The game plan's really easy to follow. It's just a very strong champion.
Yeah, certainly, and it's very much a facilitator, as we see the last couple of bans coming through. Ari there drops for the Crown Guard, and Yuumi possibly to follow.
Yeah, Yuumi's pretty chill ban. I don't know. I like seeing Yuumi get banned, because I don't like watching the Yuumi gameplay.
Certainly, and I think Shen instant locked here. What's your thoughts on that then?
I think Shen is a excellent blind pick if the enemy top laner doesn't know how to exploit it.
Right.
Because you can't crack Shen as a champion, and he offers so much value to his team. I think picking stuff like Malphite into Shen is a mistake, because the way that I think you should punish Shen is to punish him when he ultimates. So that means like taking 5 plates with like whatever champ, like
fast
a Sheen champ or something.
Like Flamebringers had used previously with the Vayne, I think it was.
Mm-hmm. So seeing the Malphite and the Brand, it's again one of these wombo combo comps. Pretty heavy AP damage as well, because I'm pretty sure you can only really play Brand in support. You could pick him jungle if you're a bit crazy with it, but Nyla Taric.
Yeah, this I know from experience. Playing with Cameron actually really likes the Taric, and obviously Nilla with the extra XP for your support and gaining the extra levels on your opponents is something that can very much bully a lane out of a prio. So we'll just have to see what the counter or the thought of pick is in return.
Yeah, Jinx will probably be a Jinx. It's a classic pick for Caesar. He loves his Jinx. So I expect that. I also think it's a pretty good pick, because you outrange them so hard. The thing about Nyla Taric is the engage range is pretty long. You have the double dash, and if you're E-flashing as well on top of that, that's a really long range.
Yeah.
I think picking like kill lanes and combo lanes is a pretty smart thing to do, or you should do it when you're in crazier games and you're in games where you have good communication with your support.
Certainly, and I think Torable loves playing the more Enchanter-based champions as support. I know previously we've had her on Lulu and
I forgot what
Yuumi.
she was playing yesterday. Was it Yuumi?
I'm not 100% sure. I just memory from previous tournaments that we've had league here at the university.
No, yeah, I think you're right. She played Ezreal Yuumi on Tuesday, not yesterday. So can't do that today. Yuumi's banned, and Ezreal's banned actually. So yeah.
I mean, just quickly go through the bans then. That's Akali, Heimerdinger, Lux, and Kayn.
This is probably a good time to mention, actually, because of the Taric, it's probably Cameron on support, and we might have Tori in mid lane.
Possibly.
Who is an Aurelion Sol one trick.
Yep.
And Aurelion Sol is open.
Especially as it's previously, most recently been buffed, I think, as we have the Zac lock-in from Pedro or Ross.
The problem is, I don't really think you want to play Aurelion Sol here, because you're a little bit too immobile to be playing against Zac and Malphite. You probably want something with an interrupt or at least a little bit of mobility to be dodging out of those spells.
Especially with the excitement, if Jinx starts popping off, there's not really a chance of the Aurelion Sol to get away, unless the stacks are there for him to use the extended W.
I think if you play something like Syndra, that would be a pretty good pick here. Evelyn's fine. I really like Evelyn with Shen. I think that's really smart. But yeah, I'm interested to see what the mid pick here will be. You have a lot of different things you could do. You can even go for an AD mid now that you've got the Evelyn jungle. Yeah,
well, we're looking for counter pick here in mid. Obviously, taking both sides right down to the last picks that we've got.
I think if you can play Tristana, actually, that would be that pick would be like
enough
almost
then
the
magic
best thing you
damage
could
for
pick
you, which is actually going to be Gwen. So I think that might be a Shen jungle.
Yes, could be Shen jungle, could be
Shen or Gwen, I think, both flex from top and jungle, but
and then have the Rift
but
maker
the
Evelyn
Evelyn,
top.
right? Okay.
Well, no, because I think playing Conqueror Evelyn is pretty good here. You can
Right.
play Evelyn top here.
Okay.
It's really hard to say, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of flex picks here right now.
Shen mid. It's hard to read. Syndra coming out from Tortaker. I think that's better. It's a little bit more of a 1v9 champ than Orianna is. You have a little bit more of your own agency. You have more of a damage, like a kill threat, so you can punish mistakes a little bit harder. I like that pick. I think it's a good way to what's it called? You can lots of skill expression.
Yeah, with the outplay button, certainly.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
No,
the thing about Syndra is she's really hard, but her ultimate's like the easiest thing ever. So
Yeah, exactly. It's something to consider now. We'll see what the swaps are then for positions momentarily. But any surprises? I mean, Brand probably out of all of it.
Yeah, Brand's a little bit of a surprise. I know that Embo likes Brand. It's just the champ he plays. He's not very comfortable with League of Legends, so he just picks up the one champ. He's comfortable in it. He should play it. Smart thing to do.
Makes a lot of sense then.
The thing that does surprise me is just the entire Crown Guard draft. I can't read it. I literally do not know what's going on. The only thing that I can say is that I know that Nilia is bot lane, because if she's not sharing XP, then it's trolling. So that's like the only thing that I can say for sure.
Okay, let's theorycraft then. So it could be what? Gwen top, Evelyn jungle, Shen mid, and the bot lane of Nilia Taric?
I think that's probably the most likely. You would kind of want to put your Gwen against the Syndra, because I think you would have a little bit better of a lane.
Yeah, I mean, W the Shroud probably helps you a lot in that lane of just trying to dodge skill shots, obviously, there.
Yeah. It's so hard, right? Whatever happens, Syndra's going to have a really, really good matchup, especially like almost a month ago now, there was the Doran's Shield nerfs, so champions like Syndra, who can lane bully, have a lot more power. She can also just go for the first strike, and she's going to get a lot of gold from laning.
Yeah, certainly. Okay, well, now that we see the comps, I mean, we're thinking that Evelyn's going to be wanting to go on the Syndra, the Jinx, the Brand, excuse me. Is there any playstyle you expect to see out of both teams?
So I think the whole of Crown Guards kind of revolves around this Evelyn, and trying to set up in a way that she can do stuff, because you don't want her to, like, if you're in a game where Evelyn gets to be invisible all the time, it's really hard to play. But if you're in a game where you're like losing vision control and there's pink wards down, or Evelyn is unable to flank, especially in a game like this where there isn't a huge amount of peel, if Evelyn does get to flank, she's going to be really powerful.
Yeah.
So I think you want to set up your team for that, and then you can obviously pile on the Shen ults, and you've got like Taric ult as well to pop on down as Shen ults. Like, these are really crazy combos that you can pull off.
Yeah, very much a press right click and go forward team comp as well. Gwen wanting to go in, Shen wanting to go in, Evelyn wanting to flank and find the squishies, with Taric and Nilla being able to invulnerable everyone with the ultimates and the apotheosis. That's the ult name?
That's the ult name. I never knew that. I've actually never looked at her kit.
Nilla's ult, I believe, is that.
Yeah, I just call it AD Orianna ult.
Fair enough.
That's my name for it.
Fair enough. Yeah, so moving then on to the Flamebringers, talks a little bit about the Crown Guard and how we think they're going to play with the Flamebringers. I'm guessing it's just Malphite Zac go in, see what Syndra can pick off with Jinx as well.
Yep, and I think, importantly, pretty much all of their lanes, depending if Malphite's against Gwen or are winning. Actually, Shen does beat Malphite, but he's going to have to TP at some point, so Malphite should get ahead. So I think they've got 3 winning lanes. They're going to have to leverage that to gain some sort of an advantage. I think the bot lane, most importantly, need to leverage something. Nilah Taric is definitely a tough nut to crack. There's a lot of shielding, that's a lot of healing, but you do have a lot of damage. So if you can do it, that is definitely something you can exploit for advantages.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, just kind of finishing and rounding off our thoughts with the whole draft, maybe even looking at some of the bans, like you're saying, Tortaker getting heavily pushed upon and banned out with a lot of Crown Guards choices.
Yeah, I think the Ahri ban is smart. We saw Tortaker on Ahri yesterday, and he was actually really good on the Ahri. Like, the charms he was landing, like, he was so consistent with charms that were max range and difficult to land. We can probably see him replicate something like that on the Syndra. Doesn't quite have the same ability in map-making play, but when I see Tortaker on mages, he's, like, very calm, calculated. Everything is under control. So Syndra fits that. I'm sure he'll be quick to punish any mistakes.
Nice, yeah.
Get those one shots.
Perfect, yeah. Just on a note that I played a couple of games with a few of the players on both teams, actually, Pedro and Cameron, another Psyduck alike, and both on what I believe is some of their stronger champions. And obviously, Tortaker, is there any other, you talking about Embo as well on the brand? Do you know of anyone else's sort of play style or presence they might take towards lane and early game?
So we have seen, I think, all of these champs before on the side of Flamebringers, like, apart from the Zac, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Like, Caesar's good at his Jinx, but Killer Tom is someone to mention because he was just insane yesterday. Like, the game he got to play Malphite against Darius, he was, like, 1v9ing, like, just solo killing the Darius. Even though it was a new player, he was definitely exploiting that. He got himself to, like, 6 kills. Most of them were solo kills before the game he had even opened up and he was with other people. The next game that he played, he was playing Garen, and he was in a game where I just thought Garen was pretty useless pick, and he was just going to get kited, but he completely popped off that game, and he was like 18-3 on Garen against like a full range team. So he's definitely got the brain for it. He's got the intuition. He knows how to make plays. He knows how to do stuff with his pick. And because he's on Malphite, which he's played before, we can expect to see that.
Perfect, yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of cut off at the minute.
Oh, right, okay. So, yeah, it'll just be me and you until we can get Cole's mic back. In terms of our storylines, we were saying earlier that the Flamebringers, if they win this game, they're going to win the whole competition. If they lose this game, they've still got Valorant to fall back on. Obviously, just coming off a loss in the CSGO, they're probably not wanting to play the Valorant. They would like to put it away here. They've had so many opportunities to do so.
Certainly, yeah. Okay, I've just had a bit of information that I actually can talk, and it's still being picked up at least. Yeah. Just again, like you were saying, now looking at a bit more of the whole tournament as a general and as how we want this game to go. Certainly myself, being a kingmaker, wanting the 3 and 4s to do, the Crown Guard to do the best they can and win.
Oh, and we're on Pride Month as well, so you get to, if you equip those emotes, you get the trails. That's pretty cool. I need to do that when I log back into League. Yeah, standard setups coming from both sides. They're both just going for 5 points, nothing crazy. Obviously, the level 1s are quite weak on both sides. Zac's a very weak level 1. We were talking about the draft and putting the Shen mid. It's kind of a weird thing to do, but there is this Shen content creator. I forget which one it is. I think it was like I think it was XP2 who was playing it. He was going for the Shen mid. He made it work. So if you can do it, then you can do it for sure. He's got the second wind Enduring Shield, so does have the ability to survive against the Syndra on his own. Shouldn't need too much help. And yeah, I think in terms of the clears, they're both junglers are starting on the bot side of the map, which is kind of weird. But if the Gwen can exploit this and get like even just the 1 kill against Malphite, she has the potential to snowball, which is really powerful. Yeah, okay. We're frozen on the stream just momentarily, but okay. I'm not sure what it was, but we had a small pause there. There'll be something going on.
And a little bit of a nice solo cast from you there, Roddy. Thank you very much for taking up that time. Like you said, 5-point clear, 1, and both junglers starting here on the bot side. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for coming back. I cannot cast away. It's too difficult.
No, certainly. I would never leave you in the dark. So here we go. We now finally see how the drafts are laying out. Like we said, we thought that Gwen was in top, then Eve, Shen, and Nilla, Taric bot lane. And we'll just have to now see how the differences come out in the game.
Yeah, interestingly, the Jinx and the Brand are not getting priority against neither Taric, which is kind of scary for them, actually. These guys getting level 2 first is actually see a bit of an all-in going on to Brand. It looks like he got chunked a bit. Hang on to the flash there, so he's fine. But yeah, honestly, it's pretty bad for the lane if you can't get priority in this, because your whole champs kind of revolve around having that push and the safety of your slow push so that you can attack them without being all-in.
I think definitely a possibility, like we were saying, when you want to punish the Shen is when he's teleporting away. Obviously taking both teleport and having the hour possibility to be able to mitigate that a little bit more as well. So we'll see, obviously, Syndra being able to push waves a lot quicker than Malphite can, so maybe the opportunity is greater there than if Shen was in the top lane for the Flamebringers.
Yeah, but Torteka doing an excellent job of getting damage down onto Psyduck here. Has already popped the potion. It's still very, very hard to kill these champions which run Second Wind and which run Doran Shield. But the important thing right now is the top gank. I think Killer Tom's just going to be able to walk away out of this one. He has got the flash still, and okay, he does have to burn it. So good map read there from Torable. Actually, Torable playing jungle. We weren't sure where she was going to go. So seeing her on the jungle in this Evelynn. Yeah, I'm not sure what you think about that. All I know her for is her Aurelion Sol.
Yeah,
so.
at the minute, I mean, I've seen her a few times on the support and like you said, known for mid and the A Soul and the Zoe as well at points. But the first time I think seeing her in the jungle. So we'll have to see with the experience of Pedro playing, I know, for a very long time in the jungle as his role.
Yeah, interesting here. He's decided to skip out on doing his Krugs. He didn't even manage to get the top grab. I think he wants to look for that mid dive, but he does have to respect Evelynn, which is why he's not going for it.
And certainly respect the taunt as well.
Yeah, for sure. But he would be happy going 1-for-1 there, and also he's got the passive, which makes him really strong in tower dives. If he's got it up. So yeah, it's kind of a even map state. Both junglers getting one crab. I think Torable should be slightly ahead because she got to full clear and she's just starting her second full clear now. But here comes Pedro in bot lane.
Yeah, looking for the jump, but not quite going for it. Maybe just a little bit too close to the turret. It's a really good back off there from Crown Guard and making sure they're safe in lane. And just seeing Ember throwing out a few spells, just trying to get as much pick potential, damage dealt, and just chipping away as much as possible.
Yeah, and Flamebringers do have a freeze here, which is kind of pressuring Torable to come and hover this lane. If she wasn't hovering this lane, then Zac could be ganking it right now, and Drowsy Cat and Sailants? I don't know how to pronounce that. Sailants? They wouldn't be able to crash that wave, but with the hover from Torable, they can walk up and they can crash that wave.
Yeah, as we get the first objective spawn of the dragon there, we'll have to see. I would think maybe Evelynn waiting till at least level 6 to want to fight around that. Obviously having the invisibility and the chance to use R to escape if there's just too much in the play when they're going in.
Yeah, and can see how well Psyduck's been able to hang on to this lane phase. He's dropped about 10 CS, which is kind of expected because these first few levels will be the hardest. Once he picks up his Merc Treads, then he's effectively unkillable.
Especially now reaching level 6 and the bot lane having an extra level as well. That Nilla being extremely strong in the XP gained between sharing that as well.
Yeah, counteracts her innate disadvantage of having very low attack range for AD carry. Here's Pedro again, hovering towards that bot side. Again, there is a wave pushing into Flamebringers, so no hover from Torable this time.
Started to slingshot, doesn't quite land on the Nilla, who dashes through. That's a good pull from the Q, exhaust used, and a lot of damage coming down, and Pedro has to back away.
But look how tanky they were there. Just Silence being able to use the Q on the minions was healing up so much, and the shield as well, providing so much sustain. And even in the 3v2 there, because they've got the slow push, they have the damage threat, and Pedro has to back away.
Yeah, as well as the slingshot now coming out possibly on Sorable has been cancelled, so each jungler knowing where each other is, and we'll just have to see what Shen can use the ult for as the shield comes down there and auto attack damage coming from Syndra.
Yeah, I think something that when I watch Tortekan players, he's always playing in his mid lane, and he's not very doesn't move very much on the map. And I think in these slightly lower level games where not every player is going to be always watching the map and people are going to be making mistakes, I would like to see Tortekan try and get on the map a little bit more, and instead of just bullying this Shen, I want to see him try and get some ganks off. I want to see him try and roam with this priority that he should be getting.
Yeah, very looking forward to that, maybe possibly more team fight heavy, and that's I think what we're seeing from Flamebringer's side, a very much team fight favoured comp. As the stun comes down, the slingshot starting the ult, just about misses taunt away, and the Shen is safe but can't do much. Torable will have to now cover the lane and stop any further money going over to the Flamebringers.
Psyduck on such low HP there. Tortekan can keep bullying this though. He's got a 2-level lead on the Evelynn, so He's perfectly comfortable to stay in this lane and keep on bullying whoever it is under this tower.
Yeah, and there's just the CS advantage. There's a lot of damage come down now. Torrible down to about half health. Not really much of a problem as we get first blood in the top lane as Malphite kills out Gwen.
I said that yesterday. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock beats scissors. Even though it shouldn't. Malphite finds the solo kill in top lane. That shouldn't be able to happen, but it does.
A win league anyway. I would say a rock could destroy some scissors.
Yeah.
In real life. But yeah, first blood down now. Malphite doing an extremely good job as we see sort of the first backs coming in from a lot of players as well. Blasting ones for the top two and Zeal on Nilla. Do we know what that item is going to be built into?
I predict that will be a Gale Force just to make that engage range even longer. She now has the EE Gale Force Flash ult combo, which is just crazy range.
Extending it further like you were saying earlier. Now Corey just seeing what they can do about pressuring this Herald. So a lot of damage down and will be a lot of healing. As Shen ult comes down, that's a really good Q. The ult taking down the Malphite and the blob jump will get the Zac away as they do still collect the Herald as we get an engage from the bot lane. Drowsy does get the Q and will kill Embo. That's now 2-1 Crown Guard.
Yep, Embo burning down there to the Ignite as the brand. Well, Tadakin's actually getting ganked here. He should just be able to walk out of this one,
That's
but Torrible with the flash forward.
Yeah, seeing what Psyduck's already used the taunt, so they're chasing up as best they can. That's a really good dash, and Torrible with the R gets the 350 gold shutdown.
This is not what I was expecting. I think, again, like the team play is it's just working out so well for SUL here. Like this, on paper, it just shouldn't happen, right? Flamebringers, they're better players. They should be able to win these games, but Tortaken dying to ganks and Psyduck making plays with Corey the Gamer there.
Especially losing a couple of plates top here as well. Seeing what Gwen can do. Corey now putting down auto attacks as best they can, taking a lot of damage. Conqueror has been stacked, but there's an easy heal there. The minions doing a lot here for Corey. There's also a lot of healing on the Q. What happens now? There's a flash used. And they can't quite get the kill, but no assist over to Pedro. That is a solo kill again in the top lane.
And yeah, I mean, Corey kind of blundering there. They were ahead, but without the needlework, they just don't have the same kill threat.
And now we're turning over to the point where we have the ultimate teleports, seeing a few more plays around the map maybe again though. Dragon still not taken for either team, so even though Torrible getting the advantage, it's a good jump in, but the chain lash doesn't quite come out.
And this was a pretty bad position because Psyduck was getting frozen on, but I think what Tortaken's looking to do here is just push in this mid wave. I don't think he's going to get the kill, but that's a lot of first strike gold. And they're just going to move towards this dragon afterwards.
Yep, and again, Torrible just have to cover. I think this actually may be helping both mid and jungle. It's giving just that little bit of extra XP and a little bit of extra gold as well to Torrible. And seeing as the assassin, who will be invisible throughout this game, getting more gold is always a positive.
Oh, but Torrible doesn't want to walk into Zac here. Zac is so powerful in this position. Pops the ultimate straight away before using the combo. Does still have the threats. If he wants to E in. Stun's going to land. Forces the ultimate. That's really big. That should just confirm the dragon. There is pretty much nothing they can do to get the dragon now. Evelynn used her smite there. She used her ultimate there.
We do have to see what this bot lane can do. There's about a 30 CS lead as well now with the BF sword on this Nilla the kill, and also the new component item.
Yeah, the fireplace. I don't know what it's called. I just know it gives you everything.
Yep. Very strong for all supports, and it's always definitely going to be strong for Taric, especially with the increased heals and shield from Nilla in teamfight. So we'll have to see when they all get in and maybe a 4v4 happens. See who comes out on top.
Yeah, and interestingly, the Flamebringers haven't managed to convert a dragon off the back of this. It might just be because of how far ahead the bot lane is here for SUL. They don't want to risk walking into the wombo combo of Taric and Nilah, who is so strong if she does get to hit people.
Especially with the invulnerable for an Evelynn as well, especially being able to put out as much damage as they can. The charm comes out, there's slowed now onto Embo, the stun just about misses, but Nilla goes under tower, does use the apotheosis, but doesn't need it, and the kill goes over to Drowsy.
Here comes a gank in mid lane, but Psyduck again with that taunt, he's just dodged out of that one. Tortaken's gone really far forward and flash ulted, but not found the kill. He's almost looks like frustration that he just can't do anything to this Shen.
There's also some trading up top, and we get the first dragon of the game at 12 minutes, so a very late soul for either team. Now that we're in the game, where the strengths lie in timing of how this game's going to play out?
I think what we're going to expect to see is, if now that the mid tower has been broken, Torteka really needs to get on the map. Because if he doesn't, this bot lane is going to keep winning. They've now finished that Gale Force.
Wow.
Nilah is so powerful right now. Thankfully, Killer Tum is winning in isolation when he shouldn't be in the top lane, which is a big, important win condition that that the Flameringers have that they shouldn't have.
Yeah, I mean, a very large smorgasbord of different items there. There's some Iceborne Gauntlet happening, some Sunfire Aegis, as well as the Steel Plate Caps as well. Not really maybe going for the defensive items of their lane, but maybe the later games we see Drowsy Cat putting some auto attacks on down to Caesar, who's taken down to half HP, and the auto attacks
doing
crits,
man.
Massive amounts of damage. With this TP coming in, Drowsy has to back off, but Taric is now here. The stun does come out, and they're starting to put damage down, but Malphite's not really taking it, and the Shen ult comes through too. The fight then dissipates with no one going down.
Well, the fight happening in mid lane though. Torteken's got the ultimate. She's going to instantly burst down the Gwen, but here's Torable. She gets one. And out with the last caress.
Yeah, extremely good use of ultimate there. Corey unfortunately also getting caught out, so maybe not as much an advantage as the Crown Guard would have wanted, but still pushing on. Still lower on the gold front. 21,900 to 19,900.
Yep. That I was saying in that bot lane, the Nilah, I think maybe if she played it a tiny bit better, she could have got that kill, but she got like 4 crits in a row there with just Gale Force. That was just unlucky if you're Caesar, to be honest.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the side of Flamebringers, that Nilah is going to keep getting stronger. And again, also Torable, the money is where they want it for the Crown Guard. The assassin that can get on the back line with using the invisibility and sneaking up behind, but also Nilah who can go up in front and use Taric to sustain as much as possible and do hype amounts of damage.
Yeah, and Torable has been so good at reading the map here. She knows that the Zac is going to be looking for ganks, and she's here to counter it if he decides to commit for that. And we have seen Zac be a little bit overzealous. I wonder if he's going to go for this bot play.
Just see, hovering for right now, and Psyduck again just trying to clear the wave as much as possible. Not really one of Shen's fortes, but does do so to be able to hold the turret for just this little bit longer.
Yeah, and it's just in that lane assignment again. Got the mid lane, Killer Tum going for the kill, but here comes Torable from behind.
Yeah, unknown at the minute. The charm doesn't come out, and the ultimate is used to get away. Killer Tum also has the flash to get into the river as well.
That's really painful to lose both those spells. It's a long cooldown. Malphite loses a lot of his value without his ultimate.
Certainly, and again, Drowsy doing as best they can to get the wave in, but just this Brand and the Jinx is just able to clear the waves just as well.
Yep. It's kind of... I mean, it's annoying, right, because Caesar and Embo are not really League of Legends players. They've obviously played it, but they haven't played it a lot. So when they're only good at these... when they only want to play these, so like 1 or 2 champions, because they've only had time to learn 1 or 2 champions, it means like they probably haven't played against something like Nilah Taric before.
Yeah, Flash taken out there as well. Apotheosis used again for Nilah, not quite catching, obviously, the Flash being used. So there's no pick potential there. And again, it's just another cooldown they're going to have to look at, right?
Yep. And so, is that a fight that you want?
We'll have to
He's
see.
Going for it.
Aegis is down, and Gwen is also. The Bob is being used. Now Gwen immune, not really getting the Q aligned. As Psyduck gets the ult, taunts forward, but can't quite catch the Zac, who's ready to slingshot back in, and hits. There's a Jinx rocket that goes wide. The Taric ult comes down, and that's all 5 members in, but they have disengaged perfectly. Now no players down. Pedro possibly getting caught, and Herald over to Crown Guard.
Bit of a baited switch here coming out from Flame Guard. They managed to bait everyone to the top side of the map, and this bot lane is going to wail on that tower. Giving over the Rift Herald is kind of a disadvantage, but it is a second Rift Herald, so it doesn't do that much.
Yeah, as plates have already dropped. So good play there. A reasonable amount of ultimates used and summoners as well, but in accordance with what Flamebringers have already used, it's pretty good. Jinx and Embo now getting a chance to free fire on this tier 1 in the bot lane, and we haven't really seen Crown Guard get a chance to push, obviously. Psyduck not really having that push potential with the Shen.
Yeah. And yeah, I was talking about it earlier how how Caesar and Embo probably haven't played against something like Nyla Tarek before, and that's really tough because in a game like this where the way that you beat them is by being aggressive.
And
if you just want to be,
well.
if you just want to like not be the reason that you lose and you're trying to play passive, and that's actually playing passive is what's losing the game. That's such a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, as the tier 2 mid goes down as well. So a lot of pushing power from Flamebringers. We see Salence going down to the Syndra and Dragon as well, over now even and 1-1. So we're looking for an extremely late soul, which may at this point not happen.
Yeah, yeah, that's true, to be honest. Like the team has, or the Crown God at least, have very powerful ability to snowball the game. So they could be ending it on the first Baron.
Yeah, Zach just getting away with the slingshot there, now getting the use of the Herald, trying to make it possible to play around the map with this mid-tier 1 gone.
Wonder if they're going to choose to defend this. It doesn't look like they are. Tortaker's just going to push out this top wave. I don't know if he's going to choose to TP to this tier 2. I don't think he will, no. Crown Guard are not going to push that.
Yeah, no one really answering Tortaker at the minute either, who now has, again, a bounty. 350 gold, and again on 2 items already with that 175 CS at 18 minutes.
And an extremely defensive build, to be honest, coming out of Tortaker. He's going for the Banshee second, and he'll be picking up a Seraph's third. It's going to be a while before he starts doing a lot of damage, but he can position in places where he shouldn't normally be able to do so with that Banshee and with that Seraph's.
And also just able to get away there, so not caught in the side lane of top. Again, Baron coming up. We at a strong enough point for any teams to be able to start thinking about taking it?
I'm not sure how Nyla's Baron take is. Tortaker's just got himself a pick there. He does look like he's a bit isolated though. I'm not sure how the fight's going. Evelynn does have a flank. She hasn't been revealed just yet.
That's again Salence going down as well with a massive split push here from Nila, maybe having to get back as well. Gwen immune, able to get away, but this is now Torible's chance. What can she do?
She needs to get a one-shot, and she needs to get out after that one-shot. If she can't do that, she just can't make the play, and she has to wait for respawns right now. I assume she's going to go for that Stand United to combo it with the Tarek Gold if they want to. Maybe a little bit too early from Torrible, and she's just going to die. That's the inhib down as well with Baron alive.
Yeah, and like we said, I think even with the Jinx just at 1 item, there's enough tankiness on this Flamebringer side just to be able to take it. We'll have to see how fast the Crown Guard can push out and then counter, whether they have the chance to.
Nyla does still have her... What's her ultimate called?
Apotheosis.
She does still have the Apotheosis, so she can make a big play right now. Gale Force, Apotheosis, Flash, she has Tarek ult. Interestingly, they don't want to go for it though.
Yeah, just counter pushing and maybe waiting for this dragon, which should be up reasonably shortly. I mean, they're also giving the chance to back for Flamebringers, so really giving them the opportunity to stay as safe as possible.
Yeah, there's just a really good pick from Tortaker there. He recognized that he kind of brought them all to bot lane, doing that really risky back, and then he just quickly TP'd into mid, picked up Psyduck, and then pushed all the way down to an inhib and a Baron now.
Yeah, so we'll take stock of what items are available now, as you just see the Gwen there getting Riftmaker, and the Merc Treads as well, the Alternator.
Yes, that's correct. The Alternator is probably going to Shadow Flame, I predict. I'm not sure what else you could go for here. Actually, I don't think there is an item that you could build other than Shadow Flame from Alternator.
There is Morello's, but there's not.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Zach will heal a reasonable amount, but I don't think there's enough of a chance that Morello's is going to be picked up here. Probably maybe a Putrefier for the Tarek.
Yeah, and we'll see how the Flamebringers going to use this Baron. They look like they're just going to 5-man in bot lane, which is, fair enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Starting the 5-man bot, Pedro just catching up with them as well, using the new Chemtech Scryer Bloom to get the speed as well. Now, let's see, Caesar excited. What can they do? Tortaken just missing the zap there onto side up.
Yeah, just going to have to look for when does Tortaken decide to go for the stun. Uses it on Gwen there early just to dissuade her ultimate.
Yeah, clearing the wave as best as possible with that one there as well. But again, with this Jinx, this Syndra, just really good wave clear and wave push.
And look at this funny kind of pattern we've got with Zach looking for the double flash.
It's a really good double stun there as Tortaken shield is taken down. Apotheosis onto 3. There's a massive knock-up from the Malphite, and the Sailant's ultimate covers 3 members. Let's see what Torrible can do. Gets one in the back line, and there's still 3 remaining for each side. 4 as Torrible is still about what. There's a smite there for the final kill as the healing coming out from the Sailant's Taric, annihilating the damage from these 2 tanks, which is still going. So there's good stun there, and minions with Baron empowered doing very well. The passive, the flash to get it. Do they have enough damage to collect the passive of Zac?
Maybe. Go on.
Still
a few more autos.
Stun unfortunately missing there. There's a reasonable amount of damage, but Psyduck is taking a lot of damage
He
from
needs
these
to be
Baron
careful
minions.
now. He's got the blobs. He can sustain this. He could 1v2 it.
Unfortunately, you can't stop the jump away, but that's a really good fight, taking down 4 out of the 5 Barons, and Pedro's ready to start this Drake at such a low health.
And what excellent team play there from Crown Guard. To find that fight, I'm not even sure how they engaged that one, but they kind of bunched everyone up, and then Tortaken had to flash out the back, and he flashed into Torrible, who was there, ready just to pick him up, one-shot him, get that 800 gold shutdown, and then she has a lot of sustained damage actually with those Qs, so she just stood on the back line, threw out Qs, and tore through the side of Flamebringers.
Yeah. But again, Crown Guard just trying to get there, seeing what they can do. The Dragon's still not taken yet, so they know what low, but again, secured by the Flamebringers team. Again, Torrible on the flank, seeing what picks that can happen. And again, just now, Pedro backing with the Dragon taken. Oh, I just think I need a bit of breathing time, you know? A minute.
Yeah, we are going to probably slow down until we see another objective, and as you were saying, the slow is going to take a very long time to come alive or activate in this game. 33 minutes at the earliest, I think.
Well, if we have direct souls, that's another 10 minutes, so yes, 34, 35 minutes if Flamebringers take all of them. So again, Psyduck possibly caught out
but here's Tortaken.
Yeah, we'll see.
Finds
The
the
stun
stun.
comes out. There's a slow from the Q as the shield comes up, and it's starting just to not really do much damage, to be honest. No stun, but they're on Torrible, is on Tortaken, who uses one of the orbs and has to ult away. The Apotheosis is fully on Tortaken, who gets taken down, and now let's see what Caesar and the rest of Drowsy or Crown Guard can do. Oh, Malphite having to unstoppable force away for safety, and again, Crown Guard picking up a positive fight.
Yeah, and that was a cheeky play there from Drowsycat. They'd almost like baited the Evelyn there, so Tortaken got really aggressive. He was clicking all the way down the river. He almost took him out, forced the last caress, but then, bam, in Apotheosis. There was Drowsycat to pick him up.
Pedro jumping in there onto the top laner of Corey and getting taken out by the Malphite in the end. Psyduck and Sailants really aggressing with a flash stun there. The jump onto 2 of the back line. Drowsy is very low HP, but Torrible on the way forward gets 1, and what else can be done? There's a lot of damage now as Drowsycat cleans up onto Caesar, and Malphite takes down Evelyn. 3v2 with the TP coming in. Do they want to disengage? Absolutely, and that's 2 kills with the assistance of Tortaken.
Wow, that was... how did they make that one happen again? It was like just a kind of a random fight there in mids. There was a random pick. They tried to use the Stand United, and it just ended up baiting them all into a play that they didn't want.
Yeah, and this is going to be what could be a very heavy push towards the end, as there's still 3 members up who, again, have very good wave clear, very good structure damage capabilities.
Yeah, very low HP actually on that last Nexus tower. There's only one with like 900 health left. The Tortaken's still alive, and he provides so much threat, but they're not going to risk it. They'll play it slow. They're kind of happy to scale in this game.
Especially as Baron's up. Torrible also able to one-shot even with the Banshee shield of Tortaken, as the Killerton gets caught out, and the ultimate there doing
I don't think he was expecting that.
Yeah, even to someone of Malphite stature, I mean, there isn't actually, until now, any MR stack, so that is more than likely why. We'll have to see what this brings then for Crown Guard, as Pedro has seen Sailants.
He doesn't want to commit to it, even though he could. So Sailants, a little bit lucky there, managing to bluff his way out of that one.
Yeah, still no presence around, so yeah, like you said, good bluff. It's Pedro really hovering around this dragon right now. We'll see if the 2 squishes of the bot lane get caught out, as they are now around their tank.
Yeah, and Tortaken's getting really, really strong now. He's just picked up his 4th item in the Void Staff. It's a lot of magic penetration.
Certainly.
But yeah, I think he wants to get that level 16. Once he's got that level 16, he will be doing absolutely insane damage with the ultimate.
Well, we already have as well the 3-item Nilla, and Baron starts with the slingshot from the Zac. Again, taken down tremendously quickly. This Jinx just annihilating the Baron's health as it's now been spotted out. What can Torable do? There's a really good Malphite ult from Killaton onto Drowsy, who's having to Gale Force out. The Stand Unite does keep them alive for a little bit longer, but is finally taken out. Psyduck just using the Blast Cone in the wrong direction, but isn't being chased down as teleports are coming in. They're looking for the end.
Yeah, Killaton quickly to recognize that he needs to buff up that minion wave. He's also behind Torable. I don't know if he knows it. Maybe he's too far forward, actually. He's only got 1,000 health left. Here goes Torable. Tries to get onto Tortaken, but instantly stunned and taken out.
Yeah, using the Taric ultimate to keep both Salence and Corey alive. What can Psyduck do? Getting absolutely blasted down by this Malphite, and now Caesar with the Jinx. Rockets coming in. There's a lot of damage, and there's not much Crown Guard can do to resurrect this game. And that is Flamebringers winning this League of Legends matchup.
And with the match, that does lock them in first place in this year's Campus Clash Generations.
Yeah, a very, very good win there from Flamebringers. It's very evenly matched. Definitely no discredit to the Crown Guard. And we'll just have to see what happens in our next few games.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, closer than I thought it would be. Crown Guard did not even have Coach Kybert in that game. So playing without what was on paper their highest elo player, and they put up a really good showing there. Their team play was excellent. I loved the way that they were finding fights. Torable playing so well on the Evelyn to find flanks. She was really she knew where to be at all the time. Like, her early game was really, really good in how that she was hovering and matching the Zac.
Yeah, certainly. And I think the creativeness of draft and making sure that, I mean, it threw us off our game, and we didn't know where any of the picks were going really until we actually saw the game. So, again, maybe something that the Flamebringers team will have to think about after that game.
Yep. Do you have an MVP for that game, would you say?
Tortega played very well, and I think was maybe the rock to that team winning. Obviously, the CS lead and getting the items as early as possible, and just really sort of cruising through that game, to be honest. Obviously, there was a few missteps, but that's every player in that game never played perfectly, and that's why they win. But yeah, I think Tortaken, Killaton also having very good early game, especially winning into that Gwen, which is something they shouldn't do. So yeah, I think I'm going to give it to Tortaken. Very strong performance.
Yeah, I got to say, for me, it's Killaton. He just keeps doing the impossible. Like, he picks Malphite and he just kills people, and I love it. Like, he shouldn't be able to do it. He's just like, screw the matchup. I'm against Darius. I'm against Gwen. I'm just better. I'll just kill them. Why not?
Yeah.
So yeah.
So
Killaton,
then any final thoughts of the game after those results?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. Like, obviously, because Flamebringers is now locked in first place, I wonder what that spells for Valorant. Like, I'm not sure what this means for Flamebringers' opponents in the Valorant. Like, do the games still matter for their opponents? Because if they do...
So originally it had to be that Kingmakers had to win everything and Crown Guard had to win this for them. So, again, we'll pass it over when it comes up next and we get a chance to have a look through. They'll explain it for themselves. But with that, I think we're about done. And okay, any final thoughts?
No, I'm fine with that. All right,
no,
we'll toss you to a short break. See you soon.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming back. I'm again Munin here with Big once again for another bit of league.
Yep. We just came off Flameringers winning Campus Clash. So this game is gonna. This one does have stakes. This one is gonna influence the bottom of the leaderboard. We've got the level 4s against the level 6s. So Giant Slayers against Kingmakers.
Yeah, again, it's something just to look forward to. We'll have to see how that turns out. So a little bit of an update on the teams that needs to maybe be said. Level 3 and 4 have some Crown Guard players joining them. Because unfortunately, there's been some drops. And again, looking at the standings, like you were saying, that makes Flamebringers the inaugural winners. Not the inaugural, well, I guess Elf Generations is technically correct. But yeah.
Yeah, so particularly for the Crown Guard, this game has a lot of stakes. If they can win this, they're only going to have a 2-point difference, I think, going into Valorant.
Okay.
I'm not sure they're standing in Valorant, but they want to win. It's going to matter if they can win. I think if they win everything, then they can get 3rd place instead of 4th place. So for the pride of London, they're going to be going for it.
Yeah, well, they certainly hope that's the case. And again, now going into the second game, we'll look at some of the players for both teams. Is there anyone on? Let's start with Kingmakers. Anyone you're looking for?
I think particularly we just saw Sarcasm and Foquim in their game, just 1v9 or just not 1v9. I need to stop saying 1v9, but they popped off. So just watching them play, see if they can do it again, see what they're going to do it on really, if they do pop off, because it's not guaranteed. Even though we predict that or at least I predict that they're going to be better, it's not guaranteed.
Yeah, certainly. And then looking in the opposing direction and their opposition in the Giant Slayers mixed Crown Guard team, anyone you're hoping to see play on specific champions even? Or
I'm not entirely sure which players are playing and which ones aren't. So I don't want to mention anyone who's not playing, but I think
I believe Psyduck will be playing.
So just Psyduck adding
I'm
in.
not 100% sure. There's definitely, with the conversation I heard while being in the players' room, that's definitely one of the players that's going to be playing.
Okay. Well, definitely for 3 and 4s, I'm pretty sure Foxy will be playing because he is one of the main league players. And when he was playing against the level 5s, he was playing good. He was 1-0 until his Nexus exploded and he died then. So he didn't really get an opportunity to play the game really. He didn't get an opportunity to showcase what he could do. So hopefully if he gets a more even game and by the time mid game rolls around, there's still some fight left for the Giant Slayers, then what should we call them now that they're Giant Slayers and Crown Guard?
The Giant Guard, the Crown Slayers.
Crown Slayers. I like that. Crown Slayers against Kingmakers.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, the sort of the narrative of both of them as we do get into draft, and Giant Slayer, the Crown Slayers, that we've now dubbed them, have banned the Aurelia out straight away.
Not sure who the Aurelia is targeted at. Probably Sarcasm, because I think actually Aurelia's been banned against Sarcasm every time, so we haven't seen Sarcasm Aurelia yet. Aurelian Soul banned as well.
Yeah, Yorick being banned out, Psyduck known there for his ability to split push top lane, and maybe something to talk about for the Kingmakers is the slightly weaker top side that they have or not top side, but top lane. Obviously, Tom not having the most league experience out of the team, and just hope that for him, we see the Taric and Yasuo, the 1 versus 5 champion we saw in day 1.
Almost target banning out Cameron, and then Sarcasm getting target.
Certainly.
Yeah, target bans at Cameron.
Yeah.
What is this? Why are they targeting Cameron?
Throw him off his game, but the Echo being left open here for the time being. We'll see what the first pick comes out for the Crown Slayers.
Yeah, I wonder if they know about Cameron Echo. Maybe they'll pick Echo themselves.
Maybe. Again, we'll just have to wait and see. We'll see if Purge as well, very much, especially with the item changes, ADC being a priority lane and how much you want to carry through it. We'll see if the Zeri is picked up, is definitely a possibility.
Ooh,
Senna.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You don't see Senna very often, and it's like a niche champ, and it's honestly always it's never a bad champ to pick Senna.
Especially when you have the opportunity of even the Wukong and taking maybe the Scion away from the enemy team of the Kingmakers in Tom, but the Seraphine being hovered for the minute, making sure that he can get ballads on one of his favoured champs and making sure he's not banned out with the Scion coming out as well.
Yeah, Very, very safe picks. Seraphine's a flex pick, even though we can expect that it's going to be on Josh in support, Ballads in support. So, yeah, Sign as well, just a blind pick. It's fine. Again, it's like challenging them. Are they going to pick a Darius into it? Are they going to pick a Fiora into it? Do they want to exploit it? Or are they just going to match it with their own tanks?
Yeah, again, so what we more than likely suspect is the Teemo. Okay, I've now been thrown right off what I was playing.
Let's go Teemo.
And Viego looking for his wife.
Yeah. Viego is a Focum champion. We talked about Focum's champion pool, and
Certainly.
the fact that none of his champs got banned is important for him because he's now on Viego, one of his better champions. He's in a. You can't say too much about what Viego is doing in this game just yet. Looking at the draft against the Kayn, you do win out in the 1v1.
Yeah.
You should also be getting priority with your Teemo. The Senna, you can pair it with a lot of different stuff. Well, we'll see what direction they go with the Senna, right?
Certainly. Yeah, it's something we have to look out for. And again, Fulcrum's champion pool being put fully on display here as we see the Kayn coming in now, and they don't really want to face the Jinx again. Something very good into both Seraphine and Sion. Obviously, a later game, Sion not really having the chance to tank this Jinx, who then gets excited as we see some bans coming out now onto Purge, as Zeri is the first one.
Yeah, lots of hyper carries getting taken away with the Jinx and Zeri being the classic ones. Might see an Aphelios ban if they really, really want to target that that tier of AD carries. We do know that Foxy has a very large champion pool. He can play everything to do with ADC that you can think of. And yeah, Caitlyn and Xayah, just more and more AD carry bans.
Yeah, certainly as the heavy carry role, as ADCs are rejoicing, finally.
Yeah. This pick here is going to basically show us what type of draft they're going for. They already do have a pretty hard, like, kind of committing draft.
Yeah.
Twitch is an interesting pick. The synergies are not brilliant, but there is like niche things that you can do on Twitch. Like, for example, if you go in stealth in front of the Seraphine, then you can extend her ult range and you get like a completely unexpected engages like this. It's also decent follow-up. It's just kind of hard to play, especially like the tools that they have to stop this with the Ashe ult and stuff like Teemo Blind can really shut down Twitch when he opens up.
Yeah, and again, we're sort of looking maybe for a Mikhails here for the Seraphine, just to keep the Twitch and even the Kayn as safe as possible. With the draft of the Crown Slayers, Ashe, I believe, and Senna more than likely going into this bot lane.
God, and Malzahar as well. That is brutal.
Yeah, wow. Very much let's stop what you're doing completely.
Yeah, but that does... you can pick a pretty strong mid laner here. You can do a lot of different stuff. You could go into stuff like... Cassio is a pretty good pick, I want to say. It's just the range is kind of tough to deal with. I wouldn't pick Yone.
Well,
he
we
is picking Yone.
Yeah, gone into that. So either we're getting an AP Twitch, or this is just a very heavily AD comp.
Yeah. Probably AP Twitch, you're right, to be honest. But picking Yone into this, I think, is kind of a big mistake because you're playing against Teemo, so you're going to get blinded a lot when you engage. You're playing into Malzahar, so you're going to get ulted when you engage. This is a really hard pick to make work. It's going to be a lot of flanking. It's going to be trying to go in after Malzahar uses his ultimate. But so maybe you feel like baiting Kayn out, and then you can try and clean up fights after Kayn's been focused down. Then the Yone can work, and maybe that's what they're going for. Like, it's kind of a multi-threat comp where both Twitch, Kayn, and Yone are all big threats that want the Malzahar that Malzahar wants to ult, and you can't ult all three of them. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Then finally looking into the jungle of the Kingmakers, what sort of form are we expecting this Kayn to take? I know that there is only Defiant 2, but we do have the mix of going tank and then assassin items.
Yeah, it's true. I think you will be playing blue Kayn, and you could mix in some tank items if you want to. I think you can get away with going full assassin Kayn. It sucks to play against Malzahar, but, you know, if he's ulting you, then he's not ulting Yone, and he's not ulting Twitch, so it's not the worst.
Certainly, and you just hope that engage can come out from the Sion and Ballad can time the ultimate right for the engage or the team fight at the moment. Again, looking at most of the team, especially on the Giant Slayer side, it's very ultimate favoured comp.
Yeah, that's true. It's it's a little bit of a pick comp. I would say it's more of like a reset comp where they're not trying to pick someone and then have nothing happen. They're trying to kill someone quickly and then snowball that into winning a team fight instead of killing someone in isolation. Stuff like the Teemo and the Ashe give you a lot of information, not really map control, but you get a lot of information you can gather with shrooms and you can use with the hawk shot. So that does give you, like, for example, like, there's lots of times when you'll see someone in a side lane and then you're like, well, I want to go and gank them, but I don't know if they're getting hovered. When you're playing stuff like the Ashe or Senna, or like Senna kind of with her ultimate, not really, but stuff like Teemo, you have a lot of information, so you can go for those picks. And
yeah, and then in the sort of similar sort of way, there's a few ultimates. Obviously, Yone ultimate being very good, Twitch ultimate giving the attack speed and attack range, and the application of poison. The fact that Kayn is able to get away and dip out of fights when needed, as well as the Sion with the massive knock-up and the Seraphine with the charm. We'll just have to see how that team fight comp, I believe, will work.
Yeah, and in terms of things to look out for, I think top lane is going to be pretty important because playing Teemo here is not easy. You are having to, like, it may sound easy on paper to play against Sion, but it's not that easy. If you ever get hit by E and then Q'd, you're like a very easy gank, or even just get chunked out because you're not going to be building sustain on Teemo unless he wants to play something like the Grasp and Riftmaker, but not very likely. So it's there's a lot of pressure on Teemo to perform and play very solid League of Legends this game. If he can do it, he's going to have a slight advantage. It won't be a big advantage, but he will have a slight advantage.
Certainly. It's something maybe I just noticed as well. There's a very squishy comp on the Crown Slayers side. And obviously there is a reasonable amount of healing through Senna, and when Viego gets items, it's also possible as well, with a lot of crowd control from both Ashe and Malzahar. But if the Kingmakers team is getting on the front and then through to the back line, it's not necessarily the high health bars you expect.
Yeah. So that means, like, in terms of teams that I favour, it's... I mean, do you favour a team in this?
Yeah, I think, like I said, just about the tankiness and the spread of damage and health on the side of Kingmakers. I think I would rather this comp, and knowing some of the players as well, Ballad's taking a champ that they've played more recently and making sure that they can hone their skill on that. I know that Purge is very much Twitch player, very much likes that over the Zeri as well, and like we've been saying about Fulcrum, one of his mains as well.
Yeah, it's a good point, because a lot of times we've seen stuff in theory shouldn't work, but then the player's just so much better. Like the game where Sarcasm was like 30 kills in Yasuo, I was saying it's a terrible Yasuo game and it's really hard to play Yasuo in that game, but he popped off, so probably just do the same thing on Yone if you can.
Yeah, it's something definitely to look forward to. Again, then we'll talk a little bit about how the timings of the team, maybe power spikes. What are we expecting? I assume late game for the Crown Slayers?
Yeah, I mean, kind of. Not like ultra late game. I think if you're getting a really, really late game, then it's bad. But definitely they should be in control of the mid game a little bit. They get a lot of their big spikes come at level 6, obviously, but finishing key items, like, I think finishing, like, you probably want to bulk on Ashe. Finishing bulk on Ashe is going to be a big spike this game, and finishing Liandry's or Malzahar will be good. Teemo is difficult because he kind of just wins the whole time. So
that's if he is ahead.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. But it's because, as I was saying, it's so hard to stay ahead, and even when you do get that lead, it's not a very big lead, because I don't expect Teemo to kill Sion this game.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, and then in reverse for Giant Slayers, more of a early to mid game, if I would be correct.
Yeah, it's kind of honestly, it's kind of like a skill check comp, honestly.
Okay.
Because their champions are not that good at doing anything. They just snowball really hard when they're ahead. Okay. So, like, you know, if you see a Twitch and a Kayn, you're not like, oh, I'm gonna get ganked or I'm gonna die or anything. But you know, if you do actually die to one of those ganks, that's when it gets scary.
Yeah, certainly. So then we'll get into some predictions. You want to put your money down on anyone or your eggs in a basket?
Yeah, I would put my eggs in the Kingmaker's basket just because of the name tags. I think Sarcasm's probably going to pop off. He's on Yone. He does just pop off on these champs. So
fair enough.
Yeah, that's what I put my money on.
Yeah. Okay. Well then, that's happy days for me because that's my year group, and I hope they win. And I think I'll also put my eggs in that basket. as well, as we are getting into the game again here for a 4-point and a 5-point separation on both of these teams.
Yeah, looking at runes, we've got a Dark Harvest coming out of the Teemo. This is interesting. I used to play Teemo a while ago, and you can almost go any keystone in the game on Teemo. And I always thought when I was playing against stuff like Garen, or stuff like Sion, or stuff like Maokai, where they sustain a lot and they try and stay on low HP, you can never kill them, but you can just farm a bunch of Dark Harvest procs on them.
Right, okay.
So I assume that's what Psyduck's going for. It also means that when you have your Troons shut out, sometimes you can just get random kills if people stand on them. So,
and more Dark Harvest stacks for those as well, certainly. Here we see Sarcasm just trying to pick out where the possible start of the jungler is, and Stimwee now coming in to also tussle for the mid lane, both starting bottom side, then looking for influence, more than likely in the top side of the map and in mid, especially for Sarcasm. If Sarcasm gets ahead, this could be a troublesome game for the Crown Slayers.
Yep. And I think Stimwee is probably the perfect player that you want someone just to neutralize. He's probably not going to pop off, but I'd be comfortable that he can just stand here and deal with this really high-level player that Sarcasm is.
I also have to say that Stimwee is very much on a controlled champion. The fact that they're not going to pop off, but it's always going to be useful through the fights and holding down a specific player. In this case, it's more than likely going to be Sarcasm. We'll have to wait and see when these fights happen. But again, really early aggression on the way for him there.
Jungler's not doing anything outlandish this game. Fokwim, I got Fokwim on the wrong team. Fokwim is on the red side, so he is on the Kayn, not the Viego. Not doing anything too crazy. Looks like they're both just full clearing their jungles.
And again, something we have to look at is the Ballad's Seraphine into the Drowsy Cat Senna. Both very much looking to keep their ADCs healthy and continue through as much of the game as possible. As you see the Viego gank, and there's also the Fokwim counter as well. There's a good Conqueror stack there as the flash comes out from Sarcasm. There's a really low health Viego who misses the Q, and first blood down Sarcasm as the dash comes through with the extended E. There's a lot of damage. Is it enough with the E? It is. That's a double kill for Sarcasm to start the game off.
And this just keeps happening. It happened in the Yasuo game. He finds fights that are even or even losing in the case of the Yasuo game, and he just wins them. And now he's got that advantage, and obviously he's got the skills to snowball it.
I think it's also a little bit confidence. I remember the game that you were casting where Fokwim was waiting in the river bush and the two were following a Kaiba of Psyduck really hammering, trying to get that kill, and it was just maybe an overextension as well.
Yeah, so look at this, man. Berserker Greaves on Yone at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. That's huge, to be honest. He's got a really big timer before Malzahar can match his push and before he has his ultimate to shut him down as well.
Yeah,
there's a gank here in bot lane.
Already through the wall, the slow place down onto Foxy, but Fokwim is extremely low. That's a really good stun for Ballads, and a lot of damage coming down. The last auto attack does get the kill, and can Hyper Carry or Purge finish the second kill off? That's a really good heal from Ballads, keeping him alive. Takes one tower shot and has to back away, but that's a really good kill for the Twitch to be getting this early on.
Yeah, again, these champs which snowball, but they don't have the tools to snowball. Snowballing is very, very, very scary, especially because they just got all the summoners from the bot side. Viego, Malzahar, Ashe, and Senna don't have a summoner to their name.
Especially now with the opportunity of Yone Roam always pushing this Malzahar in, and Sarcasm is already at Tribush at level 5, and he's behind Drowsy. Let's see what happens. The E over the wall, the dash, the Q, the W, and another E to pull away, and a secured kill of 3-0-0 for Sarcasm.
Yeah, gonna allow him to push out the wave for Twitch as well. That was the one advantage that Foxy and Drowsy had here, but they don't have that anymore.
And I think maybe looking to the rest of the map, we're really hoping that Psyduck can carry on this Teemo, which is what this champion needs to do.
Yep, he does have a humongous CS lead. Somehow Sion has 6 CS, but here's a gank onto Psyduck. He's very low HP, already burned the flash. I'm not sure if Fokwim does just about get him.
Yep, and another really good kill onto more of the carries of this team. So a little bit worried about the damage profile and the fact that you have the Yone as well as the Twitch on the AD side and not really having much AP, but with this lead, does that really matter?
No, I don't think it does, to be honest. And I was about to say, this is a really satisfying scoreboard to look at, but then Malzahar died, so it's not 0-1, 0-1, 0-1, 0-1, 0-1 anymore.
Well, we just hope that that top difference can become larger and larger and larger. But again, Sion being able to scale without really doing much throughout the game, just collecting health off minions and champion damage, as Hyper Carry Guy also gets Corey the Gamer.
Yep. Didn't catch that one, but not sure why he was there, to be honest.
Yeah,
he had no right to be there.
Maybe just thinking that the invade was possible because Fulcrum was last seen top as there's a really good slow onto this Twitch. Foxy now playing out damage. There's a reasonable amount of damage again. Just making sure that...
Yeah, I think Foxy could have been a bit more aggressive there, but this is the problem, right? You have to be scared of Kayn, and here comes Fulcrum.
Good slow and a good dash Q as well. Lockdown onto Fulcrum. Good heal off the Q, and what can Trixter do? The slow does come out. Corey the Gamer now ready to flank, but the bot lane and Fulcrum now just pulling away, making sure to give away no free kills. Again, keeping that on 0.
And here comes the priority from Sarcasm as well. He's got the ultimate. He can pretty much one-shot everyone in the game right now. He's absurdly fed. Going over the wall, connects onto Drowsy Cat, but doesn't quite have the damage from the E after Drowsy gets the fleet heal and also the Q heal. So.
Yep, and I think that there is just a free dragon for the Kingmakers now. Really pulling away with this one. Have to see what they force with this dragon as they're both mid and jungle are going for red.
Yeah, this is going to be a ruthless snowball. Viego is completely cut off from the rest of his jungle. You can look at Sarcasm wrapping all the way around. He's going to see Corey, and there's the CC.
Yeah, really good knock up there, and again, a really good kill. 5-0-0 and a 1-0-3. Kayn collecting the red buff for the mid laner as well.
Ultimate's finished. He's got the red buff for slows. Stimmy can't ult, otherwise he's going to die to Kayn.
Yeah, good flash there. Nice slow. The ultimate for Sarcasm. So that is a shutdown onto Stimui, who will also get the double kill. And now we're starting to see some life out of the Crown Slayers.
Yeah, big mistake coming in from Sarcasm there. Just walks under the tower and gets suppressed.
Yeah, like we had Syndra in last game, we have the outplay button of Malzahar. This game, in certain situations, is extremely powerful.
Yep, and yeah, so we were saying that Stimmy is going to be the consistent player. He's going to be like the rock that that our, what do we call them again? Crown Slayers need. So yeah, let's see if he can like control that as well, because Malzahar, even though he is a champ that can't pop off, he uses gold and items really, really well.
Yeah,
Hyper Carry going for an engage.
Yep, our pops, that is a stun onto the Twitch, but has also popped goes the flash, also needs to be used to collect the kill. So that is one, again, another bounty now piling up on their bot lane, but also with this pressure in mid, Sarcasm's just taking over the enemy jungle as well.
Yeah, with that Vamp Scepter early, there's a fight in River. Fulcrum's got level 6 though, so he probably does win out on this one.
Yep, and there's the finish off, already having blue form. Let's see, there's a chance here that he wants to fight again. Nope, just using the Q to get away. There is a roam down from this team over Sarcasm. Also wants to start fighting again. Font of Life propped. There is a Q and a W, but E has to be pulled away, and there's a reasonable amount of damage, but no kill threat until there could be a dive. Fulcrum over the wall. That's a flash Q and a really good cleanup. A lot of damage coming out from this blue Kayn, and really, really pressing this advantage in the mid lane and jungle.
Sarcasm is not wasting any time at all. He is just flashing in. He is killing them fast. He's killing the tower. They're going to take this Rift Herald. They're probably going to take the mid tower with the Rift, I suppose. Maybe they're not even going to bother with that and just open up one of these side lanes.
Yeah, maybe. We'll have to see. There isn't really much of a chance. I mean, 13 CS on this Sion. Not the best, but again, not
so
really.
He's got the ultimates. Psyduck doesn't quite dodge it.
Does caught. There is a W as well as a few Qs, the knock up and the E collect onto Teemo. Psyduck going down for the second death of the game.
Yeah, Psyduck does still have an absolutely enormous CS lead.
Yeah.
So he is winning out massively in the 1v1, but it's hard to play the 1v1 when you're getting roamed on.
Yep, and again, Purge just going silent here and invisible.
Could be using this Seraphine ult combo if they want to go for it. Be
Not
cheeky.
Necessarily. Stun does land onto minion, but not onto the Twitch, and they're just now sort of comfortable enough to keep pushing up this lane and be able to then use the pressure to take Dragon. We'll see what Corey can do on this bottom side.
Oh, they're getting baited in. Ballard's going to land it.
It's a good charm, but there's just too much damage, and that is another shutdown. Foxy picking it up. And there's also one traded back as Ballard's, the poison of Purge gets the kill back. Drowsy Cat just about able to get away with the Shroud, but now is caught in Alcove and gets annihilated by that E, and a smite to slow. Ballard's collecting kills and really just spreading out the gold.
Yeah, another good play. It could have gone even better, but Ballard's just missed out on the side of Foxy there with the Encore, I think it's called. So, yeah, I mean, still just such fast snowballing. They've got 15 kills in 11 minutes.
I mean, yeah, this is what you'd expect in, well, a Smurf Elo game. Yeah. Even just in solo queue as a general. Just large amounts of kills.
Yeah, it does feel like that, but here's Corey with a flank. I don't even know if he wins it. They do have Malzahar ult though, and that is huge in 2v1s.
Sneak of Urge coming now back into the bot lane. Is Trickster Foxy too far up? The
is Hyper Gary guy too far up?
And well, there's not really much I can say as Fulcrum's already killed one, and the rest of the kill, the health is taken away from Drowsy, and that's another double kill in the mid lane as well.
Look at this top pressure again. Psyduck is demolishing the Scion.
Might be down 16 CS, but Hypercarry definitely not giving up the tower, but does go down.
Psyduck with a solo kill.
Yeah,
in the top
really
lane.
good. Herald down as well, gets first turret and a lot more gold onto all three members of this bot side and jungle. Again, 12 minutes-ish, probably 13 by the time they take it. That's 2 dragons in opposition to the last game. We're going to have a reasonably early soul, especially with the pressure from the Twitch and Seraphine.
Yeah, and I think they can end this game really fast as well. Getting a side lane turret as early as 12 minutes means that they can start rotating people down to siege other turrets. They don't have the best siege for it, but they can just outright kill people with these champions and dive them. So.
And I think something that the Kingmakers have really understood about their team is their weak side. They're not playing much towards this side. There was that early kill for Folkwim on the Teemo, but it wasn't to get the Scion ahead. It was to make sure that Folkwim could then further his gain and lead through jungle as well.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at this game to see what they're doing. I'm just keeping my eyes on Twitch because, yeah, he is going for this mid play.
Yeah, good Ghost there, putting a lot of damage down. The ult comes out but silenced. And auto attack coming out. The flash isn't enough, but there is an ultimate, and Viego has picked up Twitch. There is also the ult coming down on Psyduck, and the damage is just coming out now. Has made sure that Q is on Kayn, and there is a trade 1-for-1.
I was going to say it was a really good play by Ballards, but the center ult from across the map does just manage to pick up Hypercarry on the way out.
Yeah, and also Sarcasm just pressuring this bot lane, forcing 2 players out so that there is no opportunity. Obviously, center ult being global helps the situation, and the fact that if there is something happening elsewhere, there is influence from the support, as Ballards has been really good on the roam so far.
Yep. Yeah, and kind of also the top dive that we had there, a little bit of a blunder coming up from the Scion. But it was awkward because they thought they were just going to kill him, but that blind bought a lot of time. Psyduck does get the 1-for-1.
Yeah, and again, Sarcasm just getting one. The ultimate comes out again, already down to half with just the E and a few Qs. But does Sarcasm want to go? Psyduck's there, does see, so we'll dash away and stay as safe as possible. Teemo now collecting the wave.
Yeah, Teemo with Dark Harvest as well. Good one tap, but Sarcasm knows it, and he's not gonna fall for those tricks.
Just coming out of the invisibility, not really going for anything more but the passive shield, making sure that the next time they go in, it's fully plausible to put the damage down straight away.
Yep.
Okay, now that we're 14 minutes into the game, 28,000 gold. That's an Ash Arrow that just misses onto Ballards there. So 28,000, nearly 29,000 gold to the 23,000, and 2 Drakes as well. I know it may not necessarily happen, but the chance of coming back into this game?
It'll be through shutdowns and through your crowd control. So through stuff like the Ash ult, they were looking for it in mid there. what they need to go for. It's a flip if you hit it or not, but if you do hit it, then you're finding ways back into the game. Also stuff like Malzahar, if he can get people to face check him. Jesus, Sarcasm just decimates that Teemo, and Fulcrum's going to go and rip through Stimway in mid as well.
Yeah, and now we're just sort of waiting to push and collect turrets. This is 3 men top onto this Sion, who is obviously not going to fare well against this Bork, and is already down 25 CS to the 117 of Sidar.
Yeah, unfortunately that does mean that they're trading the other side of the map. Twitch is going to pick up this mid tower. Sarcasm is, instead of taking the tower, he's going to back, and I assume with... Yep, he's going to finish almost 2 items there and actually buying an Elixir of Wrath.
Yeah. Now moving in towards this mid-game lanes, not necessarily defined by the role. Corey thinking about going in. The damage there just annihilates this Viego, not getting a chance to get any sustain off with the items.
Yeah, Fulcrum with 2 items before he finishes jungle item. Very, very ahead of the curve.
Yeah, and this also gives the opportunity to move into the jungle, take camps, and also think about this second Herald.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to try and end with this Herald. They probably could at this point if they decide to group up. Maybe Sarcasm is just going to keep on killing people for fun. Whiffs that ultimate though. He's going to get ulted, but such a well-timed E means that he gets out of the tower anyway.
Yeah, and again, collecting this Herald for Fulcrum. They're really going to push this advantage now with Sarcasm, and just walls aren't a thing to Kayn, but it doesn't matter. Sarcasm's going to pick this kill up, and now 11, 1, and 2.
Yeah, is he going to drop this Rift Herald? He may want to go for it. He could just walk onto Senna if he wants to. He's going for it now.
Could be the possibility. That's a nice knock-up from Sarcasm as Fulcrum collects the kill with the ultimate coming down onto this level 8 Senna, and it's not enough to stop the kills coming through again and again. 28 to 7.
Domination, yeah. I don't think there is the chance for a tiebreaker, so ending the game fast doesn't mean too much, but, you know, just style points really if you do end quickly.
Yeah, certainly. I think it just at the minute, with obviously the 2 wins, the Unstoppable Train coming out from Sion here. Doesn't quite catch the Teemo. It's a good Q, but there's no auto attacks because the blind is down. There's a trade in the end though, so 1, 4, and 2 for Sion in the top lane. Finally getting a chance to play the game.
Yeah, pretty good as well. I didn't see if that was a shutdown. Was it a 450?
So.
Or maybe not, but there's Sarcasm in the base.
And just again, annihilating Corey, who's now 1-8, but that's a really good stun on Sarcasm and shut down onto Drowsy Cat here. It's one person that is a very good item for, or sorry, gold influx for, being the ADC type of champion. Very much supporting right now, as this is now sole point for the Kingmakers.
Yeah, for sure. And we were saying how Foxy can be the carry. He's got the skills for it if he gets the gold. So going to pick up the 1k there. At the moment, he's just deciding what item to buy. I'm not sure what I would buy here. A Coalfields Warhammer that is... What does that build into? Builds into a Navori, builds into... I don't know. Maybe he's going Navori.
Caulfields for Ash would be... Would it be a lethality item?
Could be.
Would it be Dustblade?
Maybe. I'm not sure if you want those items this game. Maybe you do. I don't know. Hard to say.
I mean, for now, the top laner of Sion is building in for the Teemo, so there is a lot of AD damage possibilities as Fulcrum now just really pressuring this topside jungle with all those towers down in the top lane and the one in the mid. It's just really simple, not possible to clear the vision, and Corey might get caught once again. Yep.
Oh, cheeky from Fulcrum there. It's like one of those things that you can only do on Gain, where he like down steps, but it's into the wall, so you never predict to throw your skill shot there, and then cheeky sidestep, comes back in and one-shots him.
And again, just pressuring to get this tier 2 right now. Fulcrum clearing the way as Sarcasm comes behind Stimway, putting just damage down onto the turret. Doesn't even want the kill. Not worth anything to him.
Yep, and then now he does though. He has to get Malzahar ulted. And does he have any lifesteal? Nope, dies to the tower shot there. Actually picking up 2 kills now for Drowsy Cat. Sarcasm getting way too over-eager, but his hyper carry opening up on the Twitch.
There's not enough damage there, just about there. Is a just about missing the Ash Arrow onto Folkwim, and Corey really running down this Twitch, but Folkwim still there to do the damage, and that stun to take away the passive shield, and using the ult to finish off Stimui on the Malzahar, getting himself a double kill as well.
So much damage coming out of this Kayn with the resets as well from Duskblade. He is unstoppable when he's snowballed like this. Could just run onto Drowsy Cat now as well. It's going to take like 2 spells to kill him.
Yeah, doing a fair amount of damage to Folkwim, so they will have to back off, but Twitch really putting the damage in, and the E to finish off the center. So obviously a really good trade for the Crown Slayers here, for Drowsy Cat getting more gold than the Kingmakers will be getting. But again, the difference right now may not be enough.
Yeah, I think this Baron spawning now is probably going to be the end of the game. They can take this and then, I don't know, just run down mid, run down top, go wherever you want to go, and kill the Nexus.
Yeah, and that there will be the Qs needed to get over the wall, waiting there for Ballads as well to enable the healing coming through. So that's a really good start. Folkwim as well coming on to put damage down. Also already below 10,000 health. There's not really much opportunity. They do know the blue scryers do come down, but it's already down below 5,000 health.
No, not even an Ash ult to try and snipe this one. They should, if they should probably look for a pick here, but obviously with the Edge Knight on the Kayn, he can just walk through whatever walls he likes, then boom, he just one-shots. He's going for 2 actually. There's still a Malzahar ult.
And even the ultimate passive shield down now, still putting a lot of damage down with the Qs, and just really clearing the wave as well. Ballad's going to walk through a minefield of bombs.
But he doesn't care.
But there's not enough damage. As we're coming towards the end of this game, absolute domination here from the Kingmakers, as they're now pushing for the Nexus turrets.
Yep. Be the closing few seconds of this game. Giant Slayers, they did need to win this game if they wanted to progress in the standings, but as you can see now, it doesn't look very likely. Actually, Sarcasm dying to Malzahar.
Really good ult and extended encore there from Stimui to Drowsy Cat, and there's some low health bars. Folkwim quite low as well. The center ult does come out and put even more low health bars for the side, as we see Hyper X Coach going down. Not really getting much and not really using the passive much either. And now, so pushed off and very well defended. Maybe an overextension there from Sarcasm, getting caught under their tower with the ultimate too.
Yeah, and Sarcasm now finally conceding that he has to buy a QSS. So next fight, this will not happen again.
So that is Baron down on a couple of players. Obviously still on Folkwim, Hyper Carry Guy or Purge, and Ballads. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll take the soul as well. Can they get any more of an advantage? They're up 12.5k or 11.5k gold. They're going to get the soul. They got Baron. And surely this is enough to end the game now.
I mean, Crown Slayers just clearing as much as they can. I think even just Folkwim trying to grab picks like he has been already. Seen Corey or seen Trickster under the tower, already down to half HP. The ult comes out. Barrier is not enough, and they will get one shot as there's another EQ to just really put the damage through Corey, who just won't be able to survive.
Wants to keep going as well. He just kills them with 2 spells. It's crazy how much damage a Fed Kayn can do.
Yeah, Muramana really putting in the damage work with the Sheraldia's Grudge and Blade of Ductar. As we're getting now to the end of the game, the ultimate from Sarcasm there brings out Psyduck, but the ultimate coming back, QSS used, like you said, and Nexus is going down to the 5 players of Kingmakers who win that game.
14 kills to 44.
Wow.
Kingmakers dismantling and destroying the
Dominating. We could list words forever, really, on that performance. Very, very good from them. Yeah.
Yeah, I think also in terms of how that's looking, what that means for the side of Giant Slayers as a team, even though they did have some SUL players, it was the Giant Slayers team that those points will matter for, and losing out on those, I think, is going to make it either impossible or exponentially harder to regain any more points on the table.
Certainly more when we get to it. The hostess, will run us through that, but let's then talk about a roundup. I know there wasn't really much content apart from the kills going over to a lot of the Kingmakers side. Are there any performances you want to highlight? Obviously, most players having a really good game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of like sarcasm, just like playing around. He's having fun. He's just making his montage happen. But I mean, people to watch out for are people like Stemoy, because even though he was like his KD wasn't great that game, he was kind of like, at least in terms of his drafting and how he played, it was smart because he knows what he has to do against Stemoy is just to pick one of these like easy champs which shut him down really easily. So he just locked in Malzahar, and you could see he did kill he killed Stemoy a few times. He killed Sarcasm a few times, and you know.
Yeah, well, maybe get a chance at quick MVP.
Quick MVP. I mean, Sarcasm. I think pretty easy to go for. You could go with Fulcrum as well, I suppose. He did set up that mid play by having the counter gank ready onto Viego. So yeah.
Okay then. Well, I think that is us ready for an interview with someone on the other end.
Hello, hello, and I am joined by one of the winning team. Not quite the MVP, but a familiar face nonetheless. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name's Ballads. That was my 3rd or 4th game of League that I've ever played.
And for those of you that might know him by other names, this is Josh, lecturer, head of level 6. Now, the Seraphine pick again, we saw you play her yesterday. Was today a bit different? Did you feel like it went better, worse?
I kind of just chilled. I feel like I've got a lot of trust now that Cass, Sarcasm, and Voquim kind of just do their thing. So I just vibe on the back lines and cast spells. Have fun.
Now, the Seraphine choice, what pushed you towards her?
A lot of people have told me in the last day that if I was a girl, I would be Seraphine. So I kind of sit away from the draft and let them pick her for me, and I'm the e-girl of the team, I guess.
That's fair. And we've always heard from a lot of your teammates about the morale. Is that what you think you bring to the team most then?
I didn't talk in that game. I just let them do it. I just listened to Paul's orders. Good little e-girl support. Helped him do what he needed and played for the win.
And so you might be playing the Valorant later as well. Can we see that maybe translated into the Pocket Sage pick?
Oh, no, I don't play Sage. No, not a Sage pick.
So if you're playing the Val, who are you going to pick?
Whatever I get given. Mostly Fade, because I played Fade yesterday, and that went well. But I think there's a bit more energy with that one.
So sticking with the e-girl theme, really? Yeah. And is there anything you want to say to your level 6s? Because unfortunately, last league game did mean that you won't win overall. You're definitely in good standing for 2nd place. Is there anything you want to say to your level 6s?
Yeah, shout out to Alex Reed, who chose not to play the FIFA because he thought it would be too easy, because he's a top 100 player, and it might have lost us the overall tournament.
Is there anyone else that you want to thank, maybe?
Oh, big ups Peapod for that CSGO play.
That was an incredible CSGO play. Now, the rest of the Campus Clash. How do you see the overall standings being at the end, then?
I think it's probably just going to be how it is at the moment. I think Level 5 put in a really good performance across all games, which is going to probably give them the win. I would have liked us to take it to the final game, although it might not quite go that way. But we'll play competitively regardless. We have to beat them on that at least.
And so you're continuing to be level 6 head next year. So the current level 5s will be your team next year. How happy are you feeling about that?
Depends what games are played. I feel like if we can get Overwatch to work next year, then we've got a pretty good shot of taking it regardless. But otherwise, depends who signs up. There are some good players across the board in Level 5 and other games as well, so it might be about bringing them in as well.
Absolutely. And what has been your favourite part of Campus Clash? Just generally, it can be production, it can be playing, anything at all.
Ooh, that's a good question. It's got to be the CSGO game. That was just a really hype match. So.
Absolutely. Anyway, I will let you go celebrate with your team now. We are going to go to a little bit of a break. We're running very ahead of schedule because the league games have gone very quickly. Oh, we're not running ahead of schedule, apparently. But we will be going to a short break nonetheless anyway, so go grab some snacks and we'll see you really soon.
welcome back, everyone, to Campus Clash Generations. I am, of course, Walker. Joining me on the host desk throughout this day has been the ever so lovely Affinity, and we have had quite the showing there in League of Legends once again.
We have, and that was a very, very tight game. Well, for parts of it.
Yeah, I think that first game that we saw between the Crown Guard and the Flame Ringers was a very close one. It was a very interesting one as well.
It could have gone either way at the end there. It was definitely looking like the level 6s were on the back foot for a while, but towards the end they brought it back a little bit. It could have gone either way.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the Crown Guard's sort of long-winded playstyle because, early game they seem to have been kind of struggling a lot more than we thought, and then they slowly kind of built their way into the game, it felt, and then because of the early game dominance, it just kind of flooded back and then went in favour of the Flame Ringers, and they came out on top in that. And it does some quite significant stuff for them when it comes to the actual table and how the scores on the doors are looking.
Now, talking of the scores on the doors, we do have, indeed, an overall winner now. So we have a confirmed winner. Looking at the table, congratulations to Level 5, the Flamebringers. You bought the fire and you have won the tournament. But we still have a game to go, so we shouldn't get too far ahead of ourselves. But we do want to just congratulate them preemptively. There will be a trophy ceremony later, but we'll just say GG now.
Yeah, for those who are confused why we can say this, so the game that we will be seeing on stream in Valorant will be between the Kingmakers and the Flamebringers. That will determine the points that they get. Winner will get 4 points, loser will get 3 points, but that's only a point difference. There is more than 1 point difference between the two teams, therefore the Flamebringers will be in the lead and will win overall, which is why we are able to say that they have officially won overall.
They have indeed. And unfortunately, there will only be one game of Valorant. SUL has decided to forfeit the game. There's a number of reasons, but we understand them. So unfortunately, there will only be one game left. So that will be the Kingmakers versus the Flamebringers. So it is going to be a really hype game. Unfortunately, only one, but it will be super hype still, nonetheless. And it's all about pride in this one. I think it's going to be fun.
Yeah, it should be really fun, but also very competitive. Similar to what we had in the CSGO earlier, it's a lot of the same players playing in this game. And, I feel like that for the level 5 Flamebringers, they want to have a little bit of redemption. They were so close to bringing it back when they were in the lead in Counter-Strike, and now they need to get something back for Valorant. They want a bit of pride in those shooter games, in the tactical FPS games. So it makes a lot of sense.
It does indeed. And I think there's going to be, because they know that the pressure is off now. I think we can say that. The pressure is off. And as we said, they are just competing for pride. So I'm hoping that we'll see some fun things. I know that there's a couple of faces that people have been excited to see on the team is going to make an appearance. I do believe the only Eccleboy might be playing as well.
Yeah, it's going to be the level 16, the Kingmakers. They're going to be using their official substitute. Each team were allowed to bring an official substitute for one of the games. A wild card player for a specific title. Now, it was meant to be myself yesterday for Overwatch. I was meant to be getting subbed in for the Kingmakers, but due to obviously the issues we were having with Overwatch, we had Mario Kart, so we still had the substitute available to us. Therefore, Eccleboy will be making an appearance in this Valorant game. I'm excited to see how he plays in that.
It is. Now, there's a bit of a running joke with Eccleboy that I would like to touch upon because it brings a smile to a couple of people's faces.
Oh, for sure.
It was an event that we were doing previously, and we were doing a Valorant rank guesser, which is a very fun game for people that haven't played it. If you play Valorant, you should definitely go try the Valorant rank guesser. Guesser, I think it's called.
Yeah, something like that.
And we had to guess what rank the gameplay that we were seeing were, and Josh Ballards was like, that's got to be Ascendant, because that's how Eccleboy plays. That looks like Eccleboy gameplay. And Eccleboy is actually immortal and got incredibly, incredibly offended and hates it every time I mention it. So now it's out there for the world to hear.
Yeah, if you speak to Eccleboy, just call him Ascendant. It's quite funny. He knows you're joking and he won't take it.
He's a very good player. He's going to shine on the server.
But one thing that's going to be big, and a lot of people don't know this because I've played with Luke in a competitive environment before, is that man with a shorty on that controller role is something else. And with the shorty nerfs that came through this morning, that is a major setback to the Eccleboy playstyle.
It is, and that's a really weird one as well, because we've had half the tournament played on the old patch, half on the new one, but there's unfortunately not much we can do about that as a non-Riot officiated event. We just got to sort of roll with the punches. It's been very much like this event, hasn't it? Sort of go with the flow.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the great thing about Campus Clash, and one of the things that, we as a collective about this event when we put it on, it's always a fun thing, is that, there's things that will happen, but we're always able to adapt. We've adapted to pretty much every misfortune and random outcome that has come our way. We've came on to these things and came up with these great ideas. And speaking of great ideas, another great idea is that our wonderful Twitter giveaway that is going on over on campus_clash. You can find that by scanning the QR code. And
I want the Noble chair.
I mean, yeah, the grand prize is, of course, that Noble chair, and the other prizes that are available as part of the giveaway are 5 Ducky keyboards and 10 1-kilogram bags of sweets from our wonderful sponsors here at Campus Clash Generations.
And if you keep an eye on the stream, occasionally a code might appear that gets you some extra entries into that giveaway as well.
Yeah.
So keep your eyes peeled for that, because who knows, you might be in for a chance to winning a very snazzy keyboard, very nice click-clack keyboard. Or, a kilogram of sweets, or even the glorious majesty that is the Noble chair.
Yeah, we had the chance to
test them out.
To test them out and test out the Ducky keyboards with when we had the chance to go see their amazing facilities and stuff that they have available to them, and it's a very comfortable chair. We said it in the first day. These chairs they're not cutting
they don't
it.
support us enough. No.
I need my Noble chair. I need my Noble chair.
They come in snazzy designs as well.
Yeah, you've been seeing the adverts during the breaks, and it's been a really exciting one. So we want to thank our sponsors, of course, Ducky Keyboards, Noble Chairs, and Sweet Cabin for helping us put on this year's Campus Clash. But with that, I feel like it is enough of myself and Affinity for just a little bit. We mentioned that Valorant was coming soon, and we've given you the best in the business to cast over this one. So I am going to hand you over to Matt the Mighty Sloth, and I'm going to also pass you to Cole Cheeseman, a.k.a. Moonin, and they're going to take it away.
Thank you very much, you two. We got some high praise. Yes, I am Matt, also known as the Mighty Sloth. I am joined by my wonderful co-caster, Cole. How are we feeling? It's the final part of our, Campus Clash Generations.
I mean, really good about everything we've seen so far, and coming now to the final of what will be a very hype game. Unfortunately, it doesn't have much say in what happens with the rest of the table, but again, some really high quality gameplay and the absolute scenes we're going to see with the Echo Boy on the battlefield, I guess.
Yeah, I heard, as soon as I heard from those two that Echo Boy was coming on field, I just instantly shuddered. Yeah, I've watched so many of his streams. He's just a menace on any map. Like, his Astra, he's going to play the Astra, last Campus Clash as well. If Echo Boy is definitely playing for level 6s, then, it could just be a complete stomp. But I'm not counting out my representatives. They've played and fought hard. We've took the overall victory, so I'm chuffed. The boys have done really, really well, and so has everyone in our competition.
Absolutely.
All the teams, everyone that's played, everyone that's put on this production, everyone behind the scenes, they've just put on such a great showing. So just want to give a big thank you to them. But let's go into, this final section of Valorant. What are you feeling about both sides? They're both teams that have gone undefeated, gonna battle it out for one last time, one last dance.
Yeah, I mean, we had such a good game in the CSGO between these two teams, and obviously there's slight differences in the games and the way they play, so we may see a different result, but again, we'll just have to see what map we're playing as we are into the
Lotus gets
veto.
taken off. Good. Lotus, we said it on, what was it, Tuesday?
Yesterday, Wednesday.
Yeah. No, wait. Valorant wasn't yesterday, was it?
No, it wasn't. But
yeah, no.
CSGO.
There you go. No, Lotus.
Sorry.
Lotus, when we were talking about it, it's just a map that every team just wants to get rid of. It's, it's the newest map, and people still just don't like the 3-site control, and split getting taken away as well. That's a map we haven't seen.
I mean, just to backtrack a little bit on the Lotus again, if you're not a well-trained or well-practiced team that play a lot together, it's very hard to understand rotates and angles and, again, lineups. Again, something very important in Valorant, alongside, obviously, all the other tactical parts of the game. So Split coming out then after as well. Surprised a little bit to see Kingslayers, Kingmakers. There we go, sorry.
It's alright, don't worry about it.
It gets late and we've been mixing up the names prior in League. So Pearl then obviously following.
Which is, Pearl's had a couple of changes on this patch we were talking about earlier. The sites to be getting changed, near ramp and near the boxes, and there's more, versatility on that long straight.
Yeah, a little bit more space and more of a chokehold coming onto that B site as well. And a few changes to mid.
Yeah, what on the maps that we haven't seen in Valorant yet? We haven't seen...
So Bind.
Haven't seen Bind. Haven we have seen. Got taken away. We haven't seen Ascent either.
That would have been played, I believe. I remember seeing that.
I did cast Valorant on Tuesday, and then again, I still can't remember the maps. It kind of blurred into one because it was so fast-paced and intense.
Yeah.
But we are seeing, Haven getting taken away. Final bans coming in for the side of our Flamebringers are champions of Campus Clash Generations, and they are banning away Fracture. So on the table right now, we have Bind and Ascent, two maps that I know and love.
Yep, two brilliant maps, and also two very defender-sided maps as well. So side selection will be pivotal here on this part of the draft of ban and pick.
Yeah, and Flamebringers will get that side selection as
Yep.
our keymakers are choosing which map they want to pick up, and we'll have to see what teams there are, because if Echo Boy is in, who they're subbing in for, what the level 5's looking at, and we are going to bind my favourite map. I've said it before when we've casted Valorant together, this is my favourite map. I know some people love it and hate it, it's just a staple for me.
Yeah, and I also got a little bit of a chance to play Premiere with a couple of the boys on Kingmakers, and Bind was our map that we played. Unfortunately,
Very nice.
Didn't win it very much, but very much so their favoured map when we were playing. And again, we'll just have to see how this cookie crumbles, really. I mean, comps we're expecting, I mean, obviously you said Echo Boy on Astra. I'm assuming
Scary
that
thing.
if this is Octis playing, he's going to be playing something like the Killjoy, possibly the Viper. There's maybe a sort of hidden flex he likes to play.
Yeah, and Viper got a couple of changes we should probably go over. Obviously,
Certainly.
the fuel regeneration went from, I think, 5% flat to, I think it was 3%, and then the
3%, yeah.
total regeneration time goes from 20 seconds to 30 seconds. So Viper getting hit with the nerfs, and then paired up with the shorty nerfs, obviously increased in price from 150 to 300. Reserve ammo going down, and I think the damage went down over the spread went down too. So shorty getting an absolute overhaul, and those controllers, those people that like playing around these little cheeky corners, they're kind of getting hit with this nerf a bit heavily.
Yeah, and also another change for the patch is the chamber, the rendezvous being changed a little bit to have more distance, and the uptime on the turret, I believe, is now shortened as well.
And as well as the firing speed with his ult's gone up by 15%.
Yes.
So Chamber getting obviously hit with a nurse, where his firing speed got really just put in the dumpster. Now it's just, heavy, and Flamebringers here obviously picking sides, and they've gone for the defense exactly like you said. So going on to a map like Bind, what agent are we going to expect?
I mean, funny enough, with the changes, I think Chamber could very much be a pick here. We're not obviously playing for any point standings or
It's
anything.
the glory in this match.
It's glory, but you may want to throw a little bit of spice or a little bit of change, something that they may not expect. And there's also, I believe, if Purge is playing, not necessarily the Valorant expert on the level 16, so maybe he's going to pick that up as well.
Okay. I'm probably going to expect your generic, Sentinels. You either have the Sage. I know Tortican loves his Sage picks. Probably going to see, obviously, like you said, Killjoy, Viper with the nerfs probably won't get seen. Chamber, yes. Obviously, you're going to smokes for Bind. So Astra, obviously, if it is Mr. Echo Boy, the school of Astra, is open for business, and he might just pick that up if he is obviously playing. So, and obviously on Bind as well, Raze and Jet, the two strongest duelists on this map.
Just generally, I mean, even the possibility of Yoru and Reyna coming in, it's all dependent on comfort, really. The short angles that you can use Reyna's blind on are very good, and as long as you have lineups for Yoru, it can be very powerful as well.
I know Peapod was talking to me on the Tuesday and was like, if I'm playing, Reyna is the insta-lock for me.
Okay.
So if we see that, then, hats off to you, because I know Reyna is in a little difficult patch with some of the duelists being a higher pick priority, but some comfort Reyna players aren't going to be there, as we are going to see. Let's have a look. Who's played? Echo Boy, Astra.
Insta-lock.
Oh my word. So this is Ox, Harvey, Peapod, Splashy.
Reedies.
Yeah, I'm going to say Splashy. I feel like it's better to
His
say.
name is Reedies.
Oh, Reedies. You know what? You've corrected me, and I will stick to that. Folkwim, obviously, there. Did quite well in the CSGO.
Yeah.
And then we've got, level 5s. You've got Embo, Tortican, CSR, VG, and my apologies. All the boys that were playing originally are here to play. And we're seeing, some characters that we mentioned. Obviously, Embo's main. Omen is being picked up. Tortican hovering that Sage. And yeah, the side of Kingmakers are going for a very aggressive comp.
Certainly. One controller, one sentinel, two duelists, and an initiator. So going for that one information gathering tool of the Fade, seeing how that works. This is Ox piloted very few times when we've played together as well.
Yeah.
I just then saw the Sova on the side of Flamebringers.
So
we get a lovely little flight path through Bind.
I do like these little flight paths. They get shown to us when we're all in game, and whoever created these theatrical pieces, hats off to you. It's a nice overview of what the map looks like. Obviously, if it was a different map, such as Pearl, I hope has the integrated changes. But yeah, Bind is a tricky one because, you said defensive heavy, and obviously with the changes earlier, a couple patches ago with the teleporter changes and the B-site changes, it has changed the dynamic of attacking B-site very, very heavily. So in the mentality of the characters you've seen, do you feel as if there's a staple play?
I think what we're looking for with Sage, at least, is the default A play where, there's a couple anyway, one through the bathroom and one through the main. As long as you can hold the lamp side, you're putting the wall up across so that there's no cross angle to be played. through that one line of sight onto bomb as well.
Yeah,
and then same with bathroom, just putting it up and planting just in front of it.
Yeah, and I do believe there is an error in the top half of our screen right now. Flamebringers are on the left-hand side, on our blue side, and the Kingmakers are on our right-hand side. Just to clear that up, we are seeing Tortican here hover towards the B site, though. So we'll just have to see who comes on top. And looking at a B heavy push from our Kingsmakers, which is going to be an interesting to see. Do they go for this long, heavy push? Because two members are going to meet them very, very soon, as they're all running and gunning down on this long from B, and both members of our Flamebringers having to back up CSR. That's the Astra Smoke dominance, as you were hinting to. These smokes are just cutting off so many corners that bind. People do love to play around, and most members have rotated, and Rediz taking first blood straight onto Tortican. The blind comes through from Embo. Hits a nice headshot onto Rediz.
Yeah, nice little double click there. A really good positioning now from the rest of the members, using the octagon or plant area as Caesar picking up one there. The wall, also really good cut off on the elbow side here as Echo Boy getting one for himself.
Yeah, Echo Boy, showing dominance. That mortal player, as was stated, as my apologies, fights onto three members and gets taken away. This is Ox. Caesar here, pushing the smoke. Very nice flick onto This is Ox, but here comes Echo Boy's territory. The classic in hand, takes down one. And now it's a 1v1 situation. And Echo Boy with a triple kill, already making his name for the side of the level 6s.
Yeah, picking up 3 there is perfect for that round. And again, I think just the non-clearance of angles quickly through Hookah when This is Ox was sitting just before the wall was where that, I think, round sort of fell apart. They didn't originally get the kill. And so, yeah, that's maybe where the improvement needs to come in for the Flamebringers.
Yeah, obviously they've got to turn up the heat a bit. I love making those flame puns. I will do it throughout all of our days. But yes, Kingmakers taking their first round victory, led by Echo Boy on 3 kills. He's a fear to be reckoned with. Obviously, probably one of the highest rated players that we have at the university, showing Astra dominance, a character that most people struggle to pilot. See Harvey Peapod lurking around, takes down one member, and obviously dismisses away. See if he goes for another pick. It's the Flamebringers here, trying to crowd round with these fast rotates, but with a Spectre in hand. Does Peapod find another? Takes one onto My Apologies and taken down by Caesars. Still running the shorty, finding a kill, but there is a plant down already from Kingmaker's side, and it's a post-plant situation with 2 members left in a 2v4.
Yeah, all healthy as well, so we'll see when Echo Boy gets this confirmation. He does see the Baragon before getting that kill, so does pick up this Spectre in difference, liking a lovely shot there from the Marshal of Fulcrum there. Just getting my CS and Valorant mixed up in my head.
I've done it
a lot
too.
of casting today. And
You've had a very long day. You've casted. This is your 3rd finals, so you need a break, man. You've done really well.
I want to enjoy this and absolutely thrive in it. So again, just see going into the next round, the B play again coming through. Yeah, obviously, just maybe more comfort as well.
You'd expect with maybe the side of the Flamebringers to put more members on this B site, but they're actually just hovering still 3 members A and just hoping that the Sage can stop the push Tortican here.
It is relatively hard to get as many players on that B site because there is only really a couple of angles that you can use.
Yeah.
As Harvey Peapod really quickly up, just baiting the ult point there. And sending some shots, there's Tortaken then getting that kill as well.
Yeah, and obviously a couple of members hiding in smoke. The push has been halted for now as Caesar gets spotted by the Fade. And Foco taking a couple pot shots through, but the side from Kingmakers as VG takes down Rediz. Is it Rediz? Rediz. I'll get that eventually.
You'll get there.
The Astra on round 3 already used by Echo Boy. As he's leading the charge here. They spot the side of Embo here. And over the blind comes through. The fake smoke comes through as well. And Echo Boy just rushes onto site, picks up the Vandal, and is looking for the likes of Tortican, who's hiding on site, but the plant is throwing down by Folkwim. They still don't know where Tortican is, though.
New default as well onto the plant. Obviously, the fact that this is a corner now for this box, instead of just that flat wall. Again, Viper snake bites coming down.
Oh, and actually takes out Folkwim with the sniper snake bite. But it's now up to Caesar and My Apologies versus Echo Boy, who seems to be pushing up very, very strongly and takes down Caesar. And takes down My Apologies, a quadra kill. This is the Echo Boy domination we were talking about. He's on a tear. He's been one of the production members for all 3 days, and now he's got the chance to relax with some Valorant, already taking 8 kills in 3 rounds.
Obviously doing a brilliant job in both aspects of this event for himself. getting the 4-piece there, really converting the round really quickly as well. That 2v2 could have been very dangerous with the angles that had been taken by Apologies and Caesar. Unfortunately, Caesar did get timinged and wasn't quite there to get the first kill.
Yeah, obviously we're seeing a difference in strategy. The fact that Kingmakers look like they have a very heavy playbook. You know, they know the word to slow push, they know what to do, and Embo gets too aggressive onto Harvey Peapod. Well, you know, Embo and Peapod, they're both very, very aggressive players, and that aggressiveness just gets punished, and Embo falls, and this just leaves an easy A push to do. As VG actually gets timing, but looks around and snipes Echo Boy down. This is Ox trading him back, and now it's down to a 3 versus 4, as Flamebringers here having to defend really, really well, and Radiz just taking down My Apologies, and now the site is completely free as 2 members are on the flank from the Flamebringers.
Yep, as the now post-plant situation, we've got the player just short of this wall on the left-hand side. That's Fulcrum, and some bathroom, site, and spawn players. So a really good spread.
Doesn't check his corners. This is Ox finding a very, very nice kill on the Tortigan. And Caesar is just running with the shorty. That nerf to the shorty, you can already see it. It's barely ammo in the gun, but they might look for an exit here. If this is Ox doesn't check the corners, they're just going to get what they did to Tortigan, but I feel like they're going to do it. They do. Yeah.
Does check the corner eventually. It does collect the kill, so not any bother there on losing a gun, because it didn't happen.
Yeah, this is Ox picking up a 3rd kill of that round, sitting at 5-1-1. Echo Boy sitting at 8-1-1 on the side of these Kingmakers, you know. They're showing domination, and, you know, I thought my Flamebringer side, they were going to come into it quite, guns blazing, quite even, but, you know, the side of Echo Boy's leadership's just leading Kingmakers that little stretch ahead. It is close, though, in every single round.
Yeah, and we see our first op.
Oh, it's picked up for Caesar. Although, Caesar's AWPing skills were very, very, very clean. So with an operator in hand, let's see if Caesar can make the pick. As Tortigan can place a very nice defensive wall just to halt the retreat a little bit. I'm going to have to try and push through that as the Embo blind comes through. I think I've only 3 members there. Just disrupts their push very, very nicely.
And a really good lineup there for the Fade Haunt to get Embo there for their obviously pick up, as we see the Fear coming out. Reedy's getting the kill onto VG on the flank, and now we have our push. And
this is Ox takes down Embo, and now CS. Caesar takes on, this is Ox, but Fulcrum takes on Tortigan, and Radiz just finds Caesar in the back of the site. And now, my apologies, are in a 1v4 situation. You hear the Reyna push through, doesn't find it because they're moving and shooting, and Harvey Peapod's aggression gets answered with a free kill.
And again, it's just coming back from his CS hours earlier, and really coming into this game, getting a lot of kills, making sure that even though it is an id-slot Reyna, he's pushing forward, getting through first, and is trying his best to fight with the big boys.
Yeah, and this is the difficulty, because now Flamebringers, look at that money compared to the side of these Kingmakers. They're making just giga amounts of money, and Flamebringers, they can't really even fall by. They're forcing this so hard, and if they lose this upcoming 6th round, I feel as if they're going to be just completely behind in this whole entire half, as my apologies puts up the Viper wall, trying to see and block any vision that they can.
Yeah, I think this is a really good wall in general. It gives really nice lines of sight, obviously backing off now, making sure that he's not going to get picked off by that.
Although Peapod doesn't check his corners here, and Echo Boy slays my apologies in the tray through the wall, and this is Ox also finds VG yet again. The Fade Orb comes down, but 3 members on the flank from the side of the Flamebringers trying to enter this A site. Embo picks up Radiz, who was trying to get a cheeky kill on the front. They notice it, and Caesar just takes off Fulcrum, who, I don't know where they was looking, but Echo Boy on the creep here poks the smoke, but it's a fake smoke. And Echo Boy pops from the shadows here. Tortigan trying to take the kill, and does with the Bulldog, and it's all onto our Fade player in a 1v3 after the resurrection of Caesar.
This is Ox now in Lamps. Does get the cross on one, but that's 2 people pushing him, and he can't quite get either. Yep, just a really good push there at the end, making sure that every frag or every push was 2 people, making sure that the refrag was possible, like we saw the Echo Boys fake the smoke and get the first one onto Caesar, and then after that, my apologies, then pushing through to get the kill on him as well. And likewise in the final kill, 2 people pushing at once, making sure that it was a confirmed kill.
Yeah, and this is the momentum that the Flamebringers kind of needed. I did say that if they lost that round, they would just be in a complete detriment money-wise for the whole entire half. And now they're looking a bit more stabilised. They've got 1 round taken, you know. Kingmaker still in a 4-round advantage. Embo here running the AWP. So we're going to see, you know, maybe a better defense round from the side of Flamebringers now that they're recuperating and taking this first round that they have.
Really aggressing now as Reedy's is taken down.
Caesar, though, taking down Harvey, Peapod, and Embo all sticking on This Is Ox as VG fires the Soverall, not tagging up anyone, but now it's already 30 seconds into the round. Echo Boy's trying to creep onto the site here, takes down VG. A res comes out from Foquim onto This Is Ox, and now the turn, you know, it was a 2v5, and now it's turned into a 3v4. Kingmaker's looking like they're back in this round as the orb from the smoke comes down. Echo Boy sneaking into Hookah. Embo, though, on the flank with an orb.
Yeah, really pushed up here onto Octagon. As the knives come out, they can't get the first one with the right click, and Caesar goes down to Echo Boy.
You know, Echo Boy's patience there was really clean. Just waited for the jet to jump in the air and just clean kill straight onto them. But they're looking for a cheeky rotate here. Embo trying to sneak into Hookah. It looks like the side of Kingmakers, they're just making snappy decisions. They're making very clean calls, and they're just going to rotate to A. I feel like My Apologies is going to be the one to answer them, but they still haven't rotated yet. They still don't know what the side of our Kingmakers are doing.
Yeah, My Apologies now, making sure that there's at least one person on this site, so they have the information for the rotate in this 3v3 as well. Wall up as the Fade Haunt comes out just to clear the extra corners.
3 members
so this
coming
is
on
get
the
on the site as well.
Yeah, 3 members on the site. Embo and the side of Tortigan. Bit slow on the advance as Foquim gets a very nice plant down. Fade throwing the orb through the smoke. My Apologies, though, has a very nice flank. If they can at least catch one members here, he turns the tiles, and he actually sees Foquim through the smoke, doesn't choose to shoot, and Foquim just spraying those orb shots through the wall. As the Viper comes down, dodges a couple of bullets, spraying with the Spectre. It's absolute mayhem going on. Echo Boy on a triple kill. Embo with the right click of the classic, picking up one as the pull comes through, and Embo actually takes out Echo Boy when pulled. This is Ox, though, with the collateral, lines up 2, clutching up the round for his team, 6-1 to our Kingmakers.
Yeah, and I just have to say Echo Boy's smoke placement there is really basically impeccable. The fact that it's covered all high, low angles, and there's no push possibility with the wall as well. Leo being able to just plant in front of them allows for a really nice open angle towards this spike, and just giving the opportunity there for This Is Ox to get the double collateral.
Yeah, and obviously Embo there took the 1 kill, but This Is Ox clutching up the round for his side. This Is Ox has been a clutch player, not just only in Valorant, so it's nice to see them come alive in this, you know, final Valorant game, and they've got to be enjoying it. The boys definitely have to be, as Tortigan takes on Peapod. Radiz snipes him back, and Embo taking down Foquim, who hits a pivotal shot and another onto Caesar, and 30 seconds into the round, and it's just Sova and Viper against 4. Echo Boy makes that down to 1 as we're on VG in a 1v4 situation.
Yeah, VG's now in the backline. Just really early picks, a nice angle, obviously using long for the operator. It's really advantageous to take that as the pull comes in. Maybe a little bit of team trolling there.
A little bit of trolling, as I think Foquim here finds VG. VG picking up the kill. Radiz, though. Ooh, you could have a very, very nice off angle here if VG doesn't check the corners. But I feel like you've got to save this orb. You've got to try and run away with a 360 no-scope onto the wall. Cleanly done by VG. Razor comes down, and they've got to see him. Oh, the 360 with the Razor. Okay, we see you, Radiz.
Yeah, Radiz there using the ultimate, maybe not needing to. Obviously, the 4 versus 1, but using it allows for the ult orb economy or the ult point economy to start recharging and start maybe using it for a more needed round later on.
Yeah, definitely. I think you're exactly right. And Echo Boy here having a stellar performance with those stars. 14, 3 and 3. Wow. Obviously, the IGL, probably one of our most dominant Valorant players we've probably have at the university, as stated earlier. But now it's on Flamebringers. They're 6 runs down. If they can bring this back, it will be a masterclass, as we're seeing a heavy push down onto the A side from Kingmakers. Echo Boy leading the charge, just smoked My Apologies, and through the smoke, Echo Boy pops out. Radiz finds onto the site. Embo here with 2 clean shots, takes down Peapod, and This Is Ox.
Yeah, really good shots, and the fact that he's got a 3rd as well.
He's a 6-shooting sheriff. Yeah, it just seems to be a sheriff diff. They're just firing sheriffs through each of the smokes and taking down 4 members between Embo and Caesar. And here we have VG on the flank, though. Echo Boy taking down 3 with them. And Embo with a clean 4K.
Yeah, 7-2 now for the half. Obviously, a really strong lead for Kingmakers, and we'll see what the Flamebringers can do to bring this back. Maybe that round is the pivot here on their confidence or their strengths in knowing how good they are at gunplay, and yeah, we'll just have to see how it turns out for the rest of this half.
Yeah, and it's still a tricky one from Flamebringers. I know you got the confidence of having 2 runs under your belt and Embo having a masterclass with the 6-shooting sheriff, but We just don't know if they can still carry that confidence forward, because it wouldn't be surprising me if Echo Boy crushes them underneath his heel with this Astra plays, because some of these star placements, even if he's in a 1v5, he finds 3 kills in the previous round. And we're just going to see a B straight push here. Caesar getting tagged up very low, and body blocking from Embo causes the jet dash to come out. 3 members
heavy
strong.
now presence as well through long.
Embo teleports, fakes the teleport here. Reedies gets taken out by Embo with a clean headshot, and Foquim trades him back. Tortkin on the advance onto Peapod, and now the complete push has been halted, but the res comes out, and Reedies is back alive.
Yeah, really good ult usage there, making sure the ult point can then also come out after it, so they're not wasting so much, but the spike is down and is being held by Apologies here.
But Apologies is going to get snuffed out by 3 different members, all come from different side, and he gets taken down by Foquim, and now the advance on Spike might go, and with Echo Boy in hand, but Caesar takes him down. I don't think he was expecting 2 members to be there. And Reedies and Foquim in a 2 versus 3. Tortkin on the flank. The very nice satchel to peek down the wall and down onto Caesar, but Caesar, calm, collected, takes 1 kill. And Caesar walks into the arms of Foquim.
Tortaken gets the headshot around the next corner. Good lineup there, and unfortunately Foquim didn't realise that's where the Sage of the other team was.
Yeah, as soon as the spike went down, it seemed like every member just gravitated and was just picking kill after kill after kill. So maybe they just need to hold on to the spike a bit tighter. But Flamebringers taking another round, you know, advancing that, you know, come back.
Yeah, starting to bring this back round. Obviously, the opportunity for a 7-5 here, 2 rounds left of the half. And I just want to bring it back to where the spike went down as well. The fact that My Apologies held it for so long, even though they did fall in the end, it's not really a problem because you give your opportunity for your defenders then to also push up and take the space. Like we saw Caesar there getting the kill onto Reedies as well, as a couple of people are spotted through the wall.
Yeah, and Soverdot picking up 4, but My Apologies kind of trapped, taking a lot of damage. This Foquim having to heal his teammate up, and Reedies is very aggressive on this side. Echo Boy taking out VG, and here comes the Rainer ultimate, but Reedies is already behind Embo. I don't think he suspects him. Caesar taking down Reedies, and Echo Boy taking out Embo, and now it's Caesar in a 1 versus 4, and Harvey People cleans up that round with the Rainer ult.
Now, I'm not sure what about the money is for the side of Flamebringers.
Oh, it's not looking good.
It's not great, but it's also kind of good. There's enough for everyone to have a better gun than a submachine gun at least. So there is opportunity here. It will be a thrifty. Obviously, Kingmakers comfortable in their economy and only a couple of points, 3 points away on Foquim and Reedies. Again, obviously, using their ultimates earlier in previous rounds to make sure they can get it for this one. And again, Caesar and Tortaken with ultimates as well. Early walls coming out here, I believe, from defenders as Reedies gets 1.
And Caesar here, oh, with a very nice right click, takes down Peapod. This is Ox and Foquim tagging him through the box, and, you know, Echo Boy also taking a Tortaken. So, you know, it's this 30-second mark where all the kills go down, and now it's all up to Apologies and VG to take down 4 members of our Kingmaker side, and VG, if you can get a cheeky little shot got through here, get a bit of damage on, you might turn the tides, but he's getting sprayed through the wall, takes down Foquim with the running gun. And now it's all up to My Apologies in a 1v3 situation.
Sitting in elbow, waiting to maybe for this smoke to fall. The bomb is planted for the defensive side, so there is a little bit of an opportunity here. The stun coming out. This is Ox taking the first gunfight, and the spray of the Phantom does win out.
Echo Boy's on the flank. Doesn't get him through the wall. 65 HP with the classic. Might just peek him. Easy right click. That's a free gun. And Echo Boy taking the rounds to 9-3, but that means the curse is activated. All Flamebringers, it's all on you.
Oh my god, that's a 21-5 Echo Boy.
That's disgusting. I think he has like so many more like. This is the Valo rank, just complete difference. 21 kills in 12 rounds. That's almost 2 kills a round. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Just some insane gameplay right now from the side of Kingmakers. Obviously, there's been really good stuff for Flamebringers, and what they'll have to do is make sure that the aggression is calculated, making sure that they can get their 1 pick and move through that 1 space that they've opened up. And again, we'll have to see how that turns out for the rest of this map. For the second half, at least.
And Echo Boy already placing some pre-placed stars, 3 members onto the B site. And Flamebringers looking for more of a 1 person on lurk as Peapod and VG look like they're about to go into contact with each other as Tortaken takes down Reedies. You know, it's the first pick. What do you do with it, Flamebringers? You're still halted. You still don't move forward. And Foquim here with a cheeky little shorty play. That's a different stage. We haven't seen that before. Still people running with the shorty, although the nerfs has come out as Embo launches a smoke out. They're trying to enter through Hookah. 2 members going down long and Peapod on the flank, but he's not going to check his corners. Foquem here might just find one, but misses both shots. And Embo takes the advantage, teleports into the smoke, and Embo's already on site and planting. But the smoke's going to fall soon. This is Ox might just find them. Echo Boy finds them with the shorty kill. There's absolute mayhem. This is Ox taking down Caesar, and Caesar taking out Echo Boy, and Tortican taking out this is Ox. But Peapod on the flank finds my apologies, and I don't know where they are. I know he's in Hookah, but what can you do? Jump to the window. VG just cleanly takes him down. Flame Ring is taken at 9-4.
I think it's unlucky there, really, Peapod not noticing maybe the spike was down in front of him, so maybe could have forced a maybe less aggressive play. But yeah, just a really good contact play, making sure that the frags were coming out on the recovery of frags being lost on the side of Flamebringers.
Yeah, Flamebringers, and the 9-3 curse might have just activated. They're going to have to obviously play this very aggressively, take some of the members by storm like they did onto Foquem. But they're very, you know, they're liking this slow push into an explosive pounce strategy, which is something that most Bayern players actually opt in for, waiting for the defensive side to become over-aggressive as the orb spots out Embo here. Blinding 2 members, though, is the fake. I think that's a fake star that's got a full soon. No, it's a real star, so... But that's Echo Boy on the flank. They've gone through the teleporter here, using that smoke very nicely as Foquem takes down Embo up into Hookah. And the attack of B is just completely stopped as my apologies takes down Harvey Peapod.
Yeah, maybe just a little too aggressive and too quick on that flank. Having the classic there is not really the gunfight you want to take if you're known position. Obviously thinking that there's someone behind this box, and that's a quick peek round the corner for Caesar, getting one onto this is Ox. Do they know of the shorty in this corner?
They do, and he actually gets taken down. Foquem only able to fire 1 shot off, but Rediz, it's not an angle you usually suspect, but my apologies does suspect and takes down 1. It's all up to Echo Boy in a 1 versus 4 clutch. He's on site, he finds 1 with the classic. Doesn't find onto my apologies, and my apologies on the Viper with the triple kill. Last 2 rounds in a row from my team.
Yeah, and it certainly expected a very good round there from the Flamebringers, making sure that they were getting the frags when they needed to, and obviously the flank of Peapod not quite coming to fruition there in the end, and just then allowing with the 1 versus 4 or 3 at the point of the end of the round there, just overpowering Echo Boy, obviously not having very many bullets in that magazine.
Yeah, and obviously we're seeing a different side to the Flamebringers there, playing patiently instead of that aggressive playstyle they really, really like. They just take it slow and wait for the aggressive titles such as Mr. Peapod to overpush, but I feel as if they're bringing on to that. Kingmakers here playing very slowly, except for Echo Boy, who gets on the offensive takes down. So Embo takes down Caesar, looks for a third onto Tortican, and falls back to safety, but that's very nice picks from Echo Boy as Peapod takes down VG, and now it's a 2v5. Kingmakers find their foot straight on the 3rd round of their defense. And my apologies falls down to Peapod, and now they're pincering onto Tortican, who should fall very shortly as Rediz finds 1, and this is Ox takes him down.
Yeah, just really good not passive play, but the aggressive, proactive sights used by Echo Boy there to make sure that he can get the 1 and then the 2 and not over-aggress or overheat, as it might be called, and go for the 3rd and just really calm and making sure that he's making the right play at the right time. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel as if you're exactly right, and, you know, takes a round total to 10-5. Kingmaker's still obviously in the driving seat of this game, and Flamebringers trying to just force any form of offense they can. VG's left alone to play as more of a lurk, maybe to catch up Peapod in his offensive attack. But he's looking to opt into the shower push, and most of the members of Flamebringers here down to go into long, trying to find Rediz. So, you know, both teams opting for different strategies. And Peapod here, it's already pushed into the spawn and cross-pass with VG. That's a path that you don't want to cross into. He's finding the very, very long flank. Same with this is Ox. They know all the members down to long, and the rotate comes through from all the members of Flamebringers.
And it's maybe a little bit of a poor timing here, because Fulcrum obviously gets the kill of the player that's waiting to make this rotate happen, and Mr. Peapod obviously found out in the end is taken out while Echo Boy also trading back.
Yeah, and you know, it's still even game. 3 members to 4 members, but Echo Boy and Rediz. This is Ox, taken down by Tortican, who's had a stellar performance on the Sage. Finds Rediz, takes an easy headshot, typical for the Sage player. And now it's all on Echo Boy and Fulcrum to chase down the low health bars of Flamebringers.
Yeah, certainly, and it's a quick rotate. This is being heard by Fulcrum, who's waiting.
Ooh, takes down 1, goes on to Caesar, gets taken down, and Echo Boy, you're in a clutch. But we know Echo Boy can actually do it. They're trying to opt into this flash push down onto B shot, but he already predicts the play, places the stars, and goes and hunts these two members, because if it's got to be anyone, it's got to be Echo Boy, doesn't it?
Yeah, again, not knowing where he is, they're suspecting probably that he's backside, and he's really quickly getting this distance on the flank and watching possibly this spike though does get taken out.
Caesar, my apologies. He just has to play patiently though. He wins her out for his team unless my apologies can do something very drastic, and he doesn't. Echoboy clutching at the round with the 3 kills, and obviously the 2 versus 1 very cleanly done. Just wait for the spike to time out very cleanly from Mr. Echoboy. You know, he's sitting on 28 kills in 16 rounds.
Insane, absolutely insane. Definitely probably going to be dropping this 30 bomb in the end.
Have we seen a 30 bomb yet?
Oh,
over CSGO and Valorant?
Mr. Peapod had, I don't remember the number exactly, but a very high kill participation.
Like Echoboy's leading on kills right now. This is his first game of Campus Clash Generations. He's showing up why he is one of the best Valorant players that we know. But let's not count out Flamebringers just yet. It is 11-5, but they still have a game to fight. And, you know, some of the plays they've been doing, the slow push onto B seems to be somewhat working, but Peapod here pops the Empress with the Odin. And just completely misses onto VG. VG having to run away, trying and advance as the spray comes through. VG just left alone, and Peapod looks a bit lost as Caesar takes down Echoboy. This is an interesting play from Peapod. I'm not sure what he's trying to do with this Empress.
Yeah, VG still waiting for Peapod to peek this as he gets one, but doesn't quite get the second or the dismiss to be able to walk away. And my apologies, picks him up. The knife there from Caesar directly onto this Zox's head as Reedy's also trades back.
Yeah, and obviously it's trade for trade. Very, very close as Fulcrum takes down my apologies and all up to VG versus Radiz. You know, I do fancy VG. You know, they're having a bit of a quiet game this time, trying to find out where the Raze is, and they find him. Can he get the headshot onto it? No, he can! And Radiz, recall control, being a falter in his play.
Yeah, maybe it was the fact that he gave away his position with the recon dart coming out just before. Obviously, there was no real way to escape it either, so the play is correct in taking it out, but it's whether he can readjust and re-angle himself to be able to get the kill, which unfortunately he doesn't.
Yeah, 11-6 now. You've only got 5 rounds to catch up, see if the boys from the Flamebringers can actually do it. But Kingmakers, you know, they only have to win 2 more rounds to be in that advantage point. So, you know, if Kingmakers take this game, the glory from Valorant is theirs, but our overall winners of Campus Clash Generations, just to reiterate, is our Flamebringers, and they're trying to battle out as hard as they can against an unstoppable force as Peapod trades onto Embo just a couple seconds into the round.
Yeah, and again, this early peak from this A short here is really going in the favour of Kingmaker, so maybe the Flamebringers want to take this slowly.
Ooh, VG finding it onto Peapod. Peapod obviously finding the quick trade at the start of the round and then getting resurrected. But here comes This Is Ox on the flank, takes down 2 members and they're having to fall back. Embo here trades onto This Is Ox, and now it's a very dire situation. You're 3 versus 3. VG here alone within showers, trying to find Radiz. Gets sprayed through the wall though. Spraying. Doesn't get taken down. Radiz finds a quick kill onto VG. And now we're on to 3v2 situation. Embo and Tortican versus Echoboy, Fulcrum and Radiz.
Yeah, obviously the rotate also coming out. It's unfortunate there that my apologies does get caught.
Oh, and Echoboy pops out the teleport and Embo just gets shocked out of his skin. The Omen goes down, and it's now up to Tortican, who had, you know, had the resurrection go out. But, you know, he's opting to go into his A site, which is the smart play. Get away from Echoboy as fast as you can. But the Sage Wall stops him in his tracks.
And it is found out this is a really good wall from Fulcrum there. And now returning to the scene of the crime. And making sure that it's still taken care of. Making now Tortican pushing through this A short that's been such a pivotal point for this map.
If you're Tortican, I think you just have to go through the teleporter here. You know, falls to Radiz, has his knife out, doesn't check his corners, and overall, it's another round 1 for the defending side as Kingmakers go 12-6. Match point. Your level 6 representatives, Kingmakers here, making short work of our level 5s of Flamebringers.
Yeah, and it's very much in difference to the CSGO as well. Maybe the fact that those players have had the chance to have more experience on the CSGO, and maybe that's their favoured game. But right now, the Kingmakers really making their game come through.
And Echoboy needs 1 more kill to drop that 30 bomb. If they can drop a 30 bomb in this high pressure stakes environment, then you've got to commend them. But the side of Flamebringers, they're looking very, very tired out. They've not got any funds. They're just having to pop into some blind things. But Embo, with a blind play, takes down 1 and running guns onto Echoboy, finds 2 with the submachine gun, and is now the site looks open to them as Fulcrum here on the flank trying to take down Tortican, misses all the bullets. Embo here pushing through the Sage Wall, gets taken down by Fulcrum. He's on 30 HP, gonna have to heal himself and recuperate. And now we're on a 3v3 post-spawn situation. Razor goes down, Fader also comes due. Fulcrum takes 1. Radiz fires a missile, finds 1 onto VG, and Caesar versus Falcon, but the rest comes out. It's now a 3 versus 1, and it looks like Kingsmakers will be taking the glory in our Valorant, taking the game 13-6, bringing the level 5 representations of Flamebringers to a halt.
And I think with the previous result, obviously, Campus Clash Generations coming to an end, that's a really good result for Kingmakers, and they'll be extremely pleased with themselves, taking all the tactical shooters to an extent. Obviously, Siege not falling so high on that radar.
Yeah, and obviously, it brings the points ever much closer, because they, you know, obviously, Flamebringers, no matter what, did win the whole entire event, but, you know, it makes Kingmakers a very, very close contender. You know, I think there's only 1 point between them now.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see at the end of the day that it was that close between our level 4s and level 5s, but we've got to commend our level 3s and our SUL representatives.
Certainly.
You know, they've come here from London, 3 and 4s obviously being the newbies to our esports, you know, course. So I want to just give a well done to all the players who played.
Certainly, and they played brilliantly throughout all events. Obviously, FIFA and Smash taking up the start of the day here and seeing those come through. Just a really good performance, and then obviously finishing up with some slightly bigger titles in League, CSGO, Siege, and Valorant to end.
Yeah, obviously our level 6 winning that match. Very, very well played from them. Flamebringers, I still think they're not disheartened. I still think they've got the glory of winning the whole event. They still feel kind of high from that, you know, victory. So it's good to see the boys probably haven't lost their spirit. Any final words you want to say before we do wrap up and say bye from the casting perspective?
I think it's just a big thank you to everyone that helped put this on. Brilliant games throughout that I've had the chance to cast, and just a brilliant job from everyone.
Yeah, and I want to reiterate that. Thank you to everyone who watched also. Even if you're in person, you're on Twitch stream, you know, supporting Campus Clash Generations is muchly appreciated. Thank you to everyone on production, operations, you know, broadcasting, any spectators, obviously everyone working in talent. It's been a pleasure to work with you all, but, you know, we should probably wrap this up. Thank you very much for watching from the caster's point of view. We've very much enjoyed it.
Well, thank you again.
Yeah, so we will be sending you soon to a trophy ceremony, I believe.
We get to send them, okay.
Yeah, I think we get to send them. I'm not sure if our hosting desk wants to have a few words before we send away. So we will pass it to our host before the trophy ceremony gets underway. It is goodbye from me and it's bye from Carl. We will see you shortly.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the hosting desk. I think he has to come off my head now. He needs to, he needs to sit, little man. We are back. We've seen some amazing Valorant there to end us off, some amazing casting from our wonderful casters, Matt the Mighty Sloth and, of course, Cole Cheeseman. And it's an emotional end to the day, I feel.
It really, really has been.
Yeah.
And it's been a wonderful couple of days that we've had.
It's, you know, for myself and a lot of our level 6 students who, this is our final year. This is the...
It is. We're going to miss
the
you.
final dance.
Miss
Don't,
you.
because I'm going to cry.
I'll cry as well.
No, we can't do this.
We'll
no.
cry off camera.
It's an emotional thing, you know. For myself especially, this event was something that I helped run a lot last year, and seeing what it's grown into this year has been something quite special. You know, everyone that's been involved, whether it's in the actual running of the event or playing it or any sort of part in the event, you know, it's become something that really is special. And there's many people that without them, we wouldn't be able to create this event. Of course, our sponsors that we always want to reiterate and say thank you to, the wonderful Ducky Keyboards, Noble Chairs, and Sweet Cabins. We want to thank them at least one final time before we hand out and, you know, take a second to collect our thoughts and prepare for
We have indeed.
some important stuff.
And it's going to be sad to see you go as well. I've made a lot of friends. Of course, I'm level 4, so this is my first year, and it's been an absolute privilege to even be allowed anywhere near the microphone on year 1. But it's been an absolute privilege. The people on production, the talent, the players. It's been incredible getting to know so many people over the past couple of, weeks, really, especially the past week as well, though. So it's been absolutely incredible for me. I'm really sad that this is going to be like the last event that we properly get to do together within the university. Well, as far as I'm aware.
With a lot of us. But I think we need to give a kind of little wrap-up of how things have gone throughout the day. So, of course, yesterday we had the decider of our Mario Kart that went in favour of the Flamebringers. Then we had some FIFA to start the day, and I believe the trophy is being removed from us. We have to say goodbye. It's no longer belonging to us. A certain Mr. Balazzo one has stolen it from us.
We did such a good job, didn't we, Nathan?
Yeah, I know. But before I had the trophy stolen from me, I was giving a summary of how everything was going. So, of course, we had FIFA this morning, won by the Giant Slayers, followed up by a variety of different games. But I don't think you need a rundown. The main thing that we have to, of course, reiterate is a congratulations to the Flamebringers. I'll get the graphic now. So, of course, Mario Kart, as I said, Flamebringers, then FIFA won by level 3 and 4, Smash by the Flamebringers, Rainbow Six by 3 and 4, and then CSGO, League, and Valorant all won by the Kingmakers. But it was only 1 point to split them apart and define the winner of Campus Clash Generations.
Absolutely. And they will be passing the torch on to, you will be passing the torch on to the level 5s next year as well. Ironic with the Flamebringer metaphor as well.
I think it's a really sort of nice way to kind of look at it, you know.
That's what we missed when week 1. We were talking about it being a fire sword. It's about passing on the torch.
Yeah, we even if it was in a competitive manner, and, you know, they won very fairly and very competitively, they had their sort of thing. This is, you know, it's our way of passing on the torch. They are the new old guard of Staffs Uni Stoke, and, you know, even the people at level 5 in London, they are the main dogs at that campus as well.
I want to ask you one final question whilst you're up there.
Go ahead.
What do you want to say to everyone you've worked with? You know, everyone at the university, everyone in your year. What are your final remarks as Nathan, Staffs Uni host, caster extraordinaire?
Okay, now you've really put me on the spot. This might make me cry. No, I really appreciate every single person that I've worked with on every single event, no matter when it's been, what event it's been. Every event that we've done as students has always been a level up on the next thing we do. We've created some mental things and some insanely impressive things as students that a lot of people in industry probably wouldn't expect from us. And the bar has only been raised with every single thing, and, you know, in the nicest way possible. Level 5s, you've got quite the job to keep up with us.
Big boots.
Same with level 4 and everyone. You've got quite the job to continue that progression. But, you know, we are leaving this place in good hands. Every single one of us. It is an emotional time. We get to celebrate it tonight one last time, and you've obviously got graduation to celebrate it together. But with everyone at the course, we get to celebrate it together. And I think celebration is what is needed. I think they've heard enough of myself.
They have.
I think it's only fair that
we sign off
for the last time, Affinity. Any final words from yourself before we pass?
It has been an absolute pleasure. It has been the wildest first year I could ever imagine. I've come so far as a person. So many people from my year as well have come out of their shells and have sort of started finding themselves in industry. It has been absolutely crazy. It has been the biggest privilege to work with, especially level 6s. You've all been absolutely incredible. That's all I can say. Don't make me cry either. Not on camera.
Yeah.
But yeah, it has been the wildest time. So I think it's time that we sign off. I of course, have been Affinity.
I have been Walker, and for one last time, I'm going to hand you over to Mr. Balato1, who is going to do the trophy ceremony, to give it to the Flameringers. I'm going to pass it to them one more time.
Hello, I'm your local Seraphine E-Gold player and level 6 lead. It's a real shame that it came down to 1 point. It could have been a really tight one in the Valorant game towards the end. But I think you guys put up a really strong fight, and I'm very happy that I'm going to have you all on my side next year. So as the ones that came second, I'd like to pass you over the trophy, just for a little bit of a lift to the team manager, Richie, for a really good effort. Yay! Have you got any thoughts that you'd like to share? Any words for the other teams? Any tears you want to get out?
Oh God, where do I start? It's been a very long 3 days, I feel, but it's been such a great experience. All the games have been really exciting, really fun, really entertaining to play. I do want to say thank you to everyone here. They've made my life really easy as the team manager, really patient, communicative, and they've just been great to play with. So I just want to thank the guys, thank you. Yeah, the whole event's been great. Can't wait for potentially next year, maybe?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool. Yeah, sweet, cool. In which case, next year, hopefully we'll retain the title from this time round. But that's for next time.
As lecturers representing for level 5, do you guys have anything you want to say about your team? Anything about the experience?
Sucks to see you go. That's it now. We have to offload them to you. So like obvious handicap being passed over. So.
And the level 4s and 3s didn't put in a remarkable showing. I think they came third in the end. So how do you feel about taking those on next year? You're going to improve them?
Well, yeah, of course. We're coaches now. Yeah. That's it. We're taken on the mantle, ready to bring them up to this guy's level. Obviously, you're going to bring them down, and it'll be even up.
It feels personal.
We want to add 2 stars to the badge, right?
Yeah. We're gonna start badging, putting stars on our badges. Say how many campus clashes we've had.
Looking forward to having the trophy in the office.
Yeah.
Good.
And also, most importantly, big thank you to team captain.
Yeah.
Big ups to Richie. Big ups to Joel. I think that practice for Smash might have actually been the differential in taking you the trophy. Yeah.
J Money, Cash Money. Let's go.
J Money, Cash Money, taking the trophy. So for one last time, just want to raise the trophy, celebrate, just for a send-off, and we'll see you next year.